Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you want to find in your Burger King meal is some lettuce that's been stepped on by feet.
Can't unfoot the lettuce. Okay.
Let's come to the Doki Doki morning.
It is now 4:20. Shall we get started?
Waku waku.
Everyone got their food and water and everything?
I mean,
Yeah.
bold of you to assume that we haven't started already. Hi, everyone.
Oh, we
okay.
started. Hello.
Welcome.
Wait, hold on a second. I was about to say to do the restrooming.
No, don't do the restrooming. Do it here. Take the mic in with you.
You're right. That's a good idea.
Entertainment value.
ASMR,
But seriously,
ASMR.
does anyone need to use the restroom? We can restart this if need be.
See, it's really great because you guys don't know if I'm doing it right now.
Oh, maybe.
Oh.
Oh, Curry, are you streaming your window?
Oh, yes, I forgot. Excuse me. Allow me to... I'm going to just do some ASMR really quick. Hold on.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Mm. Gotta get my Topo Chico on. Okay. I hope that this can work. Okay, so I'm just going to stream my entire screen. Just mute it, otherwise there will probably be feedback.
The screen, there will be no audio.
So here's what we're on. Reminder that this side is the one that we're recording. This side is the one that's prepared. Okay. I think we're good. Like, actually,
Nice.
I really do actually think we're good this time. So hi, everyone. Welcome to Experience Curve, the podcast that everyone has been looking forward to and dreading at the same time.
That's true. That's true. There's a lot to talk about with this one.
Oh, dear.
We've got a lot of discussions.
Ooh, baby.
We're kind of expecting that maybe it may get a little heated, but hopefully we'll just all have good, clean discussions, right?
Good,
Right?
clean,
Right?
evil fun. Yes.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Fair enough.
We
Fair enough.
might-
This game's code is clean. No, okay.
We might need to establish something. If I could just interject real quick, we might need to establish something so we don't end up. Cause I do know we're probably gonna get a little heated, where we don't end up just starting to talk over somebody else mid conversation and start a new conversation.
It's funny that you should mention that, because we actually have an arbiter for this specific podcast, and it is our lovely
I'm the
host.
moderator today. I will be doing my best to keep the conversations from going too out of control. I don't mind there being some arguments, but I do prefer that if they get too heated, I will ask you to stop. If not, I'll mute you. And I'll also be trying to keep the conversation moving into a productive direction.
Oh, of course.
And see, ladies and gentlemen, this is how much faith we have in ourselves.
Everyone loved this game. I don't see why anyone would argue about it.
Yeah,
I have
100%.
Yeah, this is the worst game I've ever played, and I'm
Okay.
Oof.
yeah. We got
Heavy.
two people with varying opinions here on the panel, which is going to make it pretty fun, I think.
Speak
Overall,
for yourself about.
I didn't get to
Fun?
see Carrot's gameplay.
Fun?
How many gameplay hours did you log, Carrot?
I only got 58 hours, which is the lowest out of anyone in the group, which is I'm usually second highest.
For once, I did not speedrun.
Same.
I got the most, but I was also doing a bunch of other stuff. I was playing outside of. I went on a couple of shiny hunts. I don't normally do those, but it's so easy in this game.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Good God.
Oh, yeah.
I I think I can
absolutely.
probably sum my entire experience of this game in one sentence. And obviously, I also have more to talk about, but this is the most fun I've ever had in a Pokemon game in a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
This is also the most unpolished game I've played in a long while too. And I know there's plenty of other
True.
unpolished games out there.
Yep.
I mean,
Honestly, yeah.
wowie, wow! Holy, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
No, but like that is such a good way to put this game. My God.
Well, we've already got two people talking about how they feel overview on the game, so I guess we'll just go down the rest of the list. I guess I'll do me first. After that,
Did we introduce
I
info?
Chris,
Yeah, actually, wait. We need to introduce ourselves. Right. We keep forgetting to do this.
Introductions. We have 6 people and later 7 people today.
Probably.
There's, of course, your usual hosts. We've got Dosha, Carrot, and Professor Curry here,
Hi.
as well as Ark, Chris-kun,
Hi.
and newcomer Info Arcade, and the one who is not here right now is Rory. She will be on later. We kind of understood that she was going to be coming in late. No big deal.
She's currently on the bench.
Yeah, she's benched.
She's benched. Okay.
Nobody has to pay a retreat cost, though. This is a double.
Dang.
Oh, nice.
That's some good value.
It's like an Emolga. Anyway.
I'm gonna tell Rory. Dosha said you're an Emolga.
Emolga's
No comment.
I called you
Anyway,
a cute
I wouldn't let it be an
flying
Emolga,
thunder
all right?
squirrel. Oh,
It's like
God.
one of the best Pikachu clones.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's Pachirisu.
I don't like
Pachirisu.
Pachirisu nearly as much.
Pachirisu won a tournament.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
of my favorite Pokemon arts that I've ever seen is
Tournament.
no,
It's
it
way
did.
less-
It's just of a Pachirisu that's just holding up one finger and balancing a Draco Meteor while eating a citrus
Yeah.
berry. It's
that's
so
true.
good.
So good.
Yeah,
I mean,
take
the
that.
memes are great. However, I don't really care much for the Pokemon. Emolga's cuter. Look, it's got that black, yellow, white color scheme. It flies.
I don't know. Honestly,
Okay, fine. Just me then.
honestly, nah.
Fine.
all
I
right.
don't know what. I like how we were like, all right, let's do the introductions, and now we're on to my favorite Pikachu clone is Thatcher.
It's the natural
we're not even
flow
on
of
the game yet.
conversation.
We'll have a chance to get into that in here in a little bit. But first, everybody's opinion. So, I already did Chris. We did Carrot. So, mine lines up mostly with Chris. I think this has some really good stuff that Pokemon should continue doing, and it's got a lot of problems too. All right,
A
next up
lot.
is mine. Yeah, a lot.
Hmm.
I don't know if I love or hate the game. Somewhere in the middle, I imagine. You know, I don't know how it compares to the others though. That's going to be the hard part, is trying to figure out whether I like it more or less than previous games.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting comparison.
And that's why we're doing this, just to see how older games hold up.
Well, because it's going to be
So-
interesting, because since this is a new game, we're going to be going back
yeah.
to the old games immediately after,
Yeah.
so it'll be an even more
We're
potent
talking
comparison.
about because we did generations 1 through 5 so far, which means we're at the end of the old era of Pokemon, and this is our first game in the post Gen 6. This is, I would almost say, the start of another block. So I would
Yeah.
say
Yeah,
Yeah.
7,
kind of
8.
like a open world, like, because what they did with Legends Arceus, they're really trying to grow on that. I think they're
Uh-huh.
gonna try and keep going open world from here on out.
Honestly, I'm
yeah.
fine with it. They just need to make a lot of corrections.
Yeah, they really do, and we'll go into that.
We'll
into
see.
that.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
see what they do.
But
But
anyway, who's left on opinion?
let's see. If we go down the line, Info Arcade be next.
All right, so I've got to say that the game itself, I view it as a positive experience. It's not a perfect one; it's far from perfect, but I will say, like, I think the Pokemon Company did a great job, kind of expanding. We saw where this was going, from Pokemon Sword and Shield to even Pokemon Legends Arceus, and just the gameplay there, and now into this product. Like, you could definitely tell, like, the vision was there. The question is really, and we're going to dive into this on the show, is how was the execution of
Yeah.
that vision? I think a lot of us as fans of Pokemon, like, we were excited about the promise of where this game was headed and what it means for Pokemon games in the future. And I think that lies in as part of the positive experience. But I enjoyed playing the game. I logged quite a few hours in the game. My son did as well. He's 6 years old, and he really enjoyed the game, and we got to play it together. And so I definitely think it was a great positive experience overall. But we'll dive into concerns and stuff around it here in a little bit, and
Yeah.
more of a deep
Mhm.
dive into what we liked and what we disliked. So
Yeah, fair enough. And then the next one, Curry, what did you think about the game?
I am very much on the same page as both you and Chris Kun. I loved the game. It was very fun. However, there were a bunch of stuff, was a bunch of stuff that, frankly, I don't know why it's here or why it wasn't improved before launch. Because like the main issue with this game is it's a wonderful idea, but the execution was poor at best, I think. In most aspects, in like at least a lot of aspects. In some aspects, it does magnificently well. Like there's a lot of mechanics in this game that are just super well fine-tuned. The characters, just we'll get into that later, but like a lot of stuff in this game is very, very positive, but there are just some overarching negatives that kind of lessen the experience as a whole. Even so, I very much enjoyed it. I will mark it as one of the higher Pokemon games that I've played even through it.
And then lastly, Arc.
Well, I thought the game itself was really good, but it's just really not polished. Like it is one of the best Pokemon games in terms of like the ideas and the gameplay, but the graphics I think are just kind of really low. I think the open world part was okay. And I also think that clearly it wasn't originally designed for open world.
Oh, that's an
You think so?
interesting take.
That is
Well,
an interesting
we'll be
take.
able
I
to
like
get
it.
into that later, I hope, when we
Okay.
talk about the sort of design. So, Scarlet Violet is the 9th game in the Pokemon franchise, like kind of we alluded to already, and it's the first one that is fully open world, which is
Well, second.
an interesting experience to say the least, compared to other games. Meaning, unless, depending on how much you want to count what they did with Sword and Shield and with the DLCs, this is kind of their first serious attempt to do an open world game.
Aside from Legends Arceus.
Well,
So
Legends
Legends
Arceus wasn't an
it's
open
not
world
an
game.
open world. It's not objectively because you're boxed into large maps and you can't traverse from one section of the map to the other unless you go back to the
Yeah.
hub world.
Well,
this
there
game,
It's like
there
it's
are
open world
areas
the way
in this
that
game where you
Monster
have
Hunter
to
is
enter
open
and
world, I
exit.
guess.
well, yeah, those are like small instance buildings or maybe the area
No,
zero.
like the
but
city is huge.
Well, yeah,
the
but
city
that's
The
not
doesn't
an
main
have a
open
city
load
is
world.
zone.
enormous.
Well, I mean that doesn't really matter.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's more about can you seamlessly get from one section of the game to the other? And
Yeah.
the answer is no, so it's not open world.
It is close to open world though. Like
It's
they're getting
They were
very
definitely
close
trying
to
for
it.
it for sure.
It definitely
Yeah.
feels like one, yeah.
Yeah. It's actually interesting because like there's very few like other areas you go into other than the ending area and the main city that are like different load zones. Like for the majority of it, like the donut that surrounds the most like all of that map, you can just go around the whole thing. It's just those two areas, the city and the final area, that are like super just or not super, god, I can't form words today for some reason, that are apart from the overworld map.
Yeah, fair enough.
I would say the things that were probably most inspired. A lot of people like whenever you compare Legends Arceus with, with this game. A lot of people, the first take is like, oh well, the open world was the inspiration, and I would argue it actually like even the Pokemon partner system, the catching system that is freehand where you don't have to enter a battle, that was straight up out of
Oh yeah.
Pokemon Legends.
No, that was
right?
fun.
Being able to not have to enter a battle and to be able to catch Pokemon in that way, or to send out your partner Pokemon to grab items or to battle. I mean that is straight out of Legends, and they definitely took those mechanics there, put them in. I liked it in the early game. It's not something I used a whole lot in the late game. Rather, I actually found myself like the farther I got in the game, the farther I moved away from that, which was kind of interesting. But early game, I use that feature a lot, and I would say again that's the biggest pull from Legends Arceus.
Well, it's actually really invaluable later on, specifically if you're shiny hunting, because what you do to shiny, like one, I haven't tried shiny breeding in this game yet. I want to, because that's a whole nother discussion to have in of itself, the changes they made to the breeding. But the mass outbreaks. With mass outbreaks, once you run into a mass outbreak, you just send out your partner Pokemon and they just murk everything in the general area until you get like the notification of like, oh hey, they're starting to dwindle or whatever it is. then you can save there and just reset over and over until you get a shiny, or like leave and come back into the load zone. And it makes shiny hunting so much quicker, like to just have the ability to just send out a Pokemon and just do that. There's also an interesting application that I don't think many people used where they can grab items. Did anyone else notice that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Going back
Yeah,
on
I
the
use that
shiny
a
hunting
lot.
thing real quick, because I did shiny breeding because I wanted to shiny hunt a female Indeedee. So when it comes to shiny hunting in the world, there's also another method that was not recently discovered, called isolation, where basically there's a good majority of Pokemon where you can go to an area where only that Pokemon type is there, and then eat for a sandwich, and then you can basically create a mini outbreak.
Yeah.
You won't get the
Mhm.
same odds as a low, the 5-1-12.
Yeah.
Like
But
swallowed,
it's
right?
there's a lot of interesting applications to like how easy it is to shiny hunt in this game.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
Because I
just
gotta tell you, with me and shiny hunting, I was breeding my starter to get a shiny, and I was just hatching eggs going up and down the icy mountain. And I randomly just found 8 full odd shiny Pokemon. 8 randomly.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
not surprising in this game.
I think that I found 2 of them without trying, and then like I specifically wanted to see how easy it would be to find them without using any of the augmentations, because like you get shiny charm, you can get later on, you have access to the sandwich that makes shinies easier, and mass outbreak in and of itself gives a bonus to the shining. So I wanted to see just how many I would find without augmenting it at all. The answer is 2, surprisingly. I just randomly found a shiny Riolu, and then like immediately, I think the next day, I was just wandering around, and a spawn of like group of Rookidee appear, and there's just one that's bright yellow, and I'm like, oh hello.
Yeah, I had a similar kind of idea. I didn't actually do any I didn't go out of my way to hunt shinies. Um, we will talk more about this later because I have a lot to say about the shinies in this game.
Mm.
However, I guess since we're on the topic, Curry, could you pull up picture 9, 10, and 11?
Okay, hold on. Give me just one sweet little moment. I do le do, I do le bop, I do le do
Yeah, it's
le
really
do
kind
le
of
bop,
actually, I'd be kind of
doodle-bop,
worried about the
doodle-bop,
shinies. It feels almost too easy to encounter them
a
this time
doodle
around.
bop, and
So
we're
I
here.
found a
Or is that
shiny
just the
Gibble
me
at
thing?
one point, and I was like, "Oh my god, the great!" Didn't really have much else to say for that. For the next picture, I
Bzz.
was absolutely terrified because if you stand next to one in the overworld for too long, they explode.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And then the next one, I'll explain more about the next one later. There's a story behind that one, but there's a shiny Hawlucha. Those are the 3
Hi
shinies that
lad.
I found in the game.
Hello lad,
Oh,
how are
did you
you?
know about some of the behaviors of shiny Pokemon?
You're talking
I
about the multiple player thing?
No, I'm talking about how Voltorbs and Electrodes won't explode if they're shiny.
Oh wait,
Oh, really?
really?
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh
they
really?
won't.
Oh, that's
Uh,
sweet actually that they implemented that.
um, sh- uh,
Why did
Chanseys and Sudowoodos run slower if they're shiny as
Oh, that's
well.
cute.
I mean, that's a good implementation. However, there is one, since we're on this is one thing that I really like. Honestly, this might be one of my biggest complaints about the game. Good God. Why is there no queue for
Yeah, okay, so I
shinies?
want to talk about
Why
that.
is
Since we
there no
talked about
queue?
them bringing in so many things from Legends Arceus,
Yeah.
why did they not bring in either the sound cue or the visual cue or both?
Well,
They were both in Arceus.
there's
You're
no
gonna have to
visual
pay
cue. There
attention.
is only a sound cue. But that sound
It's-
cue is invaluable.
This is probably a good time to mention that my understanding is that they were in parallel development, so some things would
Yeah,
have gotten
Yeah.
built,
that's
other things didn't.
there was a Team A and Team B for this. They were both
Right.
developed at the same time. Yeah, I was annoyed at that too. Because like, oh yeah, you have the queue when you go into battle, but goodness, I'm pretty sure I've missed at least 4 or 5 shinies throughout
yeah.
my entire adventure.
Like, yeah.
And
Because, like,
Um,
what I want to just suggest on the off chance that there's no way anyone that works on Pokemon is watching this, but if anyone hears this and passes it along, good lord, just like outline the corners of the screen with like glittering, shining stars, and just give an audio cue. That's all you have to do.
I don't even need the glittering. I just need a shiny cue to go, okay, there's a shining area. I'll
Yeah,
start looking.
or just like when it pops into the screen, just have it like pop stars off of it, or just intermittently there's just a shine that comes off of it, something.
Yeah, like I did check. Legends Arceus does have both an audio and a visual cue.
It's the visual cue.
Yeah, it's just some sparkles. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, they
okay.
got like sparkly, shiny stars fly out of it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Like when I was, and we'll get into this when we talk about Legends Arceus way later on, but I found 1 or 2 shinies, but the way that I found one of them was I heard a sound that I had never heard before, and I immediately was like, oh god, is that what I think it is? And spent 10 minutes looking around the area, and I was about to give up, and I found the shiny behind a rock, so I never saw the visual cue. I just assumed that it wasn't a thing. So that's good to know. But point stands, why are neither in this game?
Yeah, so I guess since it's on topic, I might as well talk about it now. The only reason that my gameplay hours was so low is because of that. I was legitimately stressed out going into the overworld because I didn't know if I was running past shinies or not.
I just stopped caring.
I actually
sort of. I don't really. This is my first time I actually bought a shiny hunting because it was so easy. Because otherwise, I don't really bother with it. Yeah, no, same thing. I after so my first shiny was a Swablu, and the only reason I noticed is because as I was about to turn my camera around to run in another direction and to spawn it, I saw a glint, a yellow Swablu. I was like, wait, that's the thing. And then I caught it, and I was like, I was about to walk away from this.
Like, my general rule with this, and this is really unfortunate because it's super annoying that I have to admit it, a shiny that I do not see is a shiny that does not exist.
That's a good one. That's
kind of.
See, I would agree with you with that, but there's a little feature that tells you when you've seen a shiny. But guess what?
Well, no.
If
it doesn't, though. That's the thing.
No, it does tell you. I encountered a shiny that I failed without ever knowing.
We looked into that, and it didn't seem to be the case. It only counts ones that you've caught or battled.
I battled it without noticing. It was a shiny.
Oh, you know what I bet that is? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing, right? And this is something just for Pokemon in general, not specifically
in my case, there would have been a shiny Q, so I don't know.
Like, not just specifically for Scarlet Violet.
Music on.
But here's the thing, right? So, there are a lot of Pokemon, and in this game there are actually quite a few more than usual, I think, that have shinies that generally look the same as their normals. Yeah. And this is, again,
like a Gen 1 Pokemon that I did. It was a Mankey. I killed a shiny Mankey.
Oh.
It's somewhat baffling.
And Mankey is like green.
And I'm pretty sure it's because you were looking away from the screen when you first ran into it. You didn't see the sparkle.
Yeah.
I thought shiny Mankey was like red or
no. Shiny Mankey is like not like bright neon lime green, but it's kind of like dark lime green.
Okay.
That one I can actually see being like, if you just like aren't really paying attention to the screen, you just look, it's like, oh, a Mankey, and then you just hit a button and accidentally kill it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can see that happening. Point is that shiny should really stand out, especially if there's no queue for them.
And that really is the question, right? Moving forward, with just, I hear your complaints like, hey, we need a shiny queue or we need this, and I understand like even the fear of like, oh, what if I had a chance at catching a shiny and I run past it and I never knew because I didn't have a queue or when it, like, I totally hear all those frustrations, but at that point, like, if it's that detrimental and it's taking away from the fun of gamers, because they're so worried about missing subtle differences in a shiny, should the Pokemon Company be making shinies more evident in terms of their difference in appearance?
Yes.
Like, should they? Because
absolutely.
I feel like, I mean, you said shiny Mankey a second ago, and I was like, oh, I wonder what shiny Annihilate looks like because I never actually have seen one, so I googled it real quick, and I was like, the arms are just slightly different color. They're mostly the same.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
and if I want to show off a shiny, right?
Yeah.
The perfect example of a shiny that I think really stands out. Look at Charizard.
Yeah, Charizard
Yep.
goes from orange
It's
to
like
black.
night and day
immediately.
difference. You know, a shiny a Charizard
It
from
actually was originally purple.
yeah. But I'm just saying, you know, a shiny Charizard like the back of your hand compared to a regular one. Like they're just completely opposite.
Yeah.
So to me, like that's what I think Pokemon companies should do is moving forward. I know it'd be hard to go back and change shinies for existing Pokemon, but for future Pokemon that
really.
they add to the series.
Yeah, I disagree with the idea that it'd be hard because they
No.
can literally just do it.
Yeah, it's
Again,
There's nothing
Charizard.
stopping them from
It's an
doing it.
algorithm.
You don't
was
think that there would be fan
originally purple.
backlash? That there would be several different?
No,
you know,
I think
There's
that would
fan
be wonderful.
backlash for a lot of things in a franchise, and look where they are.
Yeah.
It's
Well, great. The more power to the Pokemon Company. Go
Yeah.
change all the shinies. Make them
No,
please.
Okay, look.
change them to be like if the original one's pink, make the shiny one blue. Make it so obvious that it is a shiny Pokemon.
Yeah.
Well,
And then add those cues in there too. Like whenever you enter a battle or whatever, like
See,
let us know that it's there. I've watched several Pokemon YouTubers like that are shiny hunting for hours on end, and they just kill one because they weren't paying attention, and it's just they're just like, oh man, I'm trying to find this thing. Where is it at? And they'll just miss it because it's so subtle.
there are so many examples of wonderful shiny Pokemon. Like, Charizard is great. Pheromosa is one of my personal favorites. It's really distinct from its original. There's a bunch of ones that they could do, but one of my biggest wish list things that I want anyone who's doing a Pokemon game to do, make like 3 separate varieties of shinies for like, if not all Pokemon, at least some of the most popular Pokemon, because it just gives more variety and personality, and it also gives you something to grind for. Because if you're going to make shiny Pokemon so easy to get in this game, which I don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing or not, I think they're a little too easy to get here, but if you made it so there were 3 different possibilities, that would make it like the grind to get the one you want a little more like valuable.
You mean like how they did square shinies in Sword and Shield?
No. Like, I mean, different color palettes completely. Like, actually, you have an example of something like this in your slideshow. Do you mind if we pull it up?
Sure.
I think what it means is like you could roll for like 3 different color palettes instead of just one.
Yeah,
One
like
additional one.
For example, where
yeah,
is
I guess
it?
I wouldn't be against that.
There we go.
I would
Then just
say,
get a
I mean, I don't think
Tatsugiri.
that
Yeah,
shinies need to be the most obvious thing in the world, but the question comes: how subtle is too subtle? I think most of us would draw the line with something like shiny Paldean Tauros, for example.
yeah,
Yeah,
Ceruledge.
yeah.
Shiny
Cer-
Tandemaus.
Shiny
Ceruledge.
Tandemaus.
Like, how are you
Shiny
supposed to show that off?
Charcadet
Nobody's gonna be
and
impressed
shiny
with
Okay,
Farmarouge
but
and
here,
Ceruledge.
really quick, since I have it up on screen, like, this is an example of what I'm saying. This isn't technically what I mean, because there are 3 separate forms for Tatsugiri, but no, look how all of the shinies are so different. Like, they're all different, well, except for the last one. The last one is kind of bland, but, like, the first 2 really stand out and pop. And realistically, this is just an aesthetic change. So it doesn't do anything to the actual Pokemon. It's the same way that there are 3 colors of Tatsugiri. Normally, there are 3 shinies of each one of, or there is 1 shiny for each of those Tatsugiri. If they did this, but say like you have a shiny Gardevoir, which is like, it goes from green to blue. So you got one that went from like blue, and instead of blue, it was like black in coloration or crimson in coloration. You know, like really pop out and look different from its original. And then that would just be a really, really neat include, I think. That's been on my wish list for Pokemon for God only knows how many years.
It is
Go ahead.
worth mentioning, just overall, that this has technically been a problem with Pokemon shiny design since they've switched off of doing algorithmic, because then they don't have that excuse of it was the machine that made them the bad shiny. But so we've had Pokemon like this since Gen 5. It's just that there's more per capita in this one that are bad shinies.
It's
There
not
are
just that there's more per capita that are bad shinies in this game. It's there more per capita that are bad shinies that are tinier than the blades of grass.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that,
we're now working in a
Tandemaus.
3D space, and we have to
Charcadet.
look for them with no
Yeah.
cues.
Tandemaus has the awful designation of being both very small and very subtle as a shiny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
so amazingly infuriating, honestly.
So, as somebody who dared actually shiny hunt Charcadet in the wild, surprisingly enough, it's
God.
actually a little easier to shiny hunt Charcadet.
Yeah, because the blue really
because-
pops.
Yeah, I learned if you zoom in your camera, and there's this particular hill you can go, and so the details pop in. I actually find out it's easier to see the eyebrows than the eye. But if you zoom in to make the eyes render in, then it is. But Tandemaus is stupid.
yeah. I walked past at least 2 piles of 10 Tandemaus. Then I thought, man, I wonder what a shiny looks like. It's probably like gold. And then I just had this feeling of dread because any one of those 10 could have been shiny, and I would never know.
Yeah.
That Tandemaus is definitely one of the extremes. Like, I liken it to like among the worst shiny forms I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Fiction
really cool Pokemon.
Yeah, Tandemaus is awesome. I love it.
Fiction Horizon has a list of like the 30 best shiny Pokemon, like as voted on by like a subset of fans, like in a poll. And the top 10 are all Pokemon who have dramatic color palette differences.
Yeah.
It's Greninja, Rayquaza, Charizard, we mentioned. It's
black
Guzzlord, it's Lucario. Like, it's Pokemon that's like you're looking at them like, yep, that's obviously shiny. And I think in this 3D world, like we talk about, like if you have just a horde of Pokemon and you're trying to find a shiny and there's a subtle difference to you, like to me, that's no fun. At that point, I'm like, I don't even want a shiny hunt anymore. Because like, yeah, I found a shiny. Whoop-de-doo. Like it's a small cosmetic difference, but I'm wasting hours and hours and hours for something that has red eyes instead of orange eyes. It's so subtle. It's waste. Like I'm just doing this for hours and hours and hours. It's not even a guaranteed thing, and they're already such a small percentage chance anyway to catch. So at that point, that's where I'm like, yeah, I don't want to shiny hunt. I just want to enjoy the game as it is and just play. But I do think more casuals and players like myself would want to shiny hunt if they were just massive differences.
Yeah.
If they were just
that's
like
the appeal.
Yeah. And so come on, Pokemon Company, you can get it right.
Like,
just fix it.
Well, it's probably not all of them are bad. Lumora manages to be somewhat subtle, but it also manages to be different enough that it's easy to notice.
Yeah, like
For an example. That one's a good one, I think.
The one shiny I have on my team is I shiny hunted a outbreak of Palafin, and I actually did manage to catch one, and it is a little bit of a subtle difference, but it definitely stands out when you like are looking at it in a group.
The purple pops enough.
Yeah.
Like, I was actually. I watched a video of someone shiny hunting a Palafin, and they did the really funny strat of clinging onto a wall next to an ocean. The Palafin would swim out of the load zone, more would spawn in. He didn't have to move a muscle.
Oh, yeah. Wow. When I was hunting mine, it was in a cove where there was this tiny little slanted island, and I found the one location where you could picnic, and I just would walk up the hill and find that one location every time to reset over and over again. Oh, man. But yeah.
Fair enough.
There are a bunch of cool shinies in the game, but my god, there are also a bunch of surprisingly bad ones.
Yeah.
Oh, also, this is a small point. I was curious about this. So the legends of the game, I looked into it, and apparently there's not even a shiny form of them in the game. Like there's
really
there's not one listed on Cerebi.
Well,
like the sprite isn't even listed.
Like in older games, even with legends that were shiny lock, they were still in the game.
Yeah, from what I can tell, it's not. Actually, you know what? I didn't really do a deep dig of a research. Let me look.
They're shinies or actually no, their shinies might not be out actually.
Let me see about. Let's just do Miraidon. Oh no, wait, there is a shiny form for Miraidon. It's just not listed in Cerebi. Never mind. Delete what I said. I was incorrect.
Yeah, there is a shiny for Miraidon and Koraidon.
Oh, they look sick, actually. Whoa. Okay, anyway. Never mind. Forget what I said. I made a bad assumption. Moving on.
I will say one thing that I think Pokemon got right about Scarlet and Violet was just they did do a very good job of filling out the open world with various species of Pokemon. It's one of the largest Pokédexes we've had to date.
400? Well,
Yeah,
400 is a good size.
It was very good, and they brought in Pokemon from all different generations, and I think that really made a huge difference in terms of, you know, whenever it was like walking around, I didn't run into the same like 40 Pokemon all the time. Like I usually was able to find at least one unique Pokemon I hadn't seen yet, just because there was just such a variety.
Yeah.
Which made it great. One thing I think the Pokemon Company needs to reevaluate is just Pokemon in general, in the sense of like new Pokemon when they're introducing them, because I do feel like this was probably my least favorite generation of Pokemon, in the sense of like the new Pokemon that are coming in. There were some that I absolutely love, like oh that's a really cool one, but there's a lot that I'm just like, okay, do we just stop trying? Like what is this? Like why, you know? I don't know why that is. And I just didn't really like some of the new Pokemon from this generation. You know, and like all the legendaries that are out there for me to like go catch, and like I'm not motivated to go catch them. I'm not excited about it because, you know, I've done some research, try to see kind of like what there is out there, and I'm just like, I'll do it whenever I get to it, whenever I feel like it. But I'm just not impressed. You know what I'm saying? Like previous generations, I was always like, oh yeah, I got to do it. I got to go get this Pokemon or get that Pokemon. And this time, I wasn't impressed. And I think honestly, I think it really comes down to that opinion started being shaped by the starters evolutions.
Oh yeah.
I was not a fan of the starter Pokemon Evos at all.
I guess in that case, we can go ahead and talk about the start of the game, and then we can talk about the starters of pick and what we think about them.
Okay, as long as we're going to talk, because I do have some things to say about that too.
Sure.
I mean, we're going to talk about it now, or talk about the start of the game first?
Go ahead and just mention it now, because I also have something I wanted to say.
Okay, sure. So I'm with him on that part for the most part. I wasn't a big fan of more humanoid Pokemon. Because Skeletor's the only actual monster we got. But boy, do I love Quaquaval. He is my favorite water starter thus far.
Really?
Yeah, I this is purely for the fact of how he's animated in game. Because I've always had a thing against when they moved it to 3D, which I'm glad that they set up a bunch of future proofing. They did a lot of things like making build a big library they can pull from later and whatnot, but I thought they would improve it over time, and they didn't, because they were getting crunched a lot. But like this particular Pokemon is animated in such a way where it's very lively. It just made me giddy every time I had him out.
He's basically Mirror B.
Yeah.
He's a carnival dancer.
So I was a Quaxley proud parent at the very beginning of the game, and I hated the evolutions. Not dissing the animation.
That's
like the evolutions, like the animation. I agree with you. Like it was always moving, and it was just great. I just don't think okay. So like we're talking about the beginning of the game, right? And we're walking through. We're going to pick our starter Pokemon. You know, you kind of get a sense of the personalities of these Pokemon before you get them. I think that they did a great job teeing it up. Like whenever you walk from your house down over to like or I guess it would be the professor's house. You're walking down. You go over there. and they're kind of following you on the trail, and I'm like, oh, this is so cool and it's adorable, and I'm kind of getting to see a little bit of like the different quirky differences in their personality and stuff. And one of the things that drew me to Quaxley, right, was like he was so suave. He thought he was so cool with like the hair flip and like all this stuff. I'm like, okay, like yeah. But his evolutions just did not fit that personality. It was very like different. It wasn't so much like too cool for school, and like
you're talking about effeminate, because that's basically where that design went, which I get you, and I'm not gonna invalidate what you said, because you know what, I wish he wasn't humanoid. That's my thing, because I hate Masquerada. I can't stand the design.
Oh my god.
At all. And actually, up to the point. I know that's not an unpopular pair or anything original. Like I think the second evolution of Sprigatito's line's better. I really like the yo-yo, and even though it stood up, like I kind of liked where that was going, but Masquerada just kind of said, you know what? No.
Man.
Well, like I don't even think it was like an effeminate thing for me, like because honestly, like the hair flip in a way could. I
wouldn't say that was a bad thing either, mind you. I need to like stress that.
Like I was saying, like I don't think that the hair flip could be considered that as well, like effeminate or masculine or whatever. It doesn't matter. But I just feel like you're going from this adorable duck who literally looks like he's trying to be the cool kid in school, and like he's like the preppy like little duck that he is, and all that stuff. And then it's like, you know what? I've decided to become a theater major. Forget everything I knew about my jock and frat boy lifestyle and trying to be fancy and wear leather jackets. No. I want to become a wonderful dancer.
I mean,
and it's just
honestly,
a fit.
You were expecting him to be something more like a sailor, and instead he turned out to be a character from Glee. Is that the question?
100%. I was
actually. So before, when Scarlet and Violet was announced, I was watching a video about theories about what the starters would become, and one of the theories was, well, Quaxley kind of looks like a sailor, and he went into detail that sailors dance a lot.
But not that kind of dance.
I mean, maybe.
Actually, yes.
You know, honestly, I'll just go ahead and break into this conversation because I have zero problem with any of the starters. I picked what is it? I picked the fire one. I can't remember its name.
We're talking about
Fuecoco.
Fuecoco, that's it. I picked Fuecoco, and I went all the way to the end. I had no idea what it was going to turn into, and then it popped out to its final evolution, and I just laughed my ass off at like 2 a.m. I just set my console down, and I walked to the kitchen to get a drink, just singing, it's like, it's Flat Fuck Friday, you fucking loser.
Was it a Friday?
It was so good. I don't know, but like I really did love his evolution. And after I saw the other ones, I was like, oh, this is actually pretty cool. I get the thing about people just don't want it to stand up. I get it. I think that's silly. I think Masquerada looks fine. I also don't have a problem with the water evolution, although I will admit it is my least favorite of the 3. But honestly, this generation is among one of my favorites in general. There's a couple of total misses. Like, we'll definitely get to one of them, I know, but I like this one. If I'm being generous with it, I'd probably rank it as my 3rd favorite. I just like so many things from this gen. It's so good.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I would rank this generation, but I actually do have a lot of positive things to say about the Pokemon designs. Like, for picture 1, just look at this boy.
Oh
and
my
his
God.
his name is Fido. Fidough.
Look at him.
I had to sit there
Fido
for
too.
20 minutes just saying the word Fido in my head because that's the best name they could have ever chose for that Pokemon.
Amazing.
It is.
Fido and Dachshund were probably 2 of my favorites from this new generation of Pokemon.
Dachshund.
I thought it was Dachshund.
Yeah, either way, like the names are clever, they're adorable, the evolutions make sense. It's dough, then it's bread. Like I'm like, who thinks of this stuff? Like you're awesome.
It's great.
And it was
just good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the better like Pokemon sets from the new generation for sure.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
really liked most of the Pokemon. Like I've already said, I don't like Meowscarada, but can you go ahead and bring that to picture 10, 11, 12, 13, please?
Oh boy, give me a
Because
moment.
when we got to picture 13 was when I had lost all hope in the Pokemon, or 14 rather. 14.
Oh
14,
no!
not
I was
13.
gonna say, wait, what Pokemon is that? What Pokemon is that, Carrot? Okay, yeah, this is the one that I was going to mention. Oh my
Yeah, so
god,
we saw
I love
Gimmighoul. I was
him.
like, oh my god, I love him. And then he evolves into Mac and Cheese, the mascot.
I love him
He
so
this is
much.
my
He's so
least favorite Pokemon design in the
he's
entire
so
franchise.
I love
fugly.
Golden Goat a lot too. I just hate how over popular he is.
He's
competitive.
so
But yeah, I love him
fugly.
so much.
I love
They
the
made
wacky
him hard
waving
enough to
inflatable
get.
arm
Design
flailing
thing they've
tube
ever
man.
made.
Yeah. At first, I was like,
Oh my
okay, I
God.
mean, that's kind of weird, but he grew on me. I like him a lot now.
Like
I like him.
Burrito.
he was not what
silly
I
and
was
goofy.
expecting. I do love how
I
he
was
surfs
really
on
hoping.
coins.
Yeah, and he also has a fucking skateboard with coins. But I was really hoping Gimmighoul would evolve into like a gigantic
mimic?
with coins overflowing.
Yeah.
I definitely don't disagree. I really wish we got a mimic more, but I also like cartoony and silly and
I mean,
goofy,
I
so
think
I'm
they
okay with this.
were like Spain, El Dorado. We need a golden man.
I mean, look, honestly,
God.
this thing, I still will say that it is a horrible design, but in my opinion, it's like watching a bad movie and enjoying it. Like, it's so it's so fugly that I kind of love it. It's just
Mm.
not
Fair enough, I
it's
guess.
not out there. I call him
He's a
the
boy.
golden wacky wailing inflatable arm flailing tube man. A wacky wailing inflatable arm flailing tube man.
He does look like that, though. He does look a
Ugh.
lot like the Cinnamon mascot. He looks a lot like the like dip and cheese mascot.
Yeah, like, okay,
Just like
seriously,
Got mascot.
very
doesn't
mascot-y,
he just
what I'm
look
saying.
like 20 different things all at once?
He really does.
String cheese man.
He looks like 90s the convo or
He even
not
has
the
a
combination.
skateboard for some
Yeah,
reason.
yeah,
It's more of a
the 90s
surfboard. It
got
doesn't
it.
have wheels.
90s amalgam. I'm going
So
to call
yes.
him the 90s amalgam.
He does feel that way, that's for sure.
Like,
Yeah.
oh my
Anyway,
god, he's so good.
like there's a lot of Pokemon, and we might talk about it more when we actually get into talking more about the game itself. But that's really all I have to say for the Pokemon designs. I love it for the most part. Golden Go really makes me want to throw up. Anyway,
Okay.
Shout outs. These are some of my favorite like evolution chains from the new set. I didn't hate the Palmy evolution set.
Mm.
It was simple. It was fine. I will say I enjoyed the new Annihilate edition. Giving
Yeah.
Mankey and Primeape somewhere to go into Annihilate like was awesome. Charcadet, really awesome. I love that it has two different versions between the versions of the game. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Cerulege is the
and-
most popular of the gen, or at least one of them.
Yeah, for sure.
we talked about Finizen and Palafin earlier. Like, yeah, that's a cool addition to the game.
Everyone
I'll
loves.
I say a lot of people.
how
not
we
like them
haven't
that much.
mentioned Grievard and Houndstone yet. I
Give
don't
me
know,
my
like,
bone doggo.
He's
There's
adorable.
a lot of dogs this gen, and that's I love that.
It is dog-
Give me my bone doggo, man.
And
I
then
love 'em.
like, then you have all like the prehistoric and future Pokemon versions. Like those
Oh,
were
yeah.
those were really cool.
I
Oh yeah, the
thought-
Paradox.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I thought
Paradox
all of the
Pokemon.
future-
Here, hold on.
Pokemon were
Let's
bad.
save
The
that for its own
Frigibax
thing
evolution
later.
chain, Frigibax, Artibax, and Baxcalibur, amazing. I love those too.
I like the
Baxcalibur.
middle evolution, I think, more than the first or third. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
It's
mean,
also just fun to say Baxcalibur.
It is
Baxcalibur.
fun to say. That's true.
Baxcalibur.
So yeah, I mean, I was super like pleased with those as well.
What about Wooper?
The new Wooper looks great, and also I didn't catch new Wooper because I was afraid of what it would evolve into. I regret that because its evolution was actually really solid.
Clodsire is amazing. He is so cool. I love my Cloddy boy. Hit her attack to cut him from my team.
The Toadsicle
And
cool and Toad's cruel.
We'll
like,
talk
Oh,
about
right.
the walking toad.
bro,
Right,
like,
right. Hold on a minute.
again, these are those things that is making me question, like, okay, are we trying?
they sort of introduced a new. Instead of doing regional forms, they
Here,
do.
look at this shit.
What was it called? Convergent evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have like a formalized title for this type of Pokemon, but
They
Wait.
had one for They had one for Diglett as well.
Yeah.
The little sandworm Wiglet. What an
Wiglet.
original name.
Wug
Wug Trio.
Hi,
Wiglet
Wiglet.
and Wug Trio were
Great
just
job,
killers.
Pokemon Company.
I
Well
love
done.
Wiglet so
Oh,
I really
much,
wish
man.
it wasn't just a flat out worse version of Diglett.
I
Right.
love Wiglet. You shut your face.
Unfortunately.
Oh my god. But no, here, real quick, before we move on, I wanted to mention this. I forgot about it. I was going to say it in the shiny. Look at Toad School shiny. I have it pulled up on my thing. Look at this
Yeah.
boy.
Oh, I absolutely. When I first saw that thing, I just saw it standing there.
Oh my god.
Like, oh, it's a tentacle. He's just
Yep.
there, and then he just runs
So
on
what
up. There he
happened?
goes.
What happened was the artist
then-
for Toad's Cool was like,
Shiny's kind of cool.
you know what?
Yeah.
The model is fine. I don't need to add any color to it. Let's just do the base model.
No, it
All
really
right,
is
it's
just the base model. It's hilarious. And then its evolution grows and it's like bright purple and it's great.
I mean, mushrooms are white. You can get a white mushroom.
It's fine. Oh my god. But yeah, no, it's so many
So,
things about this game, man. I just
If
fucking
we're
love
talking
it.
about the Paradox Pokemon,
Wait, hold on.
uh,
Let's save that for later
okay,
because
Yeah,
that is
well,
like the end of the game. Let's do that in a bit.
okay,
Just,
that's fine.
Good time to start with the basic plot of the game overall.
Well,
I'm just going to talk about the start of it pretty much. So, how this game starts is you immediately go into a character creator, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you guys think it was better or worse than previous?
Oh,
games?
I was so happy with that.
yeah, character creator was great.
I think it's a little better than previous games, but insofar as like what they did for the start of this game is what you can do in the barbershop for every other game.
Yeah.
It's just that they included all the options at the start, which for some
which
reason
is really
they haven't
nice.
done. I
Yeah,
don't know why. Certainly better than Arceus, which had like 8 choices and that was it.
well, it was just difference in skin tone and gender, and there were like
Yeah, I think that was pretty much it,
that's
right?
it. Yeah.
All right. So since we're talking about character customization, can I just throw this one out there as like the big from Pokemon here?
What's up?
Why would they take away character customization of clothing from Sword and
Yes.
Shield and
Yeah.
downscale it in this game? Like,
I get it.
okay, I get it. If you want me to wear my school uniform when I'm on the school grounds or doing like a school related
Please.
mission, or even if you make me do it during the base part of the game, like whenever I beat the game, why am I not able to wear non-school uniform clothes at that point?
It is
It's
really
so
strange.
annoying.
Like they couldn't even let you dye it either. I do agree. That is rather silly that there's just no shirts other than the 4 seasons.
And to me, it tells me two things. It says one, that's extra work we don't want to do, so we're willing to forego a feature that's cosmetic.
I don't think that. No. So if I could just
No.
interject real quick, I'm avid against saying that Game Freak, like the developers, not the higher brass, but the developers are lazy. They don't have time. They don't have time.
No. This was clearly not something that was done out of laziness. This was a design decision that they were like, this will be cost effective to do this. So they adamantly just went like, hey, we're just going to have school uniforms and it'll be the shirts and there's 4 versions of the shirts.
Now,
Cool.
mind you, I'm not defending them in terms of like this was a good decision, whatever. I personally think they should have added it because they already had the assets on the same hardware, and I'm pretty sure they at least used some of the code, not some of it. Like, I feel that it probably would have been a bit easy to add it into this game if they had development time.
I mean,
which they did not have.
I can already figure out what shoes or socks or hats I'm wearing. Like I can customize those features. So what's so wrong about pants and like a torso, like what I choose to wear there? I can customize everything else. And to me, that was like, okay, like you guys are intentionally doing this. And it's just like, I just felt like that was like
just not a great move on their part, because like you gave us so much customization in Sword and Shield.
I'll chalk it up to a bad design call. Yeah.
I think it was a deliberate design decision to do this. I don't think that it was that they ran out of time or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think it's strictly that part of the theme of the game is that the point is that it's focused around school, and they wanted to do uniform fashion, right? And so that was the focus of the customization in this game.
So here's a thought: when it comes to the
couldn't
DLC,
go far enough with it, yeah.
when it comes to the DLC, that's an easy fix. That's a patch release. That's like a, oh hey, we've now unlocked it to where you can change your shirts and shorts. Like they could do like a, hey, we're doing a summer season DLC. Like school is out for summer. You know.
Oh no!
What
I'm not
would
saying
you
it.
think if like you could only wear the new shirts and stuff on whatever DLC land is there?
I
God,
think what they should do if you had the ability to do your uniform as your base uniform top and base uniform bottoms, and you can mix and match. Characters in the game can do this, but you can't for some reason.
Yeah,
and then they had like a Team Star style sort of disheveled version of the uniform. You could do something like that, more punkish, and that would give you more options.
It would be hilarious if
away from the uniform theme.
Like as you beat Team Star, you unlocked more ways to mod your uniform, and you could
That
become
would've been
like
cool.
a bad student if you wanted to.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not entirely for the. Oh well, they like it was a design decision towards the fact of the development time, not that they just went. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think that it was just due to them giving up.
Now,
I don't think that at all. No.
I wish they communicated this better before the game came out, because when I saw, you get one of the things for getting the game is in this version or this version is exclusive uniforms. Like that, whatever. I'm not going to wear it for very long. I didn't realize it was the whole game before the game came out. I would have paid more attention because it's very hard to match things with orange.
That reminds me, actually.
That's the big problem.
Okay,
How do I find the clothes that work with? I mean, like, it feels like in I don't know how much it felt like that in Violet, but Scarlet certainly feels really difficult to find anything that works with the rest of your uniform. So it feels like maybe half or more of the options you have for other clothes like hats and shoes and stuff, you're not going to be able to use that anyway. It's going to look awful.
Yep.
So real quick, this is a quick segue. However, one thing that definitely was a standout on getting the game, like choosing the like which version to get, is definitely Koraidon and Miraidon, because you're going to be using them basically constantly, right? So I had a thought about this, because so many people were like, I just despise how Koraidon looks when he's just running around. Like, he has wheels, why does he not use the wheels? Why is he just running around with these giant inflated sacks just dangling as though they're mimicking it? I'm just like, easily, like, Miraidon just looks better in the overworld, bar none. Like, he looks twice as good, right?
Don't forget, Curry, that we do have somebody of the opposite opinion here.
I know, yep. But this is my opinion, and I actually wanted to look it up because I was curious. And yeah, sure enough, Violet accounted for, and this is according to the Game House, 52% of sales. Scarlet accounted for 42%, and the double pack accounted for 6%, roughly.
Oh, I didn't need any statistics to tell me that, considering most of my friends picked Violet, so we had to scramble for somebody who had Scarlet.
Yeah, exactly. There's a cool 10% difference.
Oh yeah.
Version that people don't pick as much,
but yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Anyway, continue on.
I guess since we talked about it, I might as well give my opinion really quick. So I avoided everything for this game. No trailers, no pictures, nothing. When I got into the game, and so Curry and Dosha were just in voice chat, and I was on my own playing the game. I hop in voice chat, and I'm just saying, man, I just got my my Miraidon. Why is it using wheels? Why can't it just run? And Curry just basically howls.
I had a mental breakdown when you said that. I can't deal with that.
Oh,
It's
so
like
as a
everyone else
person,
does the opposite
so,
for like months, and then you're like, why?
if I
why
can interject, oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm done.
Oh, I was gonna
Um,
say, if I can interject real quick, because I guess we're gonna opinion on this. Despite the fact that I like the cool Digimon in the box, as I progressed in the game, especially getting to the end, I kind of wish I got Scarlet. Because we'll talk about this later. I like the Scarlet Paradox Pokemon way more than
Yeah,
the Violet one.
That's
it's
fair.
way
That's
better.
totally fair.
It honestly kind of feels like that, like more the majority of the development time, kind of like in design, just was focused on Scarlet, and Violet was like not a second thought, but like that was definitely done later in development.
Well, it's weird because it works in kind of different ways. Because Violet, the end story makes way more sense, whereas Scarlet, the Paradox Pokemon are cooler.
I don't agree with that.
I think either game works, but the Area Zero definitely favors the Area Zero. But we'll talk about that later. Let's put a pin on that.
Let's move.
Well,
just so I can finish my thought really quick.
Yeah.
I would prefer if it didn't have wheels and just ran. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
Nah.
Which is what Koraidon does.
Well, he has wheels.
He does have wheels, but he runs anyway.
Yeah, which
I
is
would
what
prefer
I
if there were no
absolutely
wheels and just
despise.
runs.
Well, unfortunately, you're not getting that with either game.
I wish I could
mean,
just quiz every Pokemon fan who bought these games. Did you buy this because Miraidon was cooler?
I thought Koraidon looked cooler, to be honest.
Yeah,
but I didn't realize like it was a tale of future and past.
Yeah.
And the Paradox Pokemon, like, again, if I went in knowing, okay, if I pick Violet, I'm gonna get not only a locked on purple uniform that's a lot more easy to match and comfortable to wear. I get Miraidon, who looks cool, but he rolls around on wheels because unlike Carrot, I actually like the wheels over the legs. I think the wheels and legs looks wonky as hell. Like, why does he have wheels and he's still running? What the hell?
I appreciate that so
dumb.
much. Vindication.
The Paradox Pokemon too, like some of the Paradox Pokemon from prehistoric were great, like the ancient ones, but the future ones were just top tier. And we'll get to that later, but again, like I think it would have influenced my decision. Now, I fortunately have the privilege of getting to play both because my son got a copy of Violet and I got a copy of Scarlet, and so we've both have beaten the game. We're gonna trade and start new files with new starters. I'm gonna do Violet and he'll play Scarlet, and we'll do that. But you know, in the meantime, like I was just like, yeah, I would have started on Violet if I could have, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Violet is just. But anyway, that's just my opinion, man.
Yeah, I think it's not communicated by the individual. I don't know how you would find this out without looking at the. If you were paying attention up through all of the press conferences and stuff that were going on for the game and the various trailers that were coming out, the past and future theme for the games were pretty clear when you got to see who the professors were, and then you paired it with what the legendaries were, and then there was that one trailer that showed off Iron Tusk and the other version. Wait, what was it?
Iron Treads and Great Tusks.
Iron Treads, Great Tusk. I knew I fused them accidentally. I couldn't remember how. All right.
Iron Great Treads.
Yeah. Iron Tusk, Great Treads. Got it. And so if you were watching that, you were like, okay, so this is like Scarlet's prehistoric, and then Violet is future in some capacity, and so you could make your decision based off of that. But to people who weren't paying attention, you would have no way of knowing that, right? The box doesn't really communicate it that well.
I mean, it's almost
like I had zero idea.
It's almost more enjoyable in a way with that, because then you actually get that surprise. Because that.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with that.
So
I'm still mad that they didn't show off all the Pokemon before the release. So.
Like, little of the time nowadays, you just don't have surprises with this kind of game anymore because it's all either leaked or it's sent out. So I'm very glad I was at least surprised with the majority of things.
Surprisingly, even though the trailer actually did communicate that, like, I didn't know the stories to be super focused on the past and future, but at the very least, I guess it's like, Professor Turo, like he wears a future suit, and you know, Sada is like Ooga Booga, and then you show like Koraidon, and then you show this literal Digimon, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's great. This is past and future, okay. But I actually did forget about that when I actually got the game, and when I got gobstopped when I got to, later in the game, like, oh, right. So yeah, no. It's interesting because if you're paying attention, yeah, no, you can. It's pretty easy. But if you're not, then you get surprised, and it's nice. I miss surprises.
Yeah, that's exactly why I am so heavy on spoilers. Like, I don't watch trailers just for that.
I need enough to make a determination, and at some point, like later in, I will stop paying attention.
I usually have a determination if I want to from the first thing I see from it. Like, for example, we watched us as UA watched a trailer for a game called High Dive Rush. I watched the first 20 seconds of it, and then I stopped watching because I knew I was going to buy the game.
Yeah. Well, here, I believe we've been trying to be pushed in a certain direction for quite a while, so maybe we should like all go down that path real quick.
Well,
yeah, from the start of the house.
I'll interject, I guess, say that, I want some. I'm going to be the odd one out because I definitely wanted some way to find out officially what all Pokemon were in the game beforehand. I know that's. I understand people like surprises, but I want to know what I'm paying for when I get the game.
What did you refer to it as? You referred to it as something.
I don't like that they don't show off, or that they didn't show off all of the version. I understand why now that they didn't do this, but
yeah,
I wanted to know what all of the different version exclusives were before I bought one version or the other.
No, it was some economic term. It was like consumer confidence or something. No, not consumer confidence. It was something.
Well, I originally said that it was unethical to not do it, but I've softened on that.
I mean, that never mind. I'm remembering something from way, way long ago, like a month and a half ago almost, so that's probably not here nor there. But anyway.
Probably more, honestly. It was probably something I said back in October.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't remember what it specifically I'd said, but I still would have preferred to know all of it. But I think I'm the only one here who thinks that. So, anyway,
it's just how you want to do it, bro.
Yeah, but I still don't want to look at leaks. So that makes it very hard.
Oh, right, that's what it was. You were like so on about it. I was like, there are leaks, and then you're like, no, it's a matter of principle.
Yeah. That's true. I don't like leaks on principle.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. That is understandable.
But anyway, well, I guess unless the leaks are exposing something that's like, if there was a leak that came out that said that there are no clothing options other than these 4 things, then I would have been like, oh, well, that's probably worth knowing. Stuff like that's good. But like just general leaks about gameplay, I don't want to know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's hard to find a balance for that.
Yeah, it's definitely like a personal determination, right? If a leak came out for Scarlet, or for not Scarlet Violet, for Sword and Shield, that told me that I could not turn off experience share, and it was one of the earliest things that we found out. I mean, would I have bought the game on release? I don't know if I would have.
Yeah. Honestly, this seems weird, but I feel like they adjusted it somewhat in this game because it feels much better than it did in Sword and Shield. Like Sword and Shield, it felt like you were growing really quickly, but here it felt like you were growing at it was still pretty quick, but a more reserved pace.
I was still over-leveled.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I had 3 different teams, and I managed to keep all of them on level because I kept switching between them. If I didn't do that, they would have one team would have been over-leveled for sure.
It's interesting.
Which is something I had to do too. But they definitely was a change. There was definitely a change. But also, I had friends that were on the curve, but then I found out later that's because they intentionally challenged everything lower than when they actually were to do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll be able to talk about level a little bit more in a bit.
Yeah. Shall we get started
Yeah.
on the actual start of the game?
So finally, you get out of bed after putting on one of 4 uniforms, and you go down. You talk to your mom. You go back upstairs. You come back downstairs, and then you get to start going outside.
Like, okay, the intro area, the house, my god, that is such a nice area.
It is.
It's
it
so
made
good.
things look nice, and that was the last time I ever thought that.
Yeah. Yeah. I
It's
really like the
fair.
house.
I realized, I think that part of the reason I don't think the game looks very good is because I am feeding. First of all, my TV's 4K, and second, the
Mhm.
capture card I'm running it through is 720. So that means that the output's 720 on my 4K television. It looks not great.
Okay. Fair
I think
enough.
that's part of it.
Yeah.
But even despite that, because I think when I watch other people play it or when I play it in handheld, it looks better than it does on my television.
Oh, 100%. I played it basically exclusively on handheld. I definitely feel like it's better with that.
I mean, it's definitely better with handheld because of the very weird glitch, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, that's a whole monster. We're prepping to go slay that demon.
I don't think we can slay that demon. We'll give it a shot, though.
Slay is
Alright.
called waiting for a patch. Anyway.
But yeah, so we start off by talking to your mom, and then you get a surprise knock at the door. It is Director Quaquaval, and he has come to talk to your mom. And so you go upstairs, you grab your clothes, you come back down. He says he's going to give you a Pokemon and then introduce you to the academy. I think probably is what he says. I don't remember.
Can I just interject real quick here and say, there's all those memes about Ash's mom and Professor Oak.
Oh,
Whenever
100%.
I
I
totally
never
got those vibes here, and it was way creepier.
100%.
It was
just
way
like,
creepier.
Damn, director's
I'm
got
like-
game.
I was like,
Yeah,
why is Clavel banging my mom? It's like, all right, honey, how about you go upstairs for 10 minutes and
Oh god.
come back down?
Yeah.
Then you come back
I
down,
know.
she's fixing her hair, like trying to readjust it. Like,
Oh,
what the
no.
hell?
Oh,
No. You walk
Bag.
upstairs, you stay there for like 30 minutes, you come downstairs, it's like, Clive, why are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those things with Clavel and the mom, but mainly, like you said, with Ash's
a lot
mom
of things.
yes, but I've also seen not for Ash's mom and Professor Oak, Ash's mom and Ash's Mr. Mime.
Oh
No,
god, we're
God,
not
let's
talking about
Let's
that.
stop.
We're going to move along for a bit. Alright, it looks like,
Okay.
I believe the Info Arcade is
not
going to
Mr.
be
Mime, no.
muted for a bit, so he will not be talking, but he will be
Man,
back at some point. Okay.
Why?
No,
Anyway.
we're just going to. I love how he's messaging us in Discord like, "Hey, I'm gonna have to go for a little while," and we're all like, "Okay." And then he's like, "Man, I can't believe the director's banging your mom and just left."
That's true.
Like,
That did happen. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, honestly, that was a very big way to leave. I'll give him that.
Nice.
Oh dear. Anyway,
So we leave while Clavel's banging her mom. So what
yeah.
next?
So we get to
So
like
first
walk
we
around with
are
our starters,
locked
right?
Into walking, and Clavel throws out 3 Pokeballs, and then you don't pick it this time, but they walk with you as you're walking around. Which, I mean, I guess is cute, but I don't know, why did they lock you into walking speed? Why couldn't you run until you got like halfway down the path? Why did they do that? I don't understand that.
Maybe it's like, it might be some kind of a propriety thing where it's like, you can't run around your house or something like that. Or it's like, it's rude to run. I don't know. It just seems weird. It's definitely direct. I think it's meant
Design
to...
decision makes no sense to me. I don't understand why they thought that was something they needed to do.
I think it's meant to encourage, like looking around the house at a slow pace to take it in.
Well, no, you're outside the house at this point, right?
Yeah, like outside the house, like
looking.
around the house, like in the garden and stuff.
If they
Yeah,
want
and
you to
looking at
explore, you
the
would want to do it when you're running, which you know is
Well,
going to happen.
Well, yeah, but then you get down to the path, and then you're able to run after that. But like for the part where you're walking around the house, you're just walking around like looking around, like, oh, this is a really cool looking house. Just slowly taking it all in. I think that was the
Yes.
intent.
not just the house, but also the Pokemon just walking around having
Yeah.
their fun time.
Which, by the
They
way,
run faster than you walk.
I think that this might be just the straight up the best starter introduction we've ever had in any Pokemon game.
I definitely don't.
Also agree.
It's so cute. Like they just walk around and follow you, and then when you get to the next area, there's like this whole animation with them, right? It's super super cute.
It is very cute. I think I still prefer the Gen 3 where, hey, I'm being mauled to death. Go open my bag, please.
the Poochyena.
I like the way they do it in Sun and Moon. The whole like friendship ceremony.
Hmm.
It's a long intro, but that part for getting introduced to the Pokemon, I like that part.
I still think this one's slightly better, but they're both good. At the very least, it would be fair to say this is one of the best. At minimum, yeah. Ugh. But anyway, then after we walk around for a bit, we go and we meet the best girl.
Oh yeah, Nimona shows up. She's
Ooh,
like,
we get to talk about her?
What a battle! Hey!
Yes, we
You're
get
my
to
favorite.
we get to talk about Goku.
You want to go to my private battling grounds that's on my property?
I love Nimona so much. She's such a meme.
Yeah.
Oh my
Cool.
god.
It's great because I think she's the worst that we've had so far. I can't stand her.
I know
my
that there's
God.
I know that she's like really polarizing. I like her. I understand why people don't.
She
like
has
her,
a great design, and that's the end of my sentence.
Yeah, I
it's so
100%
good.
agree with you. I see a lot of people say they don't like Hop or How. I think she's just female
Ooh,
Hop How.
Oh, actually no. This rival has made me appreciate How, like way more than I ever
What
should
problem
have.
did you have with How? How was fine. It was
No,
mediocre at worst.
I didn't like How because he was just another footnote
Okay.
in the list of. Wait, hang on. With just another list of your friendly rival. But over time, I learned he had a character arc that was actually pretty good. And this game helped me like look back on that and go, wow, How has actually had a
God.
pretty good story.
Okay. So here, real quick for reference, I have the exact not the exact inverse opinion, but here's the deal, right? With Nimona has an obsession that drives her character, which if you do it wrong, it can.
Passion, right?
Yeah, she's really passionate. However, here's the main difference between Nimona and Hop. With Hop, you both are starting from square one. With Nimona, you are starting from like she is already a champion and she sees you as like a potential rival and she wants to help you and encourage you get to the highest point so she can fight you and have a satisfying battle to sate her unnatural lust for battling. But
Yes.
with Hop, he's just like he's the beginner dude who walks around with you telling you gameplay mechanics as though you're new to the game in a way that is like you will never forget it. It's like, oh my god, a critical hit, second battle. Oh, did you know what a critical hit was? Third battle. Hey, I think you know what a critical hit was. But Nimona does it in a way that is not nearly as grating. She doesn't say like directly all the time.
I have the complete opposite opinion of that. Like the complete opposite.
No, like she comes across to me as like the goal of the character is to bring you up, and she is not nearly as repetitive in like that way as Hop is with like reminding you of battle mechanics. Instead, her obsession is just the idea of, yes, I want to battle all the time. Which is hilarious. Like, people compare her to Goku, which is such an appropriate comparison that it's funny. I don't
disagree. I don't disagree. And actually, I agree with one sentiment you said, where, if that character trait is done wrong, it can be grating. I thought it was done wrong, and it was grating. It was really grating.
And see, this is where we come to the polarization of the character, because I have the opposite opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm like not mad about it or anything.
No, I'm not either.
It's really interesting. It's just really interesting because I have another friend that thinks that Nimona is really, really great, and we had this debate about it, and ultimately, it just comes down to the fact that I think that they pushed that character trait way too hard in my face. I'm going to use my face, not like the player's face. I'm not going to speak for everybody else. I'm going to speak for me. I just feel like that one trait was on display every time I saw her. I didn't see it as like she was battle obsessed, and she had a passion. It was just she was one note, in my opinion. That's where it got to me.
Yeah.
From there.
No, I totally understand that.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a note of like, okay, if the joke is done over and over again, can you continue to make it funny and endearing as a like instead of like repetitive? And it just hits people differently. And I really don't have a great explanation as to why it hits people differently, because normally if a character is found to be repetitive and like that, it's generally found that they are like it's similar across multiple different things. Like
I think it just comes down to taste.
Yeah, it's just very
part of it.
polarizing.
Yeah, how much you can still like the fact that she doesn't really have a personality trait beyond battling, and
well,
how
she
much
has a
you're
personality.
affected by the fact.
She has a personality. It's just there's only like
she has personality, but one passion that is obsessive.
She has one trait, basically.
Yeah. She has one trait, and that trait leads to all of her actions throughout the game. Which, in this case, I think it works fine. Because, like, you have a girl who is so specialized in one specific thing that she dedicates hard to that one specific thing. And it's never a bad trait to have. It's just, like... it's actually funny, because the one thing that I forgot to do before this recording, that I still haven't finished, that I'm going to have to go and do after this recording, is go back and interact with everyone in the school. Because I was working on going through Nemota's little Persona-esque storyline. And in one of them, it's actually like... She challenges someone to a fight because he was bragging how tough his Pokemon was. And Nemota comes up like, I want to challenge you. And he kind of like just says no. And that's like really weird to her because he was bragging about it. So why would he not just go ahead and do that? She doesn't like encapsulate the idea that she is notorious for being a very tough trainer. And therefore she is getting snubbed by people who don't feel like they can face up against that challenge. Which is another like dimension you can give to the character, but it's in such a small amount, and it's like at the end of the game that it's not really present throughout the game. So there are more character notes to her, it's just kind of hidden. It's just, yeah. I have caused silence.
I mean, I guess there's not really much else to say. Like, we've all given our opinions for the Nemona part.
Yeah.
There are people who really like Nemona, and there are people who really hate Nemona, it seems, and there's not much of an in-between.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's actually very interestingly divisive.
Okay, and I will stand up on my soapbox one more time, though. How is fine. Totally fine. He's just, like, inoffensive, totally, he's okay.
I don't remember how enough, other than that he likes big masalas.
Yeah, that is... Oh, you want to talk about an annoying character trait? That's like his Urkel moment of like, I'm gonna eat a masala. Did I do that? Oh my god.
Oh, I did want to say one thing. Just before we leave the subject, because this was actually brought up in that little debate that I had, and I wish I was able to express it earlier. I seen like I can understand the hidden quality that like people see in her that like her. I can see what other people are seeing in her. I just don't like it.
No, that's fine. Everyone has license to their opinions, mate.
Yeah. No. I was just saying that because that was brought up to me like, oh, did I not understand where like that character's coming from? No, I understand.
Yeah.
I don't like it. That's it. That's it.
Oh, excuse me for just a moment.
I mean, I think she's a pretty easy character to understand. I don't think accuse of anybody of that.
Curry, don't forget muting yourself on that doesn't mute yourself on your end.
No, I understand it doesn't. I'm going to mute my mic. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. It just looks like a package I need to sign for.
Okay.
But anyway, you meet her, and then you pick your starter at this point. So, what all did we pick?
So, I went in before the game came out. When we saw those starters, I was going ham, thinking this small, adorable cat. They're not going to make the mistake they did with that dumb fire cat Litten. It's going to be a cat on the ground. It's got kind of purple eyes. It's going to be a grass psychic. I'm picking that one. I was so disappointed when it evolved.
Mm-hmm. I went with. I always knew it was going to be Chili Pepper Dragon from the start, so that's who I went with. But if I had to do it again, I probably would have gone with dang it, I know what it's called.
Talking about Sprigatito or Quaxley?
Sprigatito, yeah. Sprigatito.
Yeah, I have the opposite. If I were to do it again, I'd go for Fuecoco because
Oh, I
I
know.
think
I'm
that's
the
one
only
of
one
my
here who
favorite.
likes or who doesn't dislike is probably a better way to put it. Oh,
Doesn't dislike?
Yeah, it doesn't dislike Meowscarada.
No, Curry's actively loves Meowscarada.
Oh, okay. Well,
Dude,
Meowscarada
he
does
said
have
that earlier.
fans, like a good amount. Just
Curry said
I think it's
earlier
just
that he
another
thought
polarizing
it was
design.
kind of silly that the main reason people don't like it is because it's on two legs.
yeah, I can understand that.
It's less that it's on two legs. Like, yeah, that it was two legs, but it felt like a monster still. That's why I kind of like the second form more than the third, because it's I think that's the limit to where it was going with its design arc, and I really missed that yo-yo. I think that's like a really cool little thing it had, the little flower thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know which one I would pick if I would do it again because Quack. I just pick Quaxley again. But all the starters are. Oh, I think all the starters are good. Like just in game, like design wise aside, no starter feels worse than the other.
Yeah. Worth mentioning that all of them were in OU for at least a little while.
Yeah.
Actually, probably still are.
I'll check really quick since we gotta wait for
Skeledirge is definitely still OU.
Yeah, because Skeledirge has that really
Unaware.
cool effect. Yeah. What's that? So what does his signature move do? Doesn't
Torch
it also?
Song.
Yeah, that's the one.
Increases its special attack. You give it throat spray, it doubles it. It's great.
Yep. It's really good.
I also think Quaxley is the harder route. Mainly, and it's probably attribute effects. I was doing a blind Nuzlocke. But dealing like it probably would have been annoying dealing with auto crits or something that was just going faster and faster. But something that just sets up more and more attack boosts each turn, and then it tanks a hit, and then somebody dies, and it tanks another hit, and then somebody dies. It was rough. It was rough at some points. We could talk about that later.
I've got them pulled up here. So Meowscarada is OU, Skeledirge is OU, and Quaquaval is OU.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Aqua Step is
I think it's
pretty
the first time
nasty.
we've had all three starters like that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
No, that was only one.
Even back when. Yeah.
What about the Megas from Gen 6?
I mean, yeah, because I was gonna say even Mega Sceptile was what? UU?
Actually, let me pull up Mega Sceptile here. Hold on.
It might have been OU for like a very short time because of New Toy Syndrome, but you know.
Actually, currently in XY, Mega Sceptile is UU.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yep. Yeah. So let's see. Whoa, Quaquaval can learn Ice Spinner?
Yep.
That move is insane.
Yeah.
It is.
Yep, Torch Song. Oh, actually, they don't use they use heavy duty boots, not the throat spray.
Heavy Duty Boost is a nice little gimmick toy strat you can do, but yeah, it's meant to sit out in the field for a long time and get out there with much help as possible.
Yeah, it's really interesting that heavy duty boots is the most used most used item this generation.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't help that. You know what? I want to talk about that probably privately. Because Stuff Rocks are stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. They're in the game. They're meta, but
Yeah. I guess since we're talking about the starter Pokemon, can we just go over the fact that Flower Trick is insane?
Somewhat, yeah, I would say so.
It is a
Yeah,
70 base power stab move that always crits.
yeah,
probably
it's definitely
mentioning.
solid.
All 3 of the starter signature moves are really good. They all do
Yeah, they
something a
really
little bit different. All of them raise, or 2 of them raise stats. One of them is always a crit, but unlike what's the other move that does that? It's like
Aqua
Frost Breath.
Step. I thought you were talking about Quaxley's move. But continue.
Unlike Frost Breath, Flower Trick is actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aqua Step is considered a dance move, so you can do dance strats with that.
Oh,
Yeah, because if you bring one of the dance birds, you can set up a bunch of sword dances with it, and then use Aqua Step while it protects. Because even if it protects, it'll still use Aqua Step.
wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a it's a pretty strong field, regardless of how we like the designs or not.
They're all good starters,
good.
and that's what I appreciate.
Mhm.
There's a like design size wise. There's a lot of good Pokemon in this generation that just feel good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could, if it's okay to just talk about Dashbun for a second, because I want to bring that little guy back up. I really love Dashbun. Because everybody thinks it's a bad Pokemon because it doesn't have like overwhelming force or a really hard to stop ability.
Well, actually,
but nobody you
Okay.
you didn't even let me finish my sentence. All right, so Well Baked is fantastic. Nobody to this day people still will throw a flamethrower at it and go, "Yep, I'm gonna hit it with overheat."
Yep.
Hang on, why isn't it dead? I got this really powerful. We'll mention it later. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna talk about the legendaries later.
Yep.
This really powerful special attacker with specs. And what's going on? I love it. I love that thing. Also, like we mentioned, it's cute, and I like doggos, so it wins in my book. Ironically, though, that's not my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon. That belongs to Grafaiai.
Are we talking about the generation? Just in general?
So,
Oh no, yeah, just this generation. My favorite Gen 9 Pokemon.
Well, no. What did I miss? I mean,
yeah. So what you missed was we were talking about the starters, and we actually found that all 3 of them, Meowscarada, Skeledirge, and Quaquaval, are all in OU currently.
that surprises me. Is that the first time that's ever happened?
I do believe so.
Yeah, as far as I can tell,
That is really
it's
cool.
possible that I think even in Gen 6, I think even Charizard, Venusaur were definitely OU, and then I think Blastoise was UU. So that's the closest it's ever gotten.
Interesting.
I think.
Well, they're all very relevant. However, speaking of favorite Pokemon, what is this game's absurd fetish with ghost types?
I had the same thing for grass.
Like
Same thing they have for dark.
They have your starter being a ghost fire that is in direct competition with Cerule Edge, one of the most popular Pokemon of this generation, who is also ghost fire. Both of them are great. Like why why are there so many Pokemon that have overlapping types like that in this game? Quite a few. Like I think there's really several ghost fighting.
Which is really weird because they added a bunch of darks.
Yeah.
Strong dark Pokemon too.
It's just like go ahead.
If I didn't pick Sprigatito, there was like at least 10 grass types I would have put on the team. I really wanted to add Scovillain because that's such a good name. I wanted to add
Scovillain
the
was
Smolvet
cool.
because that's such a good name.
Scovillain.
I wanted to add.
Can I talk about Smolvet real quick?
It's so good.
Sure.
Yeah,
just one quick thing. I also wanted to add the Roly thing. What's his name? The
Are you talking about the
Tumbleweed?
Oh yeah.
Bramblin.
Yeah, I wanted to add Bramblin too.
Bramble Gas.
Bramblin's so good.
Yeah. What you got about Smoliv?
Oh, so I thought I was gonna hate Smoliv at first because
It's
like
small.
It's small, but then when it evolved to Dolliv, boy, was that thing adorable, and its 5 head that it had
Mhm.
won me over. And then when it evolved into Arborella, or how you pronounce it,
I believe.
yeah,
Arboriva, yeah.
Arboriva, yeah, Arboriva. This it's slow, sure, but it had a solid stat set. It had a good design. I was like, yeah, I love this thing now.
I'm going to be shiny hunting for one of those because it's shiny is great.
I did that on New Year's Eve when I was at a party. It was just kind of chilling, and boy was that annoying. Because I had to looking for a black dot wasn't too hard because that would be the only standout thing. But like, there's so many of them.
Oh, for reference, for everyone who doesn't know, Smoliv and its evolutions, basically, they have a green olive usually, and then when you have a shiny, it's a black olive, which is perfect. Yeah. Like, that might honestly be one of the best shinies in the entire generation. Hit out the park good.
You think that's the... Well, alright.
I think it's just appropriate. It's perfectly appropriate.
Yeah, it stands out because it's not like... It's a very polarizing color, so it is still very easy to see. It's just Smoliv is still very small.
Yeah, it stands out and it fits flavor-wise.
Kill yourself.
He's gonna do it himself.
That sounds like it, yeah.
Anyway. So we've now picked our starters. Actually, yeah, so Curry, you picked the Skeledirge?
Yeah, I picked Skeledirge. I have 0 regrets, however, except one, which is that I liked Ceruledge more in the end.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so now we are an hour and a half in. We've picked our starters. Where do we go next?
Well, we battle Nemona, and then Nemona picks the weaker starter, probably as a challenge to herself, to be honest. And then
yeah.
It makes sense. It's not just through ignorance or someone randomly grabbing something. Yeah. She deliberately chooses it.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. That's fine. It didn't feel like it was just, oh, I'm just gonna go easy on you for no reason.
Yeah.
And you wanted to have fun just as much as you wanted to.
Yeah, and then she takes you on your way to class, and then you get to that first little village area, and then the world's kind of opened up, because even though this first area is not, you don't have access to the entire first area yet, but most of it you can get to from here, especially if you know how to get around the cliff side.
Yeah, so in this opening area where we're talking about, I actually had the most fun I had in this entire game. It was just an entire hour of, whoa, look at that. Whoa, what's that? Same. I had so much fun in the intro of the game.
Oh, yeah. Wait, we've still got one other part that you have to go through before you get to that point. You fall down a cliff because the railing was lost, and you were like, ooh, there's a Pokemon down there. And then you fell. And then I guess... oh, right, you didn't get injured because you have a phone.
The phone acts as an emergency device because Rotom is just the best Pokemon in the universe, apparently.
I guess so.
Yeah. And in that cave where you're running away from the you're bringing your injured legendary through the cave, and you're trying to run past this level 50 Houndoom. Has anyone killed that level 50 Houndoom and found out what happens?
You know, honestly, I wanted to go back and do it, and I completely forgot.
I've been to that cave lots of times. I don't think I've ever seen the Houndoom.
I just want to know what happens in the story if you beat the Houndoom.
You know, I have the game open right now. Give me a minute, and I'll go do it.
Well, you would have to restart the game, though.
No, can't you just get to that same area and it's still there?
Well, I mean, what would happen if you beat it during the story? You only have one turn to kill it.
Oh, during the story, I mean, I have no idea.
You would have to do Endeavor, and I don't think you could. I don't think any of your starters
just
can do
level up. I mean, you have a little open area to fight things in. Just level up to level 100. Then
I don't think you have access to that area before. I think you have to get your legendary lizard before that. Before you get to the town. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it plays out. It's on your way out of your little neighborhood.
So
area.
if we're gonna talk about that, technically that's not true because
Yeah, Cabo.
you can sequence break that area and not get the lizard. Because there is a
Yeah.
ledge once you get near the lighthouse, where there is a cliff that separates you from the rest of the starting area.
Right.
Well, pretty much the rest of the map, and there are level 20 Pokemon there. If you can throw your Pokeball across that cliff and start a battle, you'll be teleported to the other side, and then you're free.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
here's the problem with this game. Despite how much this would sound fun for speedrunning, this is probably one of the worst games to speedrun because there are a alarming amount of checks that this game makes sure to check so you can't sequence break too far. Like, and I mean like really far.
Do you think that's like part of the if they have a bunch of different checks to make sure you're not skipping ahead or sequence breaking or anything?
you can
that
access
easy
the
to
rest of the world before you go to class, but you can't really there's something you can't do until you actually start class.
okay.
Oh, I remember. You actually can't start class until you encounter Arvin.
Oh,
The game won't
that's
let you. The
interesting.
game will just say, "Come back later." Like with that text.
Oh,
So
Oh.
on topic, Curry, could you pull up the second video because this is what he's talking about.
Second
I actually
video?
did find this on my own on accident at one point. I was fighting a
here?
wild hoppip. Yeah. So once the video resets, so I was on one side of a cliff and I wanted to catch a hoppip, and this is what happened. It just teleported me over to the other side, and I was stuck there. If you fall into the water, it puts you back where I was standing.
That's funny. Like, my god, this game does have little glitches like that. There was one that was really hilarious, because every now and again when I was fighting gimme ghouls on top of the towers, it would teleport me either onto, like, the outer ring of the tower, or it would teleport me in between the Pokemon that I was fighting and gimme ghoul. For some reason, it was always the gimme ghouls that this happened with. I don't know why.
I've never had any issues with wild Gimmighoul. That's interesting.
Huh, same.
He's very, very interesting.
Okay, so we've got a legendary, and we are walking past the lighthouse. There's this weird guy, just kind of in his own time, saying, "Not again, not again."
he's very
get the fuck away
dismissive
from
of you
me."
too.
Very what?
He's very
Dismissive.
dismissive of you. He's like,
Yeah,
kid,
my boy!
fine. You want this Pokemon, you can have it. Whatever, I don't care anymore.
My boy. I love Arvin.
Yeah, he
He's
really
great.
didn't want to deal with Miraidon anymore. He was done.
Yeah.
It was a really bad
I
first
also
impression.
love Arvin.
This character is Arvin, of course, and
Love
I didn't like him
Arvin.
for the first half of the game.
Like,
Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a lot of us hated him at first,
Yeah.
for obvious reasons.
Like, Arvin is a great example of a character that grabs your attention at the start by being very unlikable, and then actually has character development as you get to know them. There's actually character development for Arvin. I was shocked there's character development in this Pokemon game. Holy shit.
Yeah, like this is one of the first games I actually
Yeah.
really like enveloped in that kind of thing. Really quick, you can remove the video now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Completely forgot. There we go. But yeah,
She
no,
added
like,
that for Nomona.
it is, Nimona is a constant. She is the constant. She is Goku.
She is.
But no,
She is
like,
constant.
but Arvin is. I really loved Arvin's story. Arvin's story is really good, and it actually, like, I was like, oh, they actually really wrote this pretty well, because it totally makes sense. Like, everything about him makes sense the more you get to know him, and it gets more and more kind of depressing as the game goes on.
Yeah,
but
very
he
blatantly
keeps.
depressing.
He's just like, it's really cool. I want Pokemon to keep doing this. Keep doing this kind of shit with your characters. It's great. Whoever like directed Arvin as a character knew what they were doing as really good. Same thing for Cassiopeia.
Oh
But
yeah, yeah, we'll get to her.
yeah, we'll get to her.
So we talk to Arvin. He doesn't want to talk to us. He gives us a Pokeball, and we say okay. So we now have, and this is something I did. Like I thought about it a lot when playing the game. We have 7 Pokemon.
Yeah, technically. By
Sort
the
of.
strictest technical definition, yeah.
I mean, we have 8 if you want to include your phone.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. Well, technically, that means we've had
Yep.
more than 7 for the last 4 games.
Yeah.
When you're told that you ran out of Pokemon, that's a flat lie.
Flat lie.
Send out the Rotom phone.
Go Rotom.
Go Rotom. You just hold up your phone like Thundershock.
Just thunder.
Oh
Just
god.
throw your phone at someone.
No, Rotom is like your
Sounds
phone
sweet.
is everything now. Okay, your phone is your camera, your phone is your internet connection, your phone is your
Pokedex.
Pokedex. Your phone is your map and GPS. Your phone is your self-defense taser.
Your phone is your life-saving airbag when you
Yeah.
fall off a cliff.
Your phone is by itself capable of reducing your G-forces to 0 without harming you.
Yeah, honestly, I wish we could get the fucking miracle juice they were giving that Rotom. Do we have to feed that Rotom?
Yes.
Needs
Oh no,
electricity to
yeah,
pump
it eats
it.
electricity. So whenever you charge your phone, it eats.
Okay, that's cute.
It's just
Okay.
so good.
Okay, anyway, so we finished talking with Arvin. At this point, we go to the school, right?
Yeah, I believe that's it. We go to the school
Pretty much.
and
Well,
oh,
I mean,
it's the
I'm
Team
sure you
Star
guys went to
introduction.
the school. What I did is I ran around for 2 hours and caught every Pokemon I could find.
Sorry about that. There is one thing you guys missed. Is you do another battle with Nimona, because
Oh,
she
yeah.
teaches you
Terra.
the main gimmick
The
of this
Terra
game.
type.
All right, so I guess
Oh,
let's just go down the
baby.
line. What everyone's thoughts on for Terra Curry?
I think it is neat, and I kind of love the gaudiness of the ability. It is so strangely divisive among just everyone, like everything from competitive to common. Competitive, especially, though. I personally think that it is a great gotcha mechanic because it allows you to like surprise an opponent if they can't prepare for it. But by that same token, it can get to a point where certain Pokemon can like be really uh, abusive of the mechanic, which is strange because like in my heart of hearts, I can't say that I have any issue with like this kind of surprise because it is neat. It keeps battles being fresh. Like I wish that they were a little more varied with it in the actual game, but it actually does matter. Like it's a cool mechanic with a neat identity, but if you're trying to min max it and be super competitive, you can find ways to abuse and break it. Like Shedinja is not in this game for a reason.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
like, yeah. So in general, I like it a lot.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's one of the coolest mechanics they've done. I still think Megas are the best mechanic they've ever done.
Oh yeah, for
They
sure.
need to bring back Megas, but this is definitely a close second. The only thing I don't like about Terras is how hard it is to re-Terra something. You have to get
That's
50
true.
Terra shards of one type.
You get like 3 per battle. That would
Yeah,
avoid it.
like that's a lot of grinding. You're not even guaranteed to win the
Oh,
dens
I
because the
can't wait
dens
till
are
we start
really
talking
fucking
about the
hard
grind
to
of this
fight.
Oh
game.
yeah, I forgot. I was gonna go and try to find a Terra battle. Let me try and do that.
I also agree. I love the gaudiness of it. There are some Pokemon it kind of looks a weird one. Some Pokemon it really fits for. But yeah, I really like all the Terra. Like the grass one looks really nice. The water one looks really nice.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. I think there was only one I didn't like. I can't remember which. It was either the fighting the rock or the ground. I don't remember which one of those 3, but I really like Terra, and defensively, offensively, there's so many unique things you can do with it. But it is just unfortunate that competitively wise, it's too abusable.
Oh
I
man.
don't know that it's too abusable. Well, I mean, like they voted to take no action in OU.
In
So
Yeah, I was gonna
instances,
say
it's
something,
abused.
but I'm waiting for my turn.
I think that. Oh, I guess it is my turn, huh? When it comes to the way the game treats Terra, I think that they underutilize it in the actual gameplay itself.
100%
Gym
correct, yeah.
leaders take Pokemon that are not of their gym type, which is fine for the most part. Larry is technically on type, but they take Pokemon that are not on type, and then they tear them into the type of the gym. What would be cooler is if they had gym leaders, or at least some trainers, take Pokemon that would not have a particular Terra type naturally, and then have that sent out in the battle in a way that's interesting. No trainer does that, other than you, I guess, if you catch a Pokemon in a raid battle.
Respect the pseudo Widow.
Well, truly Widow, right?
Respect truly Widow.
Yeah.
As,
and then
that was really one of the
Info's
cuter
out
ones.
for a moment, so yeah, Chris, go ahead.
All right. I love it. It's definitely way better than what we got with Dynamax, because Dynamax didn't really have any counterplay. You just whoever used it first, pretty much, or whoever used it second wins. I don't think it's abusable, mainly because you don't need it to win. At worst, a player's gonna be put in a situation where a threat Terra types defensively into something, and then it stays on the field a bit longer. There is the fact that there are 6 different targets for Terra that you have to worry about, and you're not really sure which one was which. But I kind of thought about this over time when they first announced it, that players will eventually just do the same, like 2 or 3 Terra options. Like, for example, fire Pokemon typically like the Terra Grass, because it cancels out a lot of the weaknesses they would have, and they still have a move that would hurt that Pokemon back. Or if they have Terra Blast, usually, like a Torkoal Terra into Grass will then have Terra Blast to counter the Water Pokemon that was about to hurt it, etc., etc. For what they did with the gyms, I also like that too. We were doing on my Discord. We were doing a Discord channel, doing a gym challenge where we did that. Now, granted, we've made the rule where you're allowed to, but you're not forced to. Where you can just pick a Pokemon that's not that monotype, and as long as you tear it at the moment it comes out, you're good. That was really fun too. Design-wise, the hats were funny. I didn't have a problem with it.
Design-wise, the hats, lol.
Yeah, that's it. There it is. There you go. I liked how Ghost was referencing the Ghost sprite from Gen 1 when you run into the dead Marowak. I like that.
I like the dark one. The dark one looks fucking sick.
I think my favorite is, ironically, the normal, because it's just a push pop.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up the pictures of all the Terra type symbols really quick.
Yeah, go for it. The rock one is also kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, no, the rock's pretty cool too.
How do you guys feel about steel?
I like my Steel Dawn fan having an axe on its head.
Oh, all right. Another thing, it can be used offensively and defensively.
Yeah.
And you're not.
It adds an additional. It either creates a stab or it adds an additional stab.
It adds a layer to the game that wasn't there before.
Stab.
It's
and because you have 18 types to pick from, you don't have to pick the ones that are most popular either. You can Terra type into a really weird one to throw somebody off too.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of turning cogs to this, and it's a shame that Schmogan is wanting to rule that out. So
they did vote against banning it though.
Well, I mean, they are now. They've finished the vote and they said no ban.
Yeah, because it was
actually they said no action taken. They're not even doing a preview.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know that for monotypes they banned it, which it makes sense.
It was very close, and they said, or wait, no, I think they said, yeah, it was close for no action taken, but if action was taken, then it would, by a landslide, only be that the Terra types are in team preview.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, I think takes away the surprise, but also, if they have to do something, it's better than banning it.
You could do it on more than one Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then that would still...
You still have to...
Yeah, you still have 6 different... Pokemon's going to Terra type.
I guess it's fine, but still.
I think we had a conversation about this because VGC is basically doing this, which I'm not too much of a fan of myself.
Well, they go way too
I'm
far with it.
yeah, well, yeah, VGC they're doing way more than just your terror type. You gotta reveal like almost everything.
Yeah,
but,
I forgot
You
about
reveal
this.
all the moves, your like ability, your
yeah,
yeah.
that's like I get it. You if you're good, you'll still win. You still have to like outplay your opponent, but whatever. I like surprise factor, but
Yeah.
if it was just like terror types, then that's like whatever. You still got to figure it out. You still got 6 targets.
I mean, yeah.
Um,
I think I
so
should be able to surprise my opponent on whether or not I'm using heat proof or
yeah, that's
levitate on a bronze
important.
bond, right?
like
Great
that's the point of
question.
having
I use a
features, or,
dark move.
Yeah.
like levitate, for example. There's a lot of Pokemon that you could either have levitate or something else, and that's the fun part of finding out which one's which.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to add on to something that I said earlier, my favorite Terra hat, and I put them in the chat there. I like the water one because it always fits with every Pokemon.
The water one does look good. I think the steel one is hilarious because, like, okay, so if you have a Tinkaton, right, and you give it a steel hat, it has an axe and a hammer. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't like the normal one.
God, can I just make a quick aside to talk about Tinkaton for a second and how much I fucking love Tinkaton?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
The one of the best Pokemon
It is just
in history.
Yeah.
I am going to cause problems on purpose. The Pokemon,
Here you go.
Its design is
Do
so
harm.
good. It is. I love Tinkaton.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, it's honestly just great. I love the design. I have a friend who saw it and was like, "Oh my god, this Pokemon looks great." Caught it and then was upset. And you know why?
Why?
They don't like fairy type.
That's a shame.
What?
Honestly, its defensive typing is insane. Like,
Wait, they
this
don't
thing
like
is
an
so
entire
good.
type of Pokemon?
Yes.
Is it just because it's a new type?
Not just because it's new. He says he's tried to explain it. He doesn't know how to explain it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's necessarily fair to just judge by like a panning sweep like that. But
I don't
it's
know how
whatever.
you could. Just
Something about it not making sense against being super effective versus dragon. Or I don't remember exactly.
I mean, that kind of makes sense. Fairy type has some, it relies on knowledge about folklore and stuff in order to understand why it's weak to what.
But then again, like a lot of Pokemon type combinations, if you actually think about it, don't make sense. Like, sure, electric and water, that makes sense perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But let me pull up the types here. Actually,
What was it? I think I read someone's explanation of why Fairy is good against Dragon. So
yeah, it's because fairy tales.
yeah, exactly. Like, it's a fairy tale, and a dragon is a part of a fairy tale. So
right.
it not by seniority, by virtue of being a part of it, it is stronger than it. Which I think is a very
like there's some stories about like fey magic overcoming dragons or something.
Well, I'm sure that works too, but just like, how do you kill a dragon? Magic. Like, what is the typing for magic? Fairy. Like, I guess you can make an argument for psychic, but psychic is mental power and not so much, like, just that. So personally, I think it makes sense. I do think it does work. But it's just... it isn't as clear-cut because it's kind of a nebulous concept. Like, we have the concept of a dragon, but why is the dragon weak to ice, for example?
Why is Ghost resist bug?
Yeah, why does Ghost resist bug, etc.? Like, there's a few that are just bizarre.
Okay, so where were we? Oh, right, we're just outside the town. We just got introduced to Terra. Let's go into the city.
Well, this is probably the first chance we have to really talk about performance issues and glitches if we want to do that. Because
Right, if
this
we
is
wanna
the first
go-
chance really exploring and seeing
Yeah.
what all those issues
Do
are.
we
I
wanna
think
do
that's good.
the whole glitch section right now?
Let's go ahead and do that, and then after the glitch section, we'll break for dinner.
Okay, so I'm gonna have the most to say about this.
Mhm.
So does anyone want to go before me?
I'll go ahead and volunteer, because I probably have just a few that I wanted to talk about.
Actually, it's not too far from here because you climb earlier, before you got to that section, you climb the lighthouse and then it does that panning shot. And let's look at all this cool landscape shot that open worlds like to do. Did any of you feel that way? Like cool landscape?
I mean, it
And you're
looked
like,
fine.
Meh.
I mean, I guess.
It was just like, it's kind of empty, but the draw distance
Yeah.
is terrible. So, okay,
Yeah.
I think that I can just go ahead and speak for everyone when I just say, like, the main issue with the game, like, the main, like, issue regarding, like, well, maybe I can't speak for everyone. I think overall the biggest issue was the performance of the game, because the performance is just, like, it chugs. And there was ways to mitigate this. Like, personally, I played on handheld, and for some reason, I think that mitigated most of the performance issues.
It's
They
actually
put out
been
a
talked
patch
about
in December that helped a lot. I
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
But
like, when it came out, it was super bad. Like,
yeah,
my God.
bad.
Like, the lag was just unreal, and I was, like, really shocked at that, too. It was noticeable from the get-go, which is really unfortunate, because it's kind of bizarre that it happened. Like, I don't know why they would allow it to get shipped in that state, because clearly, Dosha is correct. There was definitely a patch that came out that made it better, because now it's much, much, much better.
As I understand it, I think what happened with the initial thing is that it was actually a memory leak, which is why it seemed to get worse over time.
Yeah.
It was related to towns.
Yeah.
I don't know the specifics of it.
So that was mostly fixed, but that honestly was my biggest complaint, like, in terms of glitches and stuff. There was another one that I experienced multiple times. The biggest, most annoying glitch I had. I am terrified every time I go to Costa Carafta. Every single time. Because I went there multiple times, and, you know, I was just exploring the town. Everything was cool. I tried to leave town, and the game crashed.
Oh.
I then was like, okay, that's strange. So I went back in, did everything. Game crashed again. I had to fly out of Costa Carafa, and then whenever I tried to, like, leave Costa Carafa, I had to leave it by flying, because if I left it by leaving the area, it would just crash for some reason, which was very bizarre. As far as I can tell, that's a very rare glitch. I've seen a couple of people talking about it, but I think that was one of the ones that was fixed in the first patch a couple weeks after the game came out. I haven't had the issue since.
That is much worse than the issue that I would have with Costa Carasa. The reason I don't go to that city is just because if I accidentally step on an elevator, it takes 20 seconds for it to do anything.
How do you accidentally step on an elevator?
It's actually very easy, because they actually suck you in like a fucking vacuum.
There's a huge hitbox.
I had that issue too.
Interesting.
It was really annoying too, because the game would just stop you, get you off your mount, walk you slowly to the elevator, get on, go up, fade to black, unfade to black, and then it's like, oh cool, that was 10 seconds of my life I can't get back.
I don't. That's fascinating. I had zero issues with that. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
so Costa Carafa is just cursed. It's a cursed city. Which is weird. Because, okay. So, that city that you go after Costa Carafta, what is it called? It's just a little port city where you have, like, the market and the bids and all that.
Isn't it called Porta something?
Yeah, oh god, why can't I remember the name of it? I'll just call it the port city. So you go to the port city, right? And that was a very interesting dichotomy for me, because that was the only city I went to during the entire playthrough before the patch that loaded flawlessly. It was like there were no issues with it whatsoever, and it was like a really large open area with a lot going on. So I was just kind of like, how in the fuck? How does this work but Costa Crofta doesn't? And what was it? Oh yeah, I also had a strange time in Iono City. I can't remember the name of it. What is it?
Lavencia.
Lavencia, that's it.
Yeah.
I had a weird time with Lavencia because most people were complaining about, like, the load times, especially when there was weather. Like, they said the weather would always make it worse. if I was specifically in Levencia and it started raining, the entire game would load flawlessly for like 15 minutes.
Huh.
I don't know how to explain that. Like,
That is the opposite of what I'd expect.
I was
There we go.
in
Porto Marinana.
Porto Marinana, that's it. So when I went to Levencia, I was just there. I completed I just went to see what the gym was and explore the city. I left a shop and the rain started up and I noticed that the game was loading in perfectly. And sure enough, I was able to get it to happen a second time and it also loaded perfectly. And of course, again, this is all pre-patch information, and I held off on playing a lot of the game until that patch came out, because I just wanted to see if it made it better, and thankfully it did. So that is good news. It still doesn't function to the degree that I would like, but at the very least, I could play it without, like, my immersion being broken constantly, like I did when the game first came out.
Mm.
So realistically, that's my biggest complaint about, like, the glitches in the game. I think I actually, because I was playing in handheld, I suffered so many fewer glitches than everyone else here. Like, Garrett, your favorite, would you like to tell us about the wall?
The wall?
The wall. And getting stuck in thereabouts.
Oh, before, because he said he had a lot to say. Because if that's the case, then if I want to just get mine out the way before because he might as well just take the floor if he's going to talk about that.
What wall are you talking about? I'm just having trouble remembering.
Pokemon getting stuck in the wall. You complained about it for like 3
that's
weeks.
What you mean. Okay, yeah. We'll get into that.
Okay, fair enough then. Kriskin, you are up next. Then I pass the torch.
Oh yeah, I definitely suffered a moderate amount of issues because I played docked because I was streaming it to my friends. I didn't, and because of that, I also didn't have too much of a notice and improvement after the patch. The worst I've experienced were 11 crashes. 2 of those crashes erased progress. Not like all of it, but like hours of progress. Because I turned the save feature, the autosave feature off because that actually was causing issues.
Yeah.
And yeah, I also was afraid of getting soft lock somewhere because I knew this game was not great. I didn't experience a lot of the glitches people experience in multiplayer. We didn't fuck around on that enough to actually, have that happen. My joints didn't dislocate. I didn't grow in size or anything to other people.
Oh yeah.
I forgot about that one.
We're definitely not going to pretend that doesn't exist. Goodness gracious,
it's
this
so
game
funny.
It's funny, but it's bad, but it is funny. That's for sure. I definitely had a couple Pokemon fall out of existence. And I'm sure a couple of shiny Pokemon spawned in the wall.
Right.
I hard to tell me. At least that's one of the shinies I probably missed, and that's not fun to know. But I personally didn't run as many issues as other people, but I have eyes. I definitely saw the crashes was really what really got me. I also did found out eventually to kind of reset my console every once in a while because the memory leaks got to me too and caused some cities to be just a nightmare to walk through.
Mm-hmm.
That's honestly it. Most of my issues are just with the fact that the game is in this state, but luckily I didn't experience as much. All right, that's it.
All right.
Whoa,
Dosha, do you have
that was
anything?
a very emphatic give up. I appreciate the energy.
I mean, mostly it's I don't know if you'd count it as a glitch. It's mostly something that you could point out is really because I didn't encounter a lot of specifically. Oh well, I guess that's not true. This glitch is still in the game. Sometimes when you sprint with your Rhydon, that will cause your model on top to go all ragdoll and just bounce all over the place. Sometimes that happens when you run for some reason.
Interesting.
Sometimes
I haven't heard that one.
That's one glitch that still happens. I guess the bigger thing is for me that when you go into cutscenes, There's this debug object in the
yeah.
middle of the room that they forget to
Oh,
remove.
that's
and sometimes
funny.
It's still there after the cutscene.
Oh, it's so
Oh yeah, I
funny.
forgot about the
It's
Pokeball
so
debug item.
funny. I can't believe they overlooked
You even
that.
see it in some. You even see it in some cutscenes.
Like,
Just
no,
at
it
the end of
is-
school.
It is dead in the middle of. I didn't notice it
It's wherever you
until
load in at. For the
until
most
like
part.
the last area, like in the labs. It's right dead in the middle of the labs. It's impossible not to notice it. Oh my god.
It's like an object specifically for checking to see if marking where the load in area is for objects, I think. So when you load into a cutscene or when somebody else loads into a room or something, they're going to load in at that location first. Basically, I think is what the object does.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever noticed that.
And they forgot to remove it.
Could you send me a picture of it?
It changes. It's almost always a Pokeball of some description. Like sometimes it's a Premier Ball, sometimes it's a Master Ball. I don't know. I don't have one.
It's usually a Pokeball. It's
Screenshot.
very clearly there to be an object the game can reference for.
Yeah.
Whatever code
Like
you can pull.
sizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I looked up a picture of it. Okay, I have seen that happen before. There was an item that was in the ground, and I just couldn't pick it up, and I thought it was just an item that was glitched. That explains it.
It's very funny. I'm just like, God, that's weird. Like, a lot of these glitches cause people a lot of pain. But then
That's
some
not
of them
really
are just
glitch.
funny.
It's more like it shows how rushed the game was.
It's an
It's a
oversight.
good
This game
illustration
really
of that.
needed a couple more years in the oven.
At least one. Honestly,
Yeah.
I've said this once, I've said this a dozen times. I will gladly buy a Scarlet Violet 2 if they take a couple more years to polish and develop it. I'll do it
I want a
again.
Scarlet Violet too. I want them to fix the game.
Well, that too. I'm hoping that they do both. But what I want them to do is I want them to take the game and I want them to do what they did with Black and White 2. Like, Black and White 2 was just basically in all instances a strict upgrade from Black White 1. So like I just want them to do that kind of thing for it, and I want them to fix the issues with the game
Oh yeah,
and
I do have
that
a
kind
picture
of thing.
One of them.
So yeah, hopefully
think
that
it's a-
works.
Honestly,
video
Black
of
and
me
White 2 is what
exploring
make
it.
Black and White Gen 5 so great, honestly.
Gen 5, I love Gen 5. I'm looking forward to it, but still.
Yeah, if I stream, would you be able to
Yeah, I could-
Yes. I could pull that
like
up.
this?
Give me a moment. Watching the stream. Give me just a moment, and we fade in. Excuse the border, but it's the best we can do. Up
Okay.
the load. The load. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's right there.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's great. Can you like zoom in on it? Can you,
Well,
like,
I mean, this is an old video.
yeah, but like there it is.
I
It's
see.
just it's there.
Wow.
It's even moving a little bit, like it's attached to an NPC.
Yeah, I honestly thought that was an error. That's funny.
I've got other glitches and stuff that I recorded. I just don't remember what all of them are.
Well, if you
Oh.
we
Oh, we
lost
lost a-
some.
oh.
Oh, we lost
We
Chris
lost-
Kun.
Yeah, I'll drag him back in when he shows back up in the other chat.
Okay, fair enough. But at any rate, yeah. Vaya Dosha.
This one might not be a glitch. Oh yeah.
Oh right, Nemoto just being the best
It's so
character.
wild that we ended up randomly visiting the same gym at the same time again.
What a
That
weird
was-
coincidence.
He absolutely has a tracker on you at all times.
It's great.
So, was there any other glitches you had in mind, Dosha?
I'm sure there were.
Okay.
I would need to
Oh my
look
god.
through this, because I tried
Yeah,
to record
yeah.
all the ones I noticed, but
Okay, so I'll just run through the things that I got written down here.
Yeah,
So,
just keep going
um,
with it. I'll leave the stream on you.
So, as it's already been talked about, the frame rate was awful.
Yeah.
Just trying to. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, okay. I had that glitch happen a lot, actually. I actually got stuck multiple times. I had to teleport me out of the area. Anyway.
There was actually a teleport debug that I found out was in the game, because if you got stuck, it teleports you out.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, I did not hear
This was probably not a glitch. This is just wait, nope, that is. Look at that.
Oh, right! When we were taking pictures. Oh my god. I forgot about that. This is... Oh yeah, actually, this is worth noting. Honestly, surprisingly, one of the things that was not really that bad, the multiplayer was actually pretty functional, all things considered. Like, it's a little bit weird the way that they negotiate, like, having Pokemon between players, but it still worked. Like, I was expecting if there were going to be any issues that would be the issue, like the connectivity, but no, it fired up immediately. Very strange.
So, yeah, the frame rate was awful. That was probably one of the biggest things, and everyone did notice that. So with how the game is set up, when you can have, like, instead of having you go into a battle, it says
Backwards hair.
it does a little like a fade to black, then you're on the battle screen. Instead, wherever you fought the Pokemon is where you're fighting, which cool in concept. But the execution was so bad because your camera would clip into the ground multiple times. Or your Pokemon would clip into the ground.
In this game.
And wild Pokemon would be clipped in the ground. And this is where... Now, I didn't really think about this until after I had went through a cave for 3 hours trying to find a Pokemon. We'll talk about that more later. Pokemon get stuck in the caves, in the walls specifically, a lot. And I realized... that entire 3 hours, I could have been running past any number of shiny Pokemon, and it wouldn't have even been a chance for me to see them.
Again, a shiny
that's what I
you
brought
do
up
not
earlier.
see is a shiny you do not exist.
That just isn't really how that works.
For Carrot, it doesn't, and I understand that.
Yeah, it's I can't fault you. I'm just like, god dang.
Yeah. So, let me see. What was the next thing? So yeah, with the glitches with like the camera being stuck in the ground, the Pokemon being stuck in walls, I encountered those a lot in my first hour of playing the game, which honestly is kind of unreasonable for a AAA game like this.
Yeah.
I mean, it is unreasonable.
And I'll really I'll say that for pretty much every glitch and bug that I could bring up. Most of it is just unreasonable for this kind of a game.
Unreasonable, but unfortunately not uncommon. I would like to remind everyone of the Skyrim glitch that almost caused, or no, that actually did cause players' PS3s to brick.
Which is terrible. I did want to interject here real quick too, because I had a friend bring up the fact that it's like, oh, this is an open world game. The glitches shouldn't be surprising. Period. Full stop. And I couldn't get behind that too much, because other companies on the Switch hardware already figured this out and did it 3 times successfully. I bring up Breath of Monolith, of course. I'm talking about Monolith, but like Breath of the Wild, I always bring this up as a good bench. I think that game is the perfect benchmark on what the Switch can do. From like 7 years ago.
Well,
and
Rising is on Switch too, right?
They also brought
Phoenix Rising. That was Immortals Phoenix Rising. Yeah, that was a. It was like a Greek game, but it was very much like a open world, in the style of Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, but like ultimately, there's a multitude of problems, so you can't pin it on that. You just can't pin one subject on to point out why this is all bad. There's a number of things, mainly because Game Freak's team is small. They have the biggest franchise in the world, and their expectations are far too high.
Yeah,
and their work conditions are terrible.
They need to either export Pokemon more or actually like get a bigger team.
They do. And the unfortunate situation is that if they want to charge a AAA price for the game, it's going to be judged as a AAA game. No, but Game Freak is an indie studio. No, none of that.
No, okay. Look, I agree with you on the precedent, but I hate this whole thing. no one is called Game Freak an indie studio and genuinely meant it if they knew what they were doing for like 10 fucking years.
I meant that. Well, I don't even think. Well, here's the thing. Game Freak hasn't really. Their comfort zones definitely handhelds. They were not ready for the console, and it feels like they're only just barely getting their footing. But they've been then thrusted into a completely new genre, like the open world genre. But again, it's another conversation for another time. But the case in point is that I have to judge this game as a AAA game. I can't. Like other AAA games that come out buggy or bad will meme to hell and back. And everybody's okay with it, but Pokemon gets a pass, and I can't do that.
Yeah, so
situation
it's
is unfortunate, but they need to be admonished for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even just that it's a AAA game. It's a AAA game that has multiple versions.
Well, I don't know the version
technically
necessarily.
It's
has
one ROM
anything to do
with a switch, with a flag that flips that just tells you what Pokemon you get. But yeah, which is even worse.
Let's see. So, I guess the next one, like, since we really did go in depth for the frame rate, I don't have too much more to say. So one of the things, and
made me realize more. Sorry, go ahead.
One of the things I do like about this game, which does lead into a glitch, so Nurse Joy, she's in the overworld now. You don't have to go into a loading screen. That's nice.
I hate this.
And she even says, "Hey, are you lost? I can tell you where to go next." And I thought, that's cool. They have a recommended path for you. I guess that's kind of neat for them to tell you where maybe you should go. Like, hey, you fought 3 gyms. Go do a Titan or something. So I actually used that mechanic, and I said, "Hey, Nurse Joy, I don't know where to go. Where should I go?" Nurse Joy said, "Sure, go fight Iron Shreds." And I said, "Okay." I was level 25.
It's so funny.
And that Iron Shred killed me 5 times in a row before I gave up.
Look, okay.
That's awful.
Here's the deal, right? I don't know how I managed to beat Iron Treads at level 30. Like, when I said to everybody, hey, I beat Iron Treads at level 30, everyone looked at me funny. So I don't know what in the heck they expected you to do 10 levels under that. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Arvin did most of the work for me. I definitely Iron Treads definitely claimed some Pokemon from my Nuzlocke, for sure. It's not nearly as bad what this other Arvin fight did, but yeah, I can't imagine how bad it would have been for people who played against Great Tusk, because Great Tusk is worse.
Is Great Tusk worse?
I think it has a higher attack stat.
Does it?
Hang on. Hang on.
I don't know.
I don't know much about Iron Shred, but Great Tusk definitely wiped me in more than once.
I might be
at level. What level did I fight at? Level 35, level 40, somewhere in there. Probably level 35. I don't think I was at 40 yet. I probably would have been okay at like 40.
Let me check.
I've got a few more glitches if we want to move on to the other ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Great Tusk definitely has a higher attack stat.
Okay, fair enough then.
That's what.
But continue. But continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So
sorry, I didn't know what the pause was for. I thought you just finished.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess for other glitches, ones that are still in the game, Miss Rayfort's hair.
Oh yeah, I was wondering what. Okay, hold on. Let me fade back to that.
That's why it was on screen.
Yeah, I was just like, why are we hovering on that? So I switched off. But blink.
Well, I was waiting for us to get back
blink,
to the...
blink. I love the canon that Miss Rainfort's hair is actually a very well organized.
I'm
what
so
do we
glad
call it? A tangela.
I'm so glad that wasn't like a one, like that's for everybody. I thought that was just kind of for me, because it's like that.
It's
like,
so
oh yeah,
bizarre.
teacher hot, but like fuck, I cannot pay attention. Holy shit, your hair.
Her hair is alive.
It's not just in cutscenes or anything. It's anytime she's on screen. You can
always
it's just
her, no matter the situation.
I don't know why that's like that either. It's just so strange.
Let's see. This one is probably, since I spent a lot of time catching Pokemon, this one was extra annoying. This is supposed to be a preview that shows Pokemon, and it takes seconds.
Yeah. I hate that a menu has a load, like a menu as simple as this has a load time, and I'm pretty sure No, that's it. I'm sorry. I don't even know where I was going to. It's just bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the camera. We talked about that. Oh god, the camera's bad.
The camera is so weird.
Let's see. Da-da-da.
Da, 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 da.
I hope this is a glitch. Otherwise, why would I record it? Oh, yep.
Oh, there it is.
I remember this one.
Give me the bottom dollar.
Actually, choose to go left or right.
Oh, this is what happened. This is what you were doing when I was evolving my Palafin.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And then it fades to black and teleports you back if you actually get stuck. But
Yeah.
the fact that it
Yeah.
did that-
Both me and Curry mentioned that.
Yep. Costacraft.
So there was. I guess there are 2 more glitches. I can't remember. I was going to mention one and I just completely lost it. The other one. I'll just say it now. Do you want to talk about it now? The music issue.
We can do that.
Do they want to talk about it now? I mean, I've got examples that I've already sent over to Curry.
I mean, I can bring it up right now if you're ready.
I was hit full force with both of them. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no!
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
I guess that one just loaded extra long. Let's see, what's this one?
What do we get? I'm ready to stream it.
What is...
Are you
Is it
trying to
just
back
what I
up
was-
into a wall?
Oh, are you trying to do the Zelda backslide? Oh, yeah.
I noticed that jumping...
Oh
works
yeah,
better.
the BLJ, the backwards long jump. I mean, not
Yeah.
the exact same one, but yeah, no, that's pretty.
That works.
It did
Oh,
work.
I discovered that midway through my playthrough. That
Oh.
was fun to use before I got climbing.
Yeah. If you're... Yeah, the geometry is not... Oh, it's not very clear a lot of the times what you can and can't walk on, and I guess that's normal for for the Zelda style open world, but it's still annoying.
It's interesting.
It definitely feels very wonky. Let's see, that's just a picture. Okay, so I've got my Palmot. Wait, no, I think that's a Palmo. Yeah, because his hair's not quite as fluffy.
Yeah, it's a palm mole.
I wonder if this one was taken accidentally. Yeah, okay. That didn't seem to be anything.
Well, here, do we want to move on to the audio glitches?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay,
So, as a reminder, it's going to be added in post. It's already up. Come on, let's talk about it before we get distracted again.
Hold on. All right, fine.
Come on.
This is
Come
like
on.
the best glitch in the entire.
gotta
You're
look the
supposed to
video,
be
so
the arbiter.
Sorry, but this is the best glitch in the whole game, right here. this one.
Dedicated, though. Well, I see what you're talking about. We'll look at it after. Come on. We already led up to this. Let's go.
Okay, fine. Let's go.
So for how we have to do this is I have to stream the music to us this way. So let me get that pulled up here, and then
Yeah. So right now it's playing in the background, and I'll add it in post. But for those of you listening, this is not edited. Just pay close attention to the music. Honestly, here, just listen to the music for just a second in silence while we get everything set up on our end. Like. It's just strange.
this is the Elite Four battle music that Dosha found when playing the game.
Yeah.
And when he was in voice chat saying, "Man, this is the worst E4 battle music I've ever seen," we were all kind of just like, whatever, sure, I guess, maybe it's your opinion. Then later on, we find out this is how he played the game.
Yeah.
All anticipation, no release. I thought this was actually the theme. I thought it was just supposed to be like leading up to something. I thought maybe it's gonna add more layers the more you fight, but it didn't end up doing that. Maybe the champion will have something cooler. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so since you guys are talking about the memory leak version of that song, I didn't get to experience it. I got to experience the full song, but I have to go back on YouTube and listen to it. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of sounds menacing.
It does,
Yeah.
It
yeah.
really
It
does
really
sound
Which
does.
is why I
does.
didn't think it was a glitch.
Yeah, it's like, it's not, like, obvious in that it's not intentional, which is fascinating.
It's got the, like, if it was cut any, like, a few seconds before or after.
Yeah. It's a pretty clean loop, to
It's
be
so
honest. And
interesting
is
that
the
it
champion
loops- oh,
one
sorry.
that I ran into.
I was gonna say it's so interesting that the glitch also loops the song seamlessly.
Yeah.
This is the first time I'm hearing this.
Oh, this is your first time hearing the real battle music?
This is pretty lit, actually.
Oh, you're talking about the champion
Yeah, I
or
pulled
the
the actual
E4?
real E4 battle music for him because this is the first time he's heard it.
This is what I missed out on, and you can't
Yeah.
refight them.
It's hilarious. It is
Wait, you
just
can't refight the Elite
hilarious.
Four?
Nope.
No.
What?
They just say thank you for taking the challenge.
Well, you take the challenge, and then, like, okay, we'll get to this later on, but instead of the Elite Four, what you have is a tournament, the battle tournament. I honestly really like the battle tournament more than I like redoing the Elite Four over and over. But we'll talk about that in a little while.
Yeah.
Hey, Carrot, do you have the champion glitch version?
I'll pull it up here. Champion glitch theme SV. And then we'll do the actual one after that. This is good one. We have the time.
Well, this is both, so... Oh, there's somebody talking over it.
What's the point?
I just want to hear it. Okay.
Oh my god, this is even worse. Wait. It really sounds like it's about to lead up to something. It doesn't? Oh my god. This is painful. How did you live? I'm leaving this right now. I'm showing you the real one. Hold on.
Wait, what were you playing? 'Cause I actually can't hear it.
Join my stream, Chris.
Yeah.
So this is the glitched champion theme.
I thought it was
Oh,
better
I didn't
than
know there was a
the
good
Elite Four.
champion theme. Hang on.
Oh yeah, it's painful.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it. You've heard the theme. Congratulations. You've heard the entire theme.
Okay. I would have actually realized something was up if I heard this.
Yeah,
I
so
thought they were
let's
just going for like simplistic themes. I don't know.
It,
Let's
no,
show
it
Dosha
really
the real
is.
one.
It really is, yeah.
Oh wow, you missed out on both of them too. Shoot.
Yeah. I find it hilarious because like I drug my feet on finishing the game and it ended up actually way in my favor as a result.
Well, this is not what I was expecting. At the
Yeah, I
end,
can't
so.
believe you missed out on this. This was cool as shit.
God.
I don't remember that drop being in there at the beginning.
I don't either.
Yeah, whatever.
When will the bass drop? When will the bass drop? When will the bass
I mean,
drop?
everything else-
When will the bass drop?
Okay, that's pretty. Okay, fair enough.
When will the bass drop? God damn.
Well, so there we go. So that's what I did.
Man, I am very sorry, honestly. Like,
That's
man.
funny.
But yeah, so that's the that's that glitch. But my favorite one is the one I've got on.
Let me join yours again because I'm curious. You hyped this one up pretty much.
Yeah, this is my favorite glitch that happens. So if you have a Pokemon that evolves when you have a when you fight I forget what it's called. Yeah, a Titan. Titans have like a special victory screen.
Yeah.
So here's what
Oh
happens.
my god.
Are you streaming it or?
You can still see him here, there in the background, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh.
Go back to the beginning.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're up.
Okay. So here we go. Yay! My Noctli evolved into a Garganactyl.
But it's still there.
Well, yes. That's the thing, and we'll be going back to it in a second. Alright.
By the way, can we just mention while we're on that for a moment? My god, the Pokedex is nice. Actually, that should be its own thing. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll talk about UI and stuff eventually.
Oh, okay. It didn't. I guess I didn't record the first part, but what it does is it pans. You know what it does is you have your little Pokemon there, and it does a little
let me pull up this
thing,
Sprigatito video
and
you
then
showed me.
it pans over to the next Pokemon, like it's a different Pokemon. It loads two of them. Two of the same Pokemon, and one of them evolves, and the other one's just there the whole time.
Yeah, there was a video that Dosha showed me. The Sprigatito evolved, it was normal, and everything was fine, did the whole animation. And then it just very quickly panned over to the other Sprigatito on the right side of the screen and just sat on that. I can't find the video where I would show it, but yeah. So basically, this game has a lot of glitches, and that was partly why So when I said earlier this was the worst game I've ever played, I wasn't joking. I really thought this is the worst game I've played, mainly because of not only the glitches, but also because of the issues I had with the shiny things.
I really genuinely don't think that it's fair to call it the worst game you've ever played, because, my god, surely there are more broken and more disappointing games.
There are more broken games. There are not more disappointing games.
I feel like you are far too I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you with you have full right to, believe that the game is not as good as it could be. That's totally fine. I'm not saying you even have to like the game. I'm saying I think it's unfair for you to call it the worst game you've ever played.
Because of how disappointing it was, and the build-up that okay, maybe I put it on myself. I expected this game would be a lot better, but because of how disappointing it was, and because of how much I've been in with this franchise, that's why.
I mean,
if this was my first Pokemon game, I wouldn't have cared. It's just some bad game, who cares? But because of how much investment I have in this franchise, it's just a disappointment.
I understand that notion. I totally get that.
If I could add to as well, I was expecting. Hang on. All right, sorry about that. I was expecting to hate this game. From the moment they showed the very first teaser, I was okay. I was like, not RCS. BDSP burned me. That was a waste of $60. I mentioned it before. And then the Arceus kind of went me, okay, I'll give you another shot, but I expected this game not to be great. And then when I finally got it, and I heard all the glitches and stuff, all right, this is probably going to be a funny little experience I can laugh at and then complain about for the next 2 months. Okay, cool. But as I played it, the game surprised me because despite of all the really bad issues that are very objectively there and cannot be ignored, I like open world games with little things to find.
Oh my god.
I really do. But I also understand where Carrot's coming from, and I know you understand too, because it's another game that they finally took a full step forward and not a half step sideways.
Yeah,
it's just they're so close. They were so close for this game to be just like great.
Mhm. There's actual ambition here.
Yeah.
You can feel that
so
they
yeah,
really wanted to try something.
I think that if they keep going,
definitely
they'll
did.
do great. But man,
But that's why I still judge these games like very harshly. Again, this game got off pretty easy because like I actually had fun.
yeah,
But I'm not gonna let my guard down.
that's
So
fair.
I understand where he's coming from.
That is fair. Also, I want to make a note. In the background while we're doing this, I'm doing 5- and 6-star raids because the Greninja one sounds like fun. I found a Ditto raid, and someone smartly brought a Magikarp in.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So it transformed into Magikarp, and it got one shot immediately.
And
it's great.
not bring their fully EV trained Garchomp or
Yeah.
their legendary
Berserker.
It's just funny. I'm just sitting here like, that's genius, whoever did that. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I do believe, at least for the things that I had on hand, I there is one that I remembered and I lost it, but there's those are the main glitches for the game.
Mhm.
And I'm sure we'll remember more as we continue
I found
recording.
another one
What's up?
in my
Okay.
files here that I saved. This one's actually really common. It's already loaded up.
Oh, okay, hold on. Dude, alright, you're up.
Okay, so when I play it, you have. Let's see, I'm just collecting things. It'll be in a second. It's when I go over that tree over there. Okay, I'm all the way over there, and there's the Pokemon.
Yeah,
That
I had that
happens a
happen a
lot.
couple of times.
That happens a lot to me, a lot more than it really should. Is that in addition to the severe pop in that Pokemon have, they can also pop in or appear in a location different from their, I guess, hitbox.
Yeah.
Which means you can run across them without actually getting anywhere close to them, which is just extra annoying when that happens. I guess I'll keep looking through. I'm sure there's more.
Another thought.
Oh yeah,
there's
there's an example of the one I was talking about. Yeah, right there, the Gimmighoul, where it places you in between the two.
That's so. I have not ran into that. That's interesting.
It's hilarious.
That's-
I had that like 4 or 5 times. That might actually be the most prevalent one.
No, you're talking about when it. Sorry, I'm also making dinner in the background. You're talking about when the trainer pops into a different spot where the battle is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that happened to me plenty of times. Never mind. I actually popped on the other side where the trainer was. So it looked like I was battling myself. I was just gonna bring up another thing since we're still talking about polish. What was it?
Okay, so so leave yourself on that image because I'll have something to bring up.
God, this is. I want to talk about picnics in a little bit.
Yeah,
like
we'll
I have
get
that
into
on the
We'll
list.
get into that.
Save that image and we'll do that. What's up?
No,
Later.
I forgot. Oh, it was Oh, I lost the thought now. I forgot what it was. I'll try to remember. I'll try to remember for sure.
Yeah, while you're pulling that up, Curry,
It was something to do with polish.
Could you do me a favor and pull up picture 10 or 11, whichever one that is?
Picture 10.
It's gonna have all of us together. So Curry, Ark, and Dosha, we all got into multiplayer and we wanted to do some Eevee raids. And we all took a picture together. It was nice and cute. And then we decided,
remember what it was now.
Let's make a monster of a sandwich. And that's the next picture.
Oh my goodness.
So before you guys get into picnics,
wait, hold on. Enjoy the sandwich.
It is the best sandwich that has ever been
made.
Let me see.
The sandwich, baby.
That is the boy.
I'll throw it into
right there.
It's so good.
Chat here so
honestly, I have written in my phone, making sandwiches with friends is one of the funnest parts of the game. It is so dumb. I love it to bits. Like, holy shit.
You can make some really
Look at this.
sandwiches.
God, I love it so much.
Okay, so just before I forget my train of thought, because I just remember what it was.
Go ahead.
I was gonna mention, I really wish they didn't use such high quality models in this game. Like the Pokemon models look great. But I feel like that also kind of contributes to the performance because they have to they have to load in the high quality model because if you walk away from like at least like 10 feet, they load in their low poly model and it's really close too, and it's just distracting because I think the models they had in Sword and Shield looked fine. Like they some couple Pokemon had textures, like Magikarp had scales and stuff, but I feel that that's fine. They don't have to have indents where their eyeballs are. I don't think that's that necessary. I don't know. That's all I wanted to say.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Speaking of visuals like that, one of the things I found is that compared to last game, there's a big noticeable difference in the art direction between the previous game and this game, and I think it's to the game's detriment. Really, I think it does make the world look worse. It looks less stylized, more like they're trying to go realistic. On some Pokemon, like Magnemite, it looks great, but on the characters and then on the world itself, with the textures of, for example, the mountains and trees, it just doesn't look nearly as good as something like Arceus, which had quite a bit of stylization.
Oh yeah, the characters look great there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's nice about stylization is that you can use it to make up a visual identity without overtaxing your the graphical capabilities.
Yes.
Of, the hardware.
I mean, there were some bad looking things in Arceus for sure. Some of the,
sure.
like a lot of the environmental that one of the lakes looked really gross. But like all the characters look fantastic. They look like Pokemon characters.
The characters look great. I mean, the world looks better, I think, than this one did. Overall.
I would argue that in some instances it does, and then others it doesn't. One of my main complaints
I'm in that boat
with Arceus is that it is too samey between areas a lot of the time. But like, that's for the Arceus talk. It's
I guess
fine.
so.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just been a while since I played, but
But at any rate, here, now that we've completed talking about glitches and all that, shall we take just a brief, 30 minutes and all go get dinner?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure. Short break then.
Short break. I will cut the
And then-
recording in 3.
Yeah, maybe Rory will show up, or maybe
Quite
we'll get
literally,
info back
I
in.
just finished my dinner right now,
Oh.
so that works.
Well, you get a 30-minute break then. Okay, we stop the recording in 3,
Very cool.
2.
They
That's
don't say "I love you." They say "Si los defectos fuesen flores de cerillas la primavera," and I think that's beautiful.
What'd you say about my mother?
Is this the cold open for part 2?
Yes, it 100% is. We're back.
Welcome back for us. For you,
We
it
had-
was
we
2
had a lunch
seconds.
break. It was good. I
Dinner
had a salad.
break.
I had some
I
leftovers.
had so my mom made this interesting thing. She's got a what do you call it? Sausage wrapped in cheese, wrapped in dough, wrapped in cheese.
It's called a pig in a blanket in America.
No, it's not a pig in a blanket because it's a different type of sausage and a different type of dough.
That's a C.
And-
Technically.
So, did she call it a kielbasa?
No, she found it online and said this looks good. And
Oh.
next time she makes that, I'm gonna ask for her to do bacon instead of sausage because I think that'd be better. But anyway,
All right. A couple things I want to get to really quick because I don't think these are going to take very long. I was reading some comments that, some notes that I had saved that I found online. A couple things that are missing from this game that aren't in pretty much every other game. There's no fishing in this game.
I honestly don't have that much of an
Do you guys miss fishing at all?
No.
Nope.
A lot of people do. It seems.
I didn't even notice it was gone. Not gonna lie.
I'm just like,
Same.
it's fine if it's in there. It would even be adorable to have a little fishing minigame like Genshin has. Whatever you want to do, but
there are some Pokemon in the water that are underneath the water and you can't reach them normally unless you get their attention somehow. It would be nice to have something like that. It's not a big deal, right? Either way,
Yeah.
you have a ways to do it. The other thing that's missing is set mode battling.
Yeah, okay, so I actually did have a big problem with that. I completely forgot. So I have been playing on battle mode set for years, and they just removed it. Why?
Yep.
Why remove it?
It was really annoying for my Nuzlocke that I had to choose the same Pokemon I want to keep out for every single defeat
Mhm.
for the entire game. There was no reason to remove this.
Yeah, I also played the game as though it was set. I don't usually do that, but I did this time. I'm kind of conscious of it, but it's annoying to have to hit no every time. You know you're not going to switch out. It would be nice. I don't know. It's not that big of a deal because you can still pretend it's set, but
Yeah, but like then I
it's
have
annoying.
The amount of extra prompts I have to go through now adds up a lot because
Yeah.
now I have to press no each time. It's really no reason. It
I
was
don't understand the reason for removing it. It doesn't make sense to me.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
and
really
also
weird.
with like so I kind of I don't know how the best way to describe it. So with the option now removed and I had to click no every time, there were some times I hit yes because I knew it'd be easier for me. And I don't know how to describe why I decided that, but uh it would just be so much easier if we just had it.
Yeah. Oh.
Um
Oh my god, we might actually do it this time. Can I defeat the 5-star raid Lucario?
Oh yeah, don't forget to restart your stream since you closed it.
I already did.
no, you did not.
What do you mean?
There's no
Oh, you
you
mean the
cannot.
Discord streaming.
My stream's up, not yours.
Excuse-moi. You take so much onus on me to take responsibility for my God-given duties.
Well, excuse me, princess.
Fuck you, I am a queen.
Okay.
Oh my god, well, good
Let's
news,
see,
we
what
actually
else
did
we
get
have
it.
here? We already talked about
Well,
rematching
I mean,
me
if you're
Oh.
the shouldn't you be 6 feet under right
trainers.
now?
Sorry, what was that, Arc? You were a little quiet there.
I said if you're the queen, shouldn't you be 6 feet under right now?
Damn.
Rude. We're gonna get canceled in Britain now.
I don't think anyone in Britain is gonna watch this.
Hen might.
Bench sitting.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Hen might watch this.
Okay, but no,
Gonna send this
really,
to Hen. No problem.
really quick, before I forget, I feel like I will forget about this if I don't say something now. I think that one thing that is basically universally liked in this is the new Pokedex, and we never got a chance to talk about it. We were just rattling off stuff earlier.
That's true.
Because, like,
Yeah.
I really love, like, the bookshelf aesthetic. That shit's so cool.
yes.
Visually,
too.
it looks great. As far as navigation is concerned, it's awful.
Navigation
so
could use
thank
some
you
work.
for reminding me because I did forget about that frustration. Because I why isn't there a search function?
Why
Yeah.
is there a search
It's
function?
very strange, yeah, I'll admit that.
Pokemon boxes barely have a search function, so I guess it's not that big of a surprise.
The
that
Pokemon
search
boxes
function in the
have the same one that they always have.
No, actually,
Yeah, but it
the
sucks.
box's search
The-
function is actually too good. It shows moves that aren't in the game.
Oh, that's
yeah,
interesting.
the search function for the actual box is great. Why don't
Well,
we
I
have
don't
that
like
for
it because
this?
it just tells me it doesn't actually pull up the Pokemon and let me quickly go to it. I have to manually find the Pokemon in the boxes.
That's how it's worked since Gen 6.
Yeah,
no,
but I hate
I
it.
see where he's coming from. Like, why can't I just type it out?
Yeah, why can't I just be like, okay, I need to find this Pokemon in my box and immediately go to it? Why do I have to? If all it does is highlight it, I don't want that. I want it to take me to the Pokemon.
At the very least,
I don't think it's awful for that front though. That's the thing I'm saying.
It
It's
is-
definitely a lot better than what it could be.
It is better than what it was previously, though, because in previous iterations, when you use the search function, you still have to shuffle through your boxes. However, in this version, when you do a search, it will, like, light up a box that the Pokemon is in and guide you straight to it,
I don't
which
know.
is an improvement. But then
I
again, the
suppose-
search function has always been kind of, like, middling in a way.
If we weren't going to talk about it now, I was going to talk about it when we do XY. because I don't like the way Pokemon handles box searches. That said, this is about the Pokedex, not the box.
Yeah, but like I will admit the Pokedex is missing a few things, but I also really like the reward system.
There's not even a way to quickly go page. There's not like a page left, page right function. You have to hold the control until you go as far as you want.
Yeah, that is pretty awful. I didn't catch that many Pokemon, so I didn't experience that to that degree. But I did experience like a tiny bit because I went to go see if I caught one specific thing because I was at the end of the game seeing if I caught all the new things. Yeah, I don't know why this game is like I think we've talked about it in pretty in depth. This game has a lot of good ideas, they just don't execute on them well.
It's like it's executed or it's missing. Like Pokedex, really cool aesthetic wise. I hope that they keep doing stuff like this in the future. It's missing its search. Other upside, whenever you get like 200, you start to get the special like apricorn Pokeballs as rewards for doing so, which is super neat. I hope that they keep the Pokedex reward system in forever. It is such a good idea.
It is neat until you realize that those are the only ones in the way they get it in the game right now.
Yeah, and then you just get mad about the fact that you just cannot fucking get any goddamn motherfucking
Here's your one
Pokeballs.
single beast ball. Have fun.
Give me more of them. I don't even care if they're obnoxious to get, as long as they're not impossible. Fuck the Cramomatic.
Balls work better on Paradox Pokemon.
I mean, at least the Cramomatic let you get more than one. Right, this is me just trying to catch the check. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's any more glitches. It's all just
No, I think we're good. But like, goddamn,
we're in the town, right?
Yeah, let's talk about. Actually,
wait. Talk about Musicosa?
I want to talk about something specific to towns, just all towns. The food. Oh my god!
Food is such a big theme in this game.
Like the okay,
overwhelming,
the pictures for the food is so cool. Like all of them are so good. I have added now like 10 things to my to eat list that I didn't have before this game came out. I just like legitimately didn't know that it existed. I'm just like, holy crap, this looks amazing. Except for the one dish that's just literally, we killed a cloth to make it. There's one dish that's just like, yeah, we totally murdered a Pokemon to make this. That's cool.
You mean the Mr. Krabs special?
The Mr. Krabs,
no, they talk about it. Cloth regularly shed their claws, and that's how they get the...
Oh, do they actually say that?
It's in the Pokedex, I think.
Oh, okay. So it's not... It's just farming. You're farming for fish claws.
If they shed?
Arguably, it might actually be worse.
I mean, in a way. Still, though, like, I want to, like, throw up a bunch of pictures of food. If I can be bothered when I'm editing this, then I will, but... My god, there's so many good pictures. And that's just, like, one of the things that you can do in all of these towns. And that's to say nothing about the effects that you gained from eating that thing. But, like, my god. So pretty. So fucking pretty. Okay, sorry. Continue on.
A lot of people complained about that, though, the food and eating animation when it came in. Because you aren't actually ever eating the food. There's a picture in the background, and then you take a bite. I remember beforehand, before the game came out, people thought that that was supposed to be you eating the sandwich, and that it was just really lazy. But it turns out they did that just because there's hundreds of different types of food.
Yeah, there's like way too many to animate.
Which is why I wonder, besides wasting their time on a dumb physics minigame, they could have just brought the curry back. I know why. It's because they want something different for everyone. No, the curry... It's way better than this.
I hated the curry.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
I like the curry.
Like whatever you feel about the curry, it's way better animated than what, because you don't have to animate hundreds of different type of combinations of food. Also, they didn't have a dumb physics minigame. The sandwich minigame is dumb.
Yeah, the fact that you can actually fail your sandwich because you place an egg and it falls off and falls into the void and you're done.
I don't mind the fact of failing. That's fine if you didn't fail.
You have.
And failing isn't a problem. It's the fact that the physics engine is janky.
I think.
Have you made any complicated sandwiches? And I
Yeah.
mean, like,
No,
I'm
I've
talking
made a
about
ton of them.
No.
I mean,
The
we
one we
made
did multiplayer was
sandwich
complicated,
TM.
and many ingredients fell off.
I think it's
Like-
nice in multiplayer, but in single player, I think it sucks. Yeah.
yeah, no, it's absolutely terrible in multi. And like, I've only failed like 3 times total, maybe 4, and that's when I
Multiplayer
actually had to
is
start
really
making
difficult.
the really big shiny sandwiches where cherry tomatoes are or just rubber balls. They're basically just rubber balls. They bounce the moment you put them down. Yeah, no, I can't stand this mini game.
I'd consider saying I might never make a sandwich again unless I'm in multiplayer.
Yeah, I never found a reason to make the sandwiches unless I was in multiplayer.
I
Like,
make
the effects are
sandwiches
okay.
for shiny hunting.
Oh
Same.
man, the effects are great. Even just like a level 2, we did. What was it we were looking for? I spent hours trying to find a Fomantis in an area,
sandwich
and
made
we
all the
couldn't find
difference.
it. We couldn't find it until we ate a sandwich that had grass appearance level 2, right? And that's
And
only
then
like
and they just spawned in like they were just common Pokemon.
Yeah. And then suddenly they're everywhere. It's great.
Yeah, it's a real godsend if you can't find the thing you're looking for. It's really good for shiny hunting. And frankly, I get that you can fail it, but I'm kind of charmed by the utter insanity that is trying to make a sandwich. It's like, it's really obnoxious, but I almost love it just because of that.
Honestly, the shiny sandwiches are just boring.
Yeah, well, all the pre-made sandwiches are kind of boring to make. It's like, why even bother making them, really? It would be nice if you just had them. I understand they want the minigame, but, like, from my perspective anyway, I don't think they're good outside of multiplayer. I think there's a point to that. It seems like we may never get something that tops Poppins for me.
Puffin is a nice, simple thing.
You do the spin, and then you do the spin the other way, and then as it cooks, it gets harder to... it stops splashing and gets harder to keep from burning. That was fun. I liked that. Why can't we just have that forever?
Because that would get stale.
Yeah, that would get stale, but I only really wanted to circle back to the curry real quick, just because, just animation-wise, it looked better. All the characters looked really expressive when they did it. At first, I didn't like it when it was in Sword and Shield, but again, with hindsight, going backwards, looking at it, like, it was fun seeing all the emotions your character would have. Especially the when you make something really good. It looked good. Because it was just a fucking empty spoon. There could be anything in there, even curry.
Wow.
My God.
I can hardly imagine. I don't know. The thing I didn't like about the curry minigame is that it's not very intuitive with the timing on some of the steps.
Yes, I do agree.
Yeah, I don't really remember the curry game. I'm actually excited to get back to it because the only thing I do remember is the pictures looked really nice.
Yeah, I mean, there was. I mean, I don't dislike it.
I'm just
talking about
trying to
mainly
make
for how
the best curry by yourself.
Yeah, the Charizard level, that was called.
I'm basically just referencing that animation-wise it looked good. Like I didn't even really make curry in that game.
I mean, as a system, you really don't need to do it, and there's no real good incentive to do it that I found, anyways.
Speaking of things that are completely useless, did you guys play with your Pokemon during picnics at all?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
A couple times.
I gave my Pokemon baths all the time too.
I thought it was hilarious that you could do that.
I like that
your
there
Pokemon
is a
baths?
thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because your Pokemon can get dirty.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the deal, right? When I discovered that, I washed one of my Pokemon, and then I was like, oh, this is great. And then I left out of it, and then I realized, oh god, I feel bad, I haven't washed all of them, so I went back and I washed all of them because I didn't want to leave anyone out.
That's exactly what happened to me the first time too.
Oh my god. It's really cute. Like, again, so many of these are just really, really neat ideas.
I want to talk about another thing I don't really like about the picnics. That is the fact, and this doesn't exactly relate to the picnics themselves. More so, taking pictures of your Pokemon is an absolute pain depending on what it is. Quaquaval.
Oh, that's true.
I did
never
not
tried to
bother.
do that.
Good thing you didn't. I still had the basic picture for my character. I haven't changed it because whenever I try to take a picture with my Quaquaval in the city, he gets the zoomies, starts running around in circles for like 3 seconds, and then falls asleep.
Zoomy.
Yeah, I have some cute pictures of my Sprigatito as a small Sprigatito just sleeping in the city. But yeah.
There needs to be a pose function where you just tell the Pokemon to stand still, or even make a pose. Like forget the pose, just stand still so you can take a picture with it. It's just, I don't know. It feels like they should have added that.
Out of curiosity, Dosha, is this live?
Is what live?
What's going on in your stream, or is this a recording?
Oh, yeah, no, this is live.
Oh, well, heck, I think I'm going to fade us into that because that's quite interesting. We get some live raid fees.
You just want to watch me run around and do raids? I mean,
Sure.
I guess if you want.
No, I mean, that's good. And it also gives us some
You might
background
want to
music.
increase the size of it because it's got that gray border.
If I do that, when I switch to something that Carrot does, it's going to have to be adjusted.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's fine.
Fair enough.
It is an aesthetic choice.
So, alright, do you guys want to... Oh, we were talking about towns before we got into that. Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So, something that a lot of people say from most of the towns, though, partly because of all the fact that the only things you can go into are mostly food shops that all do the same thing. They kind of feel like the towns are dead. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually did note that in my files here. So once I went through the first city, I went to every single shop in that first city. Was that Mezagoza? That's what it's called?
Yeah, Mezagoza.
Yeah.
And I went to every single shop and I was like, okay, it's a food shop. Okay, this is the same thing. It's the same thing. Hey, a clothing shop. It's a food shop. It's a food shop. Why are there so many food shops?
Well, when you think about it, a
people gotta
city has multiple McDonald's.
I guess I didn't go to any other shops after that one
There's
first city.
there's an NPC who talks kind of about it, where you get multiple shops of the same brand, and that they can have slightly different effects depending on which one you go to. Or maybe it's just that they can have slightly different menus, something like that.
Slightly, yeah.
But yeah, it's not intuitive. You don't have any way of finding out beforehand or anything like that. It's just that's what they decided to do. And other than that, there's NPCs. Some of them you can talk to. Most of them you can't. That are walking around. Basically, none of them give you anything at any point. That's something that a lot of people complain about.
They relegated that to the dude who stands outside the Pokemon centers at every route who asks, "Did you battle X-Men?"
He gives you stuff, yeah. There's a lot of stuff, but I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff that are in item capsules in the field that would probably be just as good given to you by an NPC that you talk to. Basically, you have no encouragement to try to talk to anybody in the game. And speaking of having no encouragement, that seems to be something that they do with some of the other features in the game. We'll have a chance to talk about that in a minute. Should we talk about Mesagoza specifically?
Yeah, so we're in Mesagoza right now.
Since that's the one town that's its own load zone.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very well-designed town. It's, like, confusing to navigate sometimes, but I also rather like the aesthetic of it and how it, like, leads all the way up to the Trainer Academy, which, for the record, the Trainer Academy is designed incredibly well. Like, they did a good job with the whole thing. It looks great.
Well, I mean, it definitely does feel like some of the Spanish cities I've seen. Like the one where they hold the Tomato Festival.
Yeah.
That'd be fun if they had a reference to that in this game, but they didn't.
If they had, like, events that were rotating, that would be really well.
I want to throw tomatoes at people.
Tomato. Tomatillo.
Well, it's not a Tomatillo, but let's see.
In the rage, the user base.
In the window, in the wall. Let's see, what is this? It's
I'm
a
not
rock.
continuing that. This is a
Shall we
family-friendly
continue
podcast.
the story then?
So you already said Flat Fuck Friday earlier.
I'm making it funny.
Oh, okay.
I will say whatever swear I want because this is our show. Anyway.
Wait, this is a show? I thought this was a Christian Minecraft server.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, there's not nearly
You like-
enough hatred for that to happen. Anyway. What were we doing? Right, so when you get invited into the city for the first time, you're introduced to Penny, the character Penny, who is being bullied by Team Star.
So, this introduces two things. First of all, the best designed character in Pokemon, Penny.
Well, she's alright, I guess.
And also the worst designed one.
I think she is the cutest. Like,
She's a
that's the end of the
delinquent.
statement.
She's a delinquent because she's not wearing her uniform.
I absolutely love Penny. I think she's a great character.
She's a good character. I'm not sure the best
it-
design, but definitely that Eevee bag's gonna appear in the
Yeah.
Pokemon Center at
Yeah.
some point, hopefully.
Yeah, we should be able to
in
buy
New
that
York.
bag.
Speaking of Eevee, they missed a huge opportunity with her that probably
Oh, yeah.
makes
Oh,
people
yeah, a lot of
hate
people
them
were-
now.
Yeah,
Well-
no new Eevee.
So they didn't introduce a new Eevee evolution, and people are upset because they have an Eevee trainer.
They
And
do have
leading
an
up-
Eevee trainer, yeah.
Well, and leading up to release of Scarlet Violet, they had a bunch of just like different evolution kind of videos popping up on the Pokemon channel.
I don't remember
They were
that.
like
they
hinting
really?
at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sucks.
I don't know. I don't put a lot of stock into what the Pokemon channel does anymore. I think for the last few games they haven't done anything that's hinting at anything one way or another.
Well,
For
it
new
is. God, it is disappointing because we still have what? We still have Dragon, right?
Dragon would
Dragon
be
and-
the only special type from Gen 1, yeah.
Yeah, so we still have all the physical ones. So actually, while we've been recording this, I've been on the side looking at the Pokemon subreddit because I know it's been a long time since I've looked at it, and I found a fighting type evolution that someone made, and the design is okay, but the main reason I'm bringing it up is because they named it Champion, and I like that a lot.
That is a great name, actually. Holy crap.
It's gonna be Machampion soon.
My champion.
I'll post the picture. You don't gotta add it into post, but if you
Yeah.
guys want to look at Champion, but yeah, it's very upsetting that they didn't release like some kind of new evolution. Like, it was written there, right on the wall.
I've said this so many times now. I want them to release a physical Eevee, or like an Eevee that's just palette swap the damn thing. Palette swap the damn thing. Call it a Silvarian Eevee, whatever the hell the new name of whatever the next thing is.
Like Silvarian.
And so we can just give people more evolutions, because frankly, they're some of the most popular Pokemon that exist. So like, I'm surprised they don't capitalize on that more. It's very strange.
Vaporeon, something.
Something compatibility.
And also the fact that Vaporeon is the ambassador of water in Japan.
Wait, is that
Oh,
actually
yeah,
a
I remember
designation?
That was
That is real.
a while ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the official water ambassador of Japan is of Vaporeon, a guy in a Vaporeon suit. Like, Curry, check this picture I'm posting. Look at how big this suit is. Do you not just want to hug him?
Oh, that's amazing. That's really cool, yeah.
Something,
I
something
like that a
compatible,
lot.
something.
Yep.
I never
Okay.
considered Champion for a name for an evolution. That's amazing.
Yeah. Champion's so good.
Yeah, it's a
Um,
good
Okay,
idea.
let's see the special types, but
Okay, so we've talked about Penny. Now let's talk about the other elephant in the room. Hasta la vista.
I really
yeah,
liked
so this
it.
is our Team Star introduction, right?
Yeah.
And it's very forgettable and brief, and I don't remember it at all.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
I thought it was
Yeah,
left a
two
pretty good
Star
impression.
members are bullying Penny, and we have to beat them up.
Which that ends up being
Oh,
funny
right.
later on.
Nimona says, like, oh, don't go around. You can have all the battles you ever want with me. You don't need to battle anyone else.
Yeah, it's like, oh no.
I remember that now. Yeah, that line happened.
Why are you battling someone else?
People talked about that one a lot.
It's hilarious.
I forgot about the circumstances surrounding it, though. I forgot that was Team Star.
Okay, so I guess since we're on this topic of Team Star, let's just go down the list of our general opinions for Team Star Dosha.
Alright. I think the car mechanics kind of neat.
Hurry.
I like Team Star a lot, so the idea of it is actually really neat. I like this idea of not necessarily every, like, evil team, quote-unquote, that you fight, like at the Team Rocket of everything. None of them have to be, like,
Oh, yeah, they're just
directly
like
evil anymore. Yeah, it's just a group of delinquents, or a toxic fan base, or, like, that's all it is. I really do like the direction that they're heading in, because that is, I think it's a great idea. And I like most of the characters involved with Team Star. They're all very, like, visibly memorable, and they're all, like, very unique. And the lead up to the ending is actually... Look, I saw it coming from, like, a mile away that, you know, Penny was...
oh yeah, that was so obvious.
Cassiopeia. It was 100% telegraphed. But at
Yeah,
the same time,
it makes
it's
it
like...
funny that Penny was getting bullied by Team Star in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. Like, so much of it is just well done in that regard. Even if you saw it coming, it was still a very, like, sweet story and a good explanation of people being misunderstood and whatnot. I thought I quite liked it. And incidentally, I like in like all of the 3 paths that they give you, how one path allows you to train Pokemon of a higher level, one gives you the ability to unlock stuff for Miraidon or Koraidon, and then the last one gives you access to more and more TMs. Like, they made all of the paths rewarding in their own unique ways, which is, I think, a really good implementation. And frankly, doing Team Star in combination with the gym badges, I think, is the way to go. Just because, man, some of the TMs you get access to from doing that are really helpful.
I think, well, no, well, you're going down the line. No, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Well, go down the line.
Okay.
Oh, right, sorry.
Okay, so
who
then
was next?
it needs to
Christopher?
be then.
Did Chris and Ark do it, or am I just blanking?
It's to be
Okay.
Well, wait, who's next?
me. Okay, so I think this is the worst. I'm still not sure if it's the worst or second worst evil team in Pokemon.
Wow, really?
I have to replay Sword and Shield to see how much I hate Team Yell, but
Man,
they aren't even bad students. They're not even really delinquents. They're just
that's the
like
point.
when they explain, like they're not an evil team. They're
Yeah.
just kids.
But that's the point. They're delinquents.
That's the problem. They're not even delinquents.
They are explicitly delinquents because they don't show up to class and
Yeah.
they dress out of uniform.
They are truants.
They are truants. Yeah. If only we could dress out of uniform. Anyway, yeah. So I like the design of some of the Team Star leaders. Like, I like the fire one, except for the fact that she doesn't know how walking works.
Yeah,
boots
the
are too
walking
big.
one goose steps the hell out
The
of
boots
everything.
Too
Like,
big
what
for
the
goddamn feet.
Her boots are too goddamn big for her goddamn.
They can't bend. I was really wondering if was that a direct implementation, or did they just do that because it was too difficult to make the boots?
I think it was a direct
flex?
implementation because, like, that makes sense logically.
It's so funny. I
I'm
can't
pretty sure it's
can't
not
not
on
laugh
purpose. I'd
at
be
it.
surprised if it's anything else.
But that isn't the main reason I hate Team Star. the main reason I hate Team Star is the what are the name of the here I'll scroll up here. Okay, so they're Starmobiles, which are unique types for the that species, the Varoom.
Yeah.
The Revavroom. You can't get those types. Your Revavroom is stuck as steel poison.
Well, I think that they're supposed to be like they were modified by the vehicles themselves, rather than like that being the case. I don't know. I would have to like look into it.
Char cadets, apparently.
Yeah, like it's all in
You
all,
should be able to do that then.
Team Star is the most capable bunch of students in the entire fucking school.
Well,
They're not bad, they're just misunderstood.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I like their backstories. That's really all I like about them.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, we should probably use this as a chance to talk about Let's Go. So.
Oh, I
Info
hate that
Arcade's not back
actually
yet, so
called that.
Chris is next.
All right. So I'm actually on Curry's boat. I like Team Star. A decent amount actually. Oh, I also wanted to elaborate on something he said as well, and that is, they've been heading this direction since Gen 7 because they didn't realize at the time they made the perfect team in Team Skull, a villain team
basically.
that isn't a villain, and they're just a bunch of guys just trying to vibe, trying to be bad. Nobody cares. I love them. They're perfect. And then they tried, and it's like, all right, let's do that again. And then they failed miserably with Team Yao. They're bad.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know,
just
man.
a team of simps.
Guzma is synonymous with destruction. I don't know if I
Guzma was the best, and they will
Yeah,
never be able to
I'm
replicate that
excited
again.
to re-experience the glory that is Guzma.
But with this, I think they using the school as a location and the way to shape the characters is a good way to do it, because they're just a bunch of delinquents. They're not even like an evil team. They're just a bunch of like bad kids that aren't really that bad, and their leaders are even less bad, and that's fine. They're just a bunch of rich prep kids that are just trying, just like they became the bullies. I like them. They're nice.
Yeah.
I mean, the conclusion is a little meh, but I liked it. I wasn't offended by them. In fact, I even enjoyed it a little bit. Penny,
There you go.
I like Penny's character. Obviously we know who Penny was. Blah 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 blah.
Oh, right. Okay, when you're done, I have one other thing to add. Before
Oh
we
yeah,
move
go
on.
ahead. I'm pretty much done. I have not much to say.
Okay, so I've been going back and doing all of the stuff in the school where you can like go and talk to various people and like upgrade your social link.
Yes.
And so I did all of Penny's, and at the end of Penny's thing, she's like, "Hey, I have something I want to talk to you about. Come with me." And she invites you into her dorm room to basically say, "Hey,
yes.
thank you so much for like helping me watch out for all of my friends." And it's a really sweet thing because her dorm room is a fucking battle station that is just loaded with a bunch of sleeping evolutions. It is
I have to see that.
amazing.
Look that up right now.
It's
Hold on.
so amazing.
Pretty much a boilerplate version of "Damn bitch, you live like this."
Yeah, no, like seriously.
Oh my god, that's amazing!
Here,
Yeah, like it's
this one-
awesome. Yeah, look at this. Here. Thank you very much, Dosha. But yeah, no, she is just like r/battle station. She has a magazine rack and a bunch of in-box limited figures. She has unique posters. There's an Ultraman reference over there in the corner. And all of her little Eevee friends are just sleeping around or just chilling out. She even has cans of freaking energy drinks just sitting around her station. Look at that.
All she wanted to do
Pops.
was chill
Yeah.
out and watch some anime.
She's
on-
just like, goddamn. She
Yeah,
has her own
yeah, I love that that was
fucking-
actually her
or
motivation.
12
Like,
or 16
chill and watch
terabyte
some
RAM.
Here, hold on a minute. Go back to
she's
that
gonna
for a
watch
second.
anime while farming Bitcoin.
Diodosha, go back to that for a moment. Oh, right.
She doesn't need to
I
farm it.
forgot
She'll
about
just
this.
steal it.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yeah, I
there's a
wanted
bunch
to
of
talk about
anime
that.
I
Okay,
missed. I
before
was
we actually
going
get
to
into moving on,
binge.
Ark, did you have any opinions for Team Star and or Penny?
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that everyone talked already.
No.
My bad.
And this would have been like the 4th time this recording y'all skipped over me.
Oh, no. Well, to be fair, you were muted for a lot of it.
Actually, no, I wasn't.
Oh, okay. Just when I was looking on.
Yeah. So yeah, my opinions on Team Star, Mela definitely awakened something in some people.
Oh no,
Hi, Mela.
probably true. What about the
Yes.
other girl?
What about the other girl?
Who cares?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I just kind of skipped over the story because, like, I already knew the twist. The only other good character was definitely the totally not Clive.
Oh yeah,
So
Clive
Chuck
is
Wellman-
Clive is the best
Clive.
character in the game.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
absolutely a completely different.
Yeah. And did
That's the
anyone ever correct him during the game?
every single time I could.
No.
No,
What do you mean correct him?
Correct
it's
him on
just
what?
it's just Clive.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's a new
of
character
course.
that's introduced.
There were some
Yeah.
conspiracy theories I saw on Reddit about him looking like the same model as Dr. Clavel, but I don't know where the fuck that came from, honestly.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
I was thinking of doing that
confusing.
bit too, but then I realized, oh yeah, I did the thing where I reminded him every time. But yeah, no, of course.
And that's her. And that is why, sir, you're going to Pokey Hell instead of Pokey Heaven.
Boy,
Clive reminds me of my favorite character from Sun and Moon, the Master Royale. I don't know why though.
That's real, yeah.
yeah.
I don't know why he reminds me of that.
A very good
Yeah.
question.
It just feels.
I think they have
familiar
the same
somehow.
shoes. Oh, yeah, they have the same shoes.
It's probably
Interesting.
it, yeah.
But then to go back on some of the other things that I got skipped over, my starter was Quaxley.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Quaxley.
Do you still have picked Quaxley knowing what it evolves into?
I exactly picked Quaxley after knowing what it evolved into.
Ah, I see.
Because unlike everyone here, I'm the type of person that wants to know everything. So if I hear leak, or if I hear, hey, I was into the whole thing. By the time the game released, I knew all their movesets, I knew their stat totals, I knew their typing, I knew what they looked like. And I chose Quaxley on the fact that Aqua Step plus Moxie, or not Moxie.
Moxie.
Yeah, plus Moxie was really cool, and I just decided to be different.
Fair enough.
And in terms of glitches, one thing that I'm going to add that y'all probably never found out was that apparently you can get a what are they called? Where you have the increased shiny chance.
Shiny charm?
No, the horde things.
Oh, outbreaks?
Yeah, the super outbreaks. So it turns out that super outbreaks, or I guess outbreaks, apparently can happen in places where Pokemon do not spawn.
Oh.
Oh wait, really?
Yes.
Huh.
Because I was going for an outbreak for Charcadet, and it took forever. And the first time that I got it, it happened on a mountain right next to Mesagoza, where no Pokemon spawned.
Oh yeah, I remember that. We were actually trying to figure out where it is that Pokemon actually, or the outbreak actually happens, and it turned out it was on top of the mountain, on the wall that separates Mesagoza from the crater.
Yeah. I thought maybe there was just a hidden cave, but no. everyone I talk to on like subreddits and something like that, where, are you sure it's an outbreak?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you had a picture of it, then you'd be able to prove that.
I mean, that would
I
explain
did.
what happened to me, because I remember there was a Charcadet outbreak north of the Bug City. I forget what that's called. But I was just like surrounded by Charcadets. There was no end to them. There was also no like. There was no outbreak on the map or anything. They were just all there. And I hadn't eaten anything either, so it has to have been just a random phantom outbreak.
And another glitch is the cave that Carrot was looking in 3 hours. I think it's the same cave. There is a spot where you can actually get outside the map, get under the map, and just swim, and swim, and swim, and swim.
Oh.
And using that, you can actually get to what people presume to be the DLC area, and climb up the wall on it too.
Oh,
If you look
interesting.
at that, there's an area that's got.
Yeah, it look. Yeah.
It looks real. Like
Yeah, it's very
okay.
clearly there's something they want to put there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually items in that area that you can get.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, there is a full area that you can stand on, but it is lower poly than what's in the normal game.
I'm willing to bet that we will probably get our first look at whatever they're planning in the spring at some point.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be next month, honestly.
I'm
feel
gonna
like they're
say
gonna
they go
put a
back
trailer.
on it and they don't do anything.
I mean, what they could do that would be really cool is if they were planning to charge for the DLC, they could just offer it for free, but I don't see them doing that.
But like as an apology, I don't think they're going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, like, they could do that and continue to update the game, because it is the best-selling Pokemon game in... Like, what was the last one that was the highest? I can't remember exactly how it was,
I
but
don't think
this
it's
was, like,
just the
insane.
best-selling Pokemon game, isn't it? Like the best-selling
Sword and
Switch
Shield was
game
the
or
best-selling.
Nintendo game.
Yeah,
probably.
it was some insane metric, so they could do it, and it's really not going to hurt anyone's bottom line.
I highly doubt they are, considering the fact that they allowed it to launch in this mess. I highly doubt it.
Well, they also didn't know what the backlash was. Oh, who am I kidding? They definitely knew what the backlash was going to be.
Yeah.
Like, the launch of this game was definitely rushed. You can tell.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well,
But
no, yeah.
They don't need to care about that because unfortunately, it's been proven time and
Just
time
like-
again, it'll sell.
Yeah, it
Yep.
sells.
Yep.
Well, it sells. It's still a fun game in a lot of respects. I don't blame people for enjoying it. Hell, I'm
Which is
enjoying it
why
right now.
which is why I'm still kind of saying, okay, I'm definitely gonna give you another chance because
Yeah.
like I had way more fun than I expected. I expected to just hate this game and then complain about it for a long
Yeah.
time.
Exactly. That's what a lot of people thought. But yeah, I'm just enjoying it.
I will, going back to where we're at, I will say the story for the Team Star, I mean, it's definitely not bad, definitely better than some other stories in the Pokemon franchise.
Yeah. I still think it's not as good as Sun and Moon's story. Sun and Moon, like original Sun and Moon, maybe I'm just impartial because Lily is adorable, but
Yeah,
god dang.
I still need to replay all those and to remember the story. But for this one, I liked the Star story, though. I guess okay. I did forget to bring this up at the beginning. Did anyone else just run into the backside of a Star raid multiple times without noting?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've even done
Yeah,
it on purpose.
Yeah, I did it like 3 times in a row in the same den because I kept forgetting where I was and looking away and then forgetting.
I love
I got one thing to mention about that. So I
Sure.
was on my way to a star base
That fixed it.
when I got there. I saw a Pokemon that I thought like just a character model had out, and it was a shiny Bisharp.
Whoa.
Oh.
Like, that was the first shiny I found, was a shiny Bisharp. And I just thought, oh, maybe that's always meant to be there because it's like this person's Pokemon, because it was like right next to the Team Star base.
Mm.
Oh my
And then
god.
I went into the cutscene, and I was like, but why would they have a shiny Bisharp? And I got out of the cutscene, I saved, and I encountered it, and I was like, oh
Well,
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I evolved it immediately.
It is really easy to evolve Bisharp, honestly. Like, once you know where it is, it's easy.
I will also say it contributed the least out of every Pokemon on my team.
Wow.
I don't know if
Well,
I like...
Except one, because that one didn't have any chances to contribute much to the team. Just because of how late it was.
Yawn.
So we talked about the Team Star route, but there's two other routes. One of them is the normal gym challenge at this point in the game, and then actually, I guess
There's the best route after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the Herba Mystica route.
That
Treasure hunt.
is so much fun. I loved the challenge to the Titan Pokemon. It was cool.
Yeah, honestly, they could make an entire game where instead of gym leaders or anything, it's just Titans.
It's called Sun and Moon.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that isn't the same because it's not
Yes, it
that
is.
unique.
But it
Okay.
is.
We'll don't. We'll
It's
skip
okay.
over
It's
that.
okay.
And then-
It's quite funny, but
yeah.
It is the treasure hunt can arguably be considered the best story in the mainline Pokemon games.
I would
I
borderline
don't know
agree
if
with
I'd go
that.
far yet. Maybe. It's very light, and it's like 90% of the game doesn't have a story.
90% of the game doesn't need a story because it's open world. But
I don't think
when you
that's
actually
fair to say.
do interact with story elements, it's very well done.
Yes, because this story took a character that everyone thought was just going to be some generic dick and actually made him likable and protectable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Arvin is
I-
very good.
yeah, I really like what they did with them.
And then there's sort of a pseudo route, which is taking actual classes.
Yeah. The teachers
Wait,
are
you
all
can do that?
awesome.
Did
You
guys-
didn't
did
know
you
that?
guys- Oh yeah,
Oh, no,
I didn't
I was
ask.
doing a bit. I was just doing
Oh,
a bit.
okay. I was
I
thought you
was
were
asking, ask if anybody even checked to see if you could take classes.
I mean, in
Yeah.
that regard, I was just as a delinquent as Team Star. Causing havoc all over the region, not attending classes. I at least
Yeah.
just dressed properly when I did it.
I did all of mine and I passed my finals. Harumph.
Congratulations, nerd.
What was
The
first
only
one
class
that
I
you
actually
did?
passed was the one you had to do to get the legendaries at the end of the game. Because
Was
it was
that
just a
actually a
chore.
class?
I don't
Yeah.
think you have to do it to get them. I think you only have to do it to get them marked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can see the locations. I mean, you could find them without talking.
Oh yeah, that's
Taking
exactly what I
history.
did.
Yeah.
Then I was misunderstanding. That is fine.
It's technically optional, but it tells you where they are, so it makes it much easier.
Well, it tells you where the shrines are, not where the things you need to get
Oh,
the
yeah.
other things for.
Those spikes are everywhere, and some of them are really hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a cave under a waterfall. Ooh.
That one was actually really fun to find. I liked that. It was hidden away really well, but the rest of them were just like there. That one was actually hidden. Which makes sense because that's the one that's been banned.
Well, also speaking of hidden, because I did the gym challenge last, I caught a level 75 Pokemon back when I only had one gym badge.
Yeah, so let's actually get to that. Curry, could you pull up picture 2, please?
Oh. Picture. Dose. There we go.
And picture 2 is so for every one of us, we have these maps on at the end of the game that shows you exactly what order you fought the relevant challenges in.
Yep.
First up is arcs. And
Oh, I'm first this time.
yes.
Yes. But
About time.
yeah. But yeah, so what routes did you go through?
Let me.
I'll send you the
actually go-
picture so you can re-reference it. Hold on.
Yeah, because on the stream I don't see anything.
It
There
is
you
a
go.
little bit zoomed in. I apologize.
All right, so yeah. So it looks like my first gym was actually the bug gym.
Yeah, that is what they expected everyone to do first.
I don't
I
think
thought
so.
it was the grass gym.
You can do either one first. I think they're at the same level.
Yeah.
Actually, I do have a picture that shows the levels after we're done with this.
But yeah, I went to the bug gym first, and at this point, I think my starter was more leveled than anything else, but I beat it with like the Char Cadet. And then I did the whatever this Titan is called. I think it's the crane one.
The crane.
Bombardier.
Yeah, the Bombardier.
Yeah.
Bombardier was my
I-
first as well.
It was a little bit difficult because I was clearly under leveled for it, but I managed to pull it off because of bulk up.
Nice.
Mm-mm.
And then from there, I did my first. I think that's the Team Star. Is number 3 a Team Star?
Maybe.
3. Yes, number 3 for you is the Dark Team Star member.
I can read it about as well as you can, so I don't know.
Well, I see the face, but it's so generic, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, that is the Dark one. His name is like Segan or something. Segwin.
Yeah, I think this was the area where I got the Bisharp. Right.
Segs.
If this is like the bamboo forest area, then that's where I caught the Bisharp. And
I think the
then
Bamboo Forest is 11.
Yeah, that's one of
Is
the
it?
last areas you can get to in the game. You need a bunch of your writing skills before you can even get to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh wait, I guess. Okay, so I did so then, there's not really much to say. I kind of used my evolved Quaxley to just kind of destroy this thing. And then from there, I actually did the water gym because I found out about a Rotom thing that you can do, but you need to actually get the not gambling. What is it? Auctions. I need to get the auctions open. And so I
Yeah.
decided, well, since I'm here, I might as well. And then it was after this point when I kind of also had learned about which 3 like best ride ones were available. So after that, I did number 5 because I think number 5 was the jump, or I think the water. But this one was like the Iron Treads or the Great Tusk.
Yeah, 5 is your Dawn fan of choice.
Or not choice if you didn't know about it.
Yep.
This one is a little bit difficult, but I'd done a number of raids to the point where my Quaquaval was 36. And again, with bulk ups, relatively easy. And from there, I did kind of just like a lot of going around, doing raids and stuff like that. And I was at this point where my Quaquaval was like in its 40s or 50s, and I went to number 6, which was the Ortho Worm.
Ortho.
Yes, the Ortho Worm Titan.
Ortho.
Because what happened was, I actually tried to go to 13 first, but I could not get it to activate for some reason. So I just kind of skipped it and went to number 6. Surprisingly, I did not one-shot it, even at such a higher level. And then after that, it was after that that I actually evolved Charcadet into an Armor Rouge. And then took on the Grass Gym Leader. Needless to say, it didn't stand a whole lot of a chance, but it stood a better chance because Armor Rouge was still only in its like 20s or something. Or maybe it was still Charcadet at the time. Not quite sure. But my starter was just way over leveled, so I just allowed other Pokemon to take its stead in most of the bigger fights. And then from there, I took on Mila. And Quaquaval just kind of made quick work of it. And then from there, I went to Iono. And this is where I caught a Rotom too, was in this area. Didn't really use it much. But I used it enough to at least get like the Mower Rotom.
Motom.
Yeah, Motom.
Go. Nom, nom, nom.
Yeah. Iono was... I mean, Iono is Iono. If you know what a VTuber is, you know Iono.
Oh, I have a lot to say about Iono when it's my turn.
Ooh.
And then 10... What is 10?
10. That looks like a Titan.
But which one?
What Titan is over there? Oh, is that Cloth? Klaus.
Yeah, it's Cloth.
Oh, that's Claw.
He goes, "Brr."
Surprisingly, he still wasn't even one shot.
I can't
with
believe that.
Quaquaval.
Because Clove is the easiest one, isn't it?
Yeah, but he still wasn't a one shot for some reason.
Interesting.
And then from
He's got a
there is when I went to the Poison Team Star, and that's where I caught my shiny Bisharp, which I named Blue King because again I'd already known what it evolves into and how to evolve it. Oh yeah, I guess I should also say I named my Quaxley Blue Toe off of Popeye because the Quaxley kind of looked like a sailor. And then I guess I did some more just raids going around, and then I was finally like, you know what? I'll go do this gym right here. And she's purdy.
She's Birdie?
Yeah, she's purdy. I forget her name.
What was her typing?
Psychic.
Oh, I swear, I didn't care for her very much because she looks like she should be a fairy with all the, like, little wings and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, she just sounds like she's always hitting on the player.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's her character design.
Yeah. And then from there, I finally decided to go once again to try to get the flying ride ability for my Koraidon. And this time, I couldn't really figure it out, but it finally just happened. And there really wasn't much to say, because my Quaquaval was in its 50s. It had a decent time handling it.
Which one gives you flying?
The False Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Because they do have a set order, or not a set order, but each Titan specifically gives you a certain one. It's not just like how many have you done.
Yeah.
And at this point, I was just like, my god, I need to help this dog. I just actively wanted to help the dog.
Doggo, doggo, doggo.
Yeah, doggo, doggo, doggo. And then from there, it was at this point I had traded away my Armor Rouge for Ceruledge as well. Because some like PokeTubers and whatnot were trying to do, well, mainly this was Blaine, but his community basically made it to where if you put in a certain trade code or a link code, like people were just trading away version specific Pokemon.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you would get Dittos. I think it was 444-8 4448. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, for Ditto's like 4448, 4448.
And then for version exclusives, you would just put their dex entry plus.
I think it was
number.
all zeros plus their dex number.
Okay.
For I think for Blaine's it was. And then from there I did people's I guess favorite gym leader, the normal type gym.
Everyone loves him.
Harry.
I don't know. He's boring.
He's
he's
bland,
adorable.
that's the
You
point.
get it. You get it. He gets
He's
it.
Larry.
He's just a normal guy.
He's
And he
relatable.
just wants to
No.
get back to work.
Larry.
He's so
He's
he
not
just,
a normal guy. He is a boring guy.
He's
No,
Yeah,
relatable.
because he's
that's
normal.
the point.
Yeah, normal guys are boring.
He keeps saying he's boring. It's like, yeah, because he's normal. Yeah, that's the point.
You know,
He-
he wants to do his job and he wants to get off work so he can go home and go to sleep.
But he can't because he's.
He can't because his boss is working.
And he basically gets rid of an entire restaurant worth of people by battling him.
Yep, they just vanish. Poof.
Yep, and he also gets rid of a lot of people's hopes and dreams by showing them, for their first time, a Dunsparce with a second segment.
Oh,
Sparse.
Not
However,
to
he's
mention,
Dunsparce.
Eagle-
We don't see Dunsparce until Nimona, unless you caught one.
Dunsparce is so good.
and
Nut-
and
sorry.
from
I
there
didn't mean
the
to
rest
interrupt
of
you,
it
I'm
doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
15, 16, 17, 18. Literally just checking off boxes off a list. That was it.
Alright.
Yep.
Well, actually, scratch that. I do have one thing to say about 16. Why is he a dude?
Yeah, I love it. It's great.
When I first saw him, I thought he was a girl, so I was like,
Yeah, I think that's the point,
man,
honestly.
people are gonna have a field day with this one. And
Yeah.
then it was just like,
Yeah.
oh,
That was true.
Oh,
and then
no.
you
I
go to
mean,
the Pokemon website after he was revealed that said he.
Yeah.
I looked at him for like 5 seconds and thought he was a girl, and then went, "Oh, he's probably just has the pretty eyelashes," and then went, "Okay,
it's just,
people are gonna get confused."
Yeah, it's like a Shaun White type, long haired snowboarder style. Is
Yeah.
what people are going for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
because after 15, basically all my Pokemon were in their 40s, 50s, and then 60s as well.
Hmm.
And I guess now I'll just bring up the fact that throughout this whole thing, I was also just getting a lot of shiny. Wait, no, that didn't. Never mind. Don't worry about that. But yeah, did this whole thing only to check boxes off a list so I can get to the final part of the game. Do we want to talk about that now, or do we want to do the combined?
That later.
Well,
after?
we're going through everyone, so you were first. Then next up is as long as you're
Me.
done.
Yeah, as long as you're done, it's up to me next.
All right. So yeah, if we're not talking about the crater, then yes, next person is next.
Okay,
Alright,
so
you're up.
I had a lot of thought because I went out of the gate and I'm thinking, you know what? This is an open world. Did they do it? Did they actually do it? So instead of going to the very obvious first designated gym, I said I'm gonna go the one after it. and they had level 30 Pokemon and sweeped me immediately, and I was so upset. More upset than anything, honestly. Why could they not just... Like, it's so easy.
Well,
You're talking about level scaling, aren't you?
Yep, there it is. I was waiting.
Don't worry, I got something to say about that during my turn, so I'll wait.
But eventually I did find my way back to that, spot. Where on my map? So actually, according to my map, the first thing I did was... Is that Bombardier? No. Which one is that? It's on the far left side? Anybody?
I
can't
have no
remember.
idea. I can't
what was the
look.
question?
they're so small.
Here,
Like-
I'll post it in the chat here.
Here, how about
Number
this?
one on this one.
I'll switch it to these.
What
So
was the question
Is this yours?
What Titan is the number one?
That's the Bombardier, which is the flying fighting one, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the first.
No, Flying Dark.
That's the first roadblock that I fought, and I don't remember why I decided on that. I think it was just like the first thing I could get to. Then on the way back, I found the Dark Star, which was kind of interesting because by the time I got to the first gym leader, which was the Bug Gym Leader, I was sorely overleveled, which is the reason they need level scaling for these kind of gym fights.
They do.
Anyway, after that, let's see, where's 4? I went to the Worm Titan. So at this point, I realized I should probably get the Titans out of the way first because they give me more movement options. That's great. But there was a gym leader right next by, and also a team star, so might as well get those out of the way. I also wanted to talk about. We haven't really talked about it. The gym tests. How does everyone feel about those?
I like the idea of it because
I don't.
it is so much more interesting to have something that you need to do before you just go to the gym and fight.
Well, I think this
I
was
would
worse
just
than the previous
prefer
game's
to
version.
fight the gym, honestly.
That's boring.
I
Yeah.
didn't like them in Sword and Shield. I don't really like them here because I don't really feel like they're attached to the actual gym challenge. I mean, I can't say for sure without giving some thought on how it should be done, but not the way they executed it because the mini games just felt like detached mini games that could have just not been in the game and I wouldn't have really noticed the difference.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I would say
I
they
can
just didn't feel like true mini games. Because like in other games, mini games are like side content that you can kind of do over and over to, really get the full effect of what they can do. And
I mean,
here
that's
it's
one
just like,
definition.
oh, here's something to pad it out that's semi-related to what you're doing.
yeah.
I
There were
mean,
some
feel-
of the gym tests that were nice. But the reason that this reminded me of it was the grass one. Just run around my town and see if you can find 20 Sunflora.
Ah, yes.
That one was
FPS.
hilarious.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that
the
caused a
generic
lot of
hide and
FPS.
seek of mini games.
It was so
Yeah.
funny. I was
and-
the entire time I was like, "Oh my god, this is the dumbest gym challenge or anything like a gym challenge I've ever seen."
I also really like the fact that he jumped off the fucking building. Was he standing there the whole time? Did anyone actually see him beforehand?
Yeah.
I did not know.
That's amazing.
People don't know that he actually broke all of his bones in the first take.
That's why there wasn't a second.
So at this point, I'm just over leveled for the entire game. I didn't know where to go, so I just kept going anywhere. I went to another Titan, sure, whatever, not really much to say. And then this entire game, I was up to this point, I was just not having fun. Like, I just wanted to get it over with. And then I met Iono.
Your
I still hated
personal
the game,
Lord
but
and
at least I
Savior.
had Iono. Iono is the cutest. That's the end of the sentence. I
Wait,
love her
hold
so
on.
much.
You already said that about
Don't-
Penny, so which one
Don't
is
worry
that?
about the fact that I'm contradicting myself, okay? So the fact that she is a VTuber is funny as hell.
And
Um,
incorrect, because she's not a VTuber. She is a streamer. She
Chat-
looks like a VTuber though. She looks like
Yeah.
something that you could buy on the VTuber marketplace for like $100. but she's a service guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna still call her a VTuber though, because yeah, you are correct. It looks just like a VTuber model. Yeah, I love her though.
That's fair.
Personality-wise, everything is great.
Does that mean she actually modified her teeth to be sharp?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to do
Yeah.
that.
It's on brand. She's that trope of an anime character.
God, the only way to get back from that is to get dentures, and that sucks, man. I met somebody who actually did that in real life, and they said never fucking do this. Never. It was the worst decision they've ever made.
Yeah.
Why was it the worst decision they ever made?
Number one, you can actually bite your tongue off. Number two, it is completely and totally impractical for actually chewing. Because, yeah, you can rip and tear, but your back teeth, you know, the ones that you have there, they're for, like, gnashing vegetation and crap, which makes it very difficult to actually chew your food. It is not something you should do.
Your teeth are designed in a very specific reason for their shape.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but
I knew someone who did that to their fingernails just so they could cut people.
That's a bit of a different story, but still awful.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I love Iono, everything about her, and her gym test was so on brand. I loved it so much. Just fucking Where's Waldo, the game, anyway. So after actually enjoying the game for once, after Iono, we get to, where's 9? 9 is that one. Then we fought Larry. So I actually had the worst time with Larry's gym test. I don't know how many hours I spent on it.
What, really?
I couldn't find the last person.
Huh.
He was fun fight. I like his character. 10 was another Titan. And I've already talked about the fact that Nurse Joy told me to go fight this Titan way earlier. But I finally did defeat it. 11 was the poison guy, not much to say there. I do like the surrounding area. It is really well designed. 12 was a psychic gym leader, so I am a psychic simp. I've admitted that a lot of times on stream and off stream. I think she's one of my least favorite gym leaders this game. Her design is awful. Her gym test is awful. Everything about her is awful. The only thing I like about her is the fact that she showed me the fact that Farigiraf exists.
Farigiraf.
Farigiraf.
But, I will say there is one other thing. I do like her gym's motif with the old sprite work that's lining the Coliseum. That's really cool.
It just felt out of place. Like, what was the reason?
It's an Easter egg. Well, it's not even an Easter egg, it's an egg.
Why is are you just talking about the town's design in general? It's Moorish.
Well, the town in general also looks cool, but specifically the murals that outline the Coliseum that you fight her in.
I did like that too.
They're sprites from the old game.
Despite the obvious nostalgia bait, but I did like those little sprites.
The reason they have that is because the half of Spain for a very long time was owned by the Moors being Muslims, and the Muslims inventing ceramics.
Yep.
Or not inventing, but they used ceramic tiling quite a bit. So basically, it was a Moorish town. So that led it to having a very different feeling from the rest of the map, which is more of a European town.
I guess. After that, we get to the water guy. So I like him as a character. I like his gym test. It was actually pretty funny. The only thing I don't like about him is the fact that he showed me the bidding system, which has got to be one of the weirdest. That's the
bidding
I don't
system?
like it.
The auction system.
Oh, that thing's great. It's the only other way you can get special Pokeballs.
That's the problem, because you have to outbid NPCs who have basically an empty pocket or infinite pocket if you don't.
Thank
have
you for
money.
reminding me. I need to sell things.
I mean, I think each
There's a
different
small pattern
person
to
has
them.
like different amounts. They can go above the asking price.
Yeah, but like I did one where there was some EV reducing berries, and I think I got to like 200k, and I just couldn't go any further. The NPC could though.
Did you ever pick the lower option when bidding?
I do not believe so.
Sometimes it
That's
depends
why.
on whether
So
or not. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I do apologize. Some NPCs may not fall for the juke, but one pattern that's been discovered is if you pass on the very first one, pick low twice and then pick high, the spike will cause the CPU to reconsider going any further.
Oh, neat.
Hey, here, repeat
That's
that real quick. I'll go and test that. I'm actually in Puerto Miranda right now.
Now I think you can just choose the low option once and then go high, but basically pass on the first one, pick low,
Oh,
and
I
then
win.
either pick low again or pick high right after that.
Okay,
Because,
so
like,
pass,
low,
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 high.
Well, that's 83
or pass
Pokeballs
low
for
high. I
7,000.
think either might work,
Ooh,
but
what
that's
a
what I would usually
steal.
do.
Alright.
What an absolute steal.
Alright, so while he's getting that pulled up, I guess I'll continue. So that is
Hold on.
the
We
you can get EV
have
reducing
a
berries there.
stream.
Oh, he's doing it on that end too. You can get EV reducing berries here, and it's one of the best way to get them because the only other way to get them is by finding them random in the overworld. But just because it's the best way to get them doesn't mean that's a good way. It'll still take you multiple days to get enough for one team.
Like if they didn't fall for it, then you have to pick low again for one or two, and then go high again. Yeah.
Oh, I'm almost out of my price range.
I have pommic berries, luxury balls, cloth sticks. What is a cloth stick?
It's not that much more than just buying a couple of them, so that's actually a pretty good deal.
Sure, I'm gonna buy some cloth sticks. Why not?
Okay, so
Okay, I'll pass for now.
yeah, I guess I'll wait. So that won't take very long.
Okay, pass. Bid low. Bid
I always pass
low.
first anyway.
And bid high. Wow, it worked!
Amazing.
That's hilarious, yeah.
Now I think for the more lucrative items, that takes a minute to
just
juke
work
the
with this
CPU, but yeah, basically they checked for if you're spiking the price.
That's interesting. That's good to know. Okay, so pass,
Yeah.
low, low, high. That's a really good tip. Let's see here.
So to continue on, so after him, that entire like icy mountain areas where I did the next like 10 hours of my game. So Mr. Curry, could you pull up Oh, we lost
We lost Info Arcade. That is fine. He has been muted this whole time anyway. I was very tempted to move him out, but I realized he couldn't get back in without asking. Anyway, so pull
could
up
you
the
pull
weapon.
up picture 15?
15.
So in this area with the 14th and 15th gym leaders that I fought, I saw on the minimap a small Pokemon. I was like, that looks neat. I want to catch that. And this is the thing I saw, Glimmet, and I was like, okay,
Hi.
sure. It's probably somewhere in this cave, so I'll just look
Hello.
around. 3 hours later, I finally find this motherfucking bulb piece of shit.
Please
And I'm
tell
like,
me it
alright.
blew up.
No, it didn't actually. I loved it. I caught it and I was very happy with it. And then I looked more at that sprite. I looked very close at that head and I was thinking, what is that reminding me of?
Ah, I see where this is
Cue the
going.
next 3 hours of my life. And then I asked a lot of people and no one knew. One person in our group, he said, I know what it is. It's this. And he was right. It was this. So since it took me about 6 hours to fully encapsulate having this Pokemon, I nicknamed it Infierno, which is Spanish for hell, because that's where I was.
Okay. You good there, fam?
On that topic, I guess I should bring up the things that I caught along the way.
Yeah.
So, my starter I named it Mary because, haha, weed cat, lol. Anyway, the
For
next
shame,
Pokemon
you're
I
better
caught.
than this.
No, I'm not, and you know that. By the way, we started recording at my time at 4:20, and I was very tempted to make the joke. Anyway,
Hell.
so
Hell. He did the weed joke. Kick his
the
ass.
the next Pokemon I caught was not Doxman, Fido. I didn't nickname it because you can't nickname perfection. The next one I caught after that was what's the pre-evolution of Espathra?
Flittle.
Yeah, I caught a Flittle, and in the Dex entry it says, let me actually pull it up really quick so I can read it
To
word for
everyone's
word.
surprise, it evolves into a Spathra, by the way.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had zero idea about that until I found them both in the desert. I caught an Espathra and I was like, oh, this is cool. This has to be like a standalone Pokemon. And then a Flittle went by and I was like, wait.
Oh.
I already had a Flittle in my party when I caught an Espathra, and I was like, that's a neat one-off Pokemon. Anyway, what does this Flittle evolve into, I wonder?
Yeah, exactly.
It's, like, why is the Flittle evolve into the Espathra? Does
Look,
anyone know?
Espathra, okay, real quick, I do want to say this. Espathra is one of the best designs in this entire gen. Holy shit, it is great. Anyway.
It's alright.
Yeah, I don't really like it that much. I think it's a bit too loud.
Its shiny looks great. Hold on, I'll pull up its shiny.
That's true. Its shiny does look great.
A shiny Flittle, however, looks awful because it's very hard to see.
Yeah,
It's
here it
easy
is.
to run into.
Its shiny is just pure black.
It looks brown from what I'm looking at it here.
Maybe like a deep kind of like charcoal, like dark brown, but it's definitely, it looks really good. I'm 100% farming for its shiny. But you're right, Flittle barely stands out at all.
Good, it looks really.
Oh, also, here's the shiny version of Kyraidon that people data mined.
Yeah, that's really fucking cool if that's real.
Whoa.
Yeah, that looks really good, and Miraidon apparently continues the trend of Chrome, which I actually think does work here, because you get a silver motorcycle. Anyway.
Okay, so to continue on, so I caught my Flittle, and I read its Pokédex entry where it says, quote, "It spends its time running around wastelands. If anyone steals its beloved berries, it will chase them down and exact its revenge."
Yep.
So I named it Mume.
Of course you did.
After getting Mume, I do believe that was when I got my Dolphin Boy. Oh my god, I love Palafin so much. The evolution method is dumb, but I love it. It's just a friend trading with extra steps, but Hero Mode Palafin is just the fucking dumbest design. I love it so much.
No,
Yeah,
it's
Aqua
super
Neos.
good.
Yeah, that is actually what I named it, was Aquos. When I was very happy when I saw that it turned into hero form, because that had fit it so perfectly.
Yeah,
I'm
Elemental
jealous.
Hero Aqua Neos, yeah.
I fucking love it. It's shiny as Batman.
Yep. And Aquos is the name of Neospatian Aqua Dolphin in the anime. It just so happened that it fit with Hero Mode, it just so happened. Alright, anyway. After that, I caught a Gimmighoul, and I was very upset at its evolution.
Dear.
However, because it was money, and at the time, we had just finished playing another game, I named it Reset.
Why would you name it
Is there
something?
though?
Oh, because you didn't know what it turned into, right?
Yeah.
Arguably, you could say it fits even more because it's only money. Anyway.
Capitalism, ho, motherfuckers.
Capitalism, ho! Alright, so that's my 6th on my team. So after, let me pull up my picture again here. Yeah, so the 14th gym leader. So I know a lot of people like the 14th gym leader that I fought. The Rhyme, that's her name, Rhyme. I didn't like her that much.
Rhyme is great. When we get around to mine, I actually have something to say about Rhyme because she is neat.
Does it have to do with the DJ Bones?
I mean, aside from that, I have much to say.
I did like her gym test though. That was a really cool way to hype up the crowd and
That's
everything.
one gym test that I liked because it actually was actual like gameplay related to the game.
Exactly.
Oh.
Then there was the trap. They were fun too. I really didn't like the design of. Was she a fairy type? Was she a steel type? The Team Star member on the top right.
Fighting, if it's on the top right. Yeah.
Fighting, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I didn't like her design at all.
She is a little bit of a near miss for me. I like her. I like her shtick, but yeah.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Damn.
I mean, I don't know.
So, then I fought the Hidden Dragon Titan or whatever it's called, and I was waiting to bring this up. So, with all of my talk about how much I hated having trouble finding shinies and seeing no Q, whatever, it was hard and kind of doable, but I was able to work my way through it because of the I think they call it the Let's Go mechanic, where you can throw a Pokemon out and it can hit something.
Yeah.
You can't do that that well on the water because sometimes the Pokemon are actually under the water.
Well,
so I have to sit there and wait for them to come up from the underwater, and by the time that happens, I've already been hit in the face by that speedy psychic fish.
Oh yeah, that one is a bit of a dick.
Yeah, Veluza.
And then top it all off, that's where we had that Tatsugiri, which Curry already showed the picture of, but...
Tatsu.
Oh god, yeah, that was just the most stressful area in the entire map. I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. It was a fun Titan fight, but... Anyway. Then what?
Never mind, go ahead.
Then I fought the fairy type Team Star member. He was okay, I guess. Was that it? Is it only 18? Yeah, 18 is the max. Yep. So for my playthrough with those 3 routes, that was the how I handled them. I think in order. I think I did Team Star first. No, I did Titan, Star, then Gym Leaders, I believe. Yeah. Wait, no, Star was last. Whatever. Anyway. But the one other thing I did want to bring up before we move on to the next person. So, if you finished the Titans before you finish the Star members, you go to fight Arvin, and afterwards, they're clearly setting up for the post game.
Yeah.
He says they kind of just accidentally spoil the ending, even if you already knew it. Like, it was obviously written on the wall that Cassiopeia was Penny.
Yeah,
they still outright told you.
Yeah. It's really strange. It really feels like they needed to do better with that, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, they really did. Like, they should have said Cassiopeia. Like, that would have been so easy to fix. Just change that to Cassiopeia. Anyway,
I mean, there was the moment that Clyde decides to tell you that he's Cassiopeia.
Yeah. I don't know why Clive said he was Cassiopeia though. Like, I was gonna make a joke. I couldn't think of one. Never mind. Anyway, that's the end of my route. Up next, the next picture is Curry's.
Oh,
I will post it into.
Fair enough. That's not what I was expecting. But then you think about it for 5 seconds longer, and you realize Clive can't be Cassiopeia because the storyline wouldn't make sense if he was.
Yeah.
But it would be really funny if that were the case, though.
I mean, just imagine. No, imagine what would happen if, like, you get to the end fight, and then the director and Clive both walk out together. You're like, oh.
Yeah, so here's what happened. So he was actually recording lines for... So he has all 3 of them. Yeah. So he was recording lines for Cassiopeia in advance. He knew exactly what you would say, and he recorded those lines specifically. If you spoke out of your script, he would reset the universe so you wouldn't.
It's just so stupid. Anyway,
that proves... birds aren't real. Anyway, go ahead.
My thing. So, I'm not going to prattle on for very long about everything. I'm just basically going to describe what I wanted to do was I was going to go, like, to the left from the main city and just do a full circle around and do everything. And then I found out that things were level set, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's not really going to work. So I basically got up through to, I still don't know how I managed to do this, but I managed to beat, Iron Treads for my 5th one, which is apparently way under par.
Yeah.
So that is a very proud achievement. But yeah, I got Iron Treads done with the 5th one. My first 4, I think generally, like, that's a very common assortment to get to, but then Treads is supposed to be like the wall, and then you move on and come back to it later.
Yes.
But instead I just punched straight through that, and then I was like, okay, fine, now I guess I'll go to the right, and I just went up that direction, went as far as I could, went back to take care of the Psychic Gym Leader, which I really don't like the Psychic Gym Leader at all. I don't like her aesthetic. It doesn't make sense for a Psychic Gym Leader. She looks like a Fairy Gym Leader. She's probably my least favorite Gym Leader in this entire thing, honestly. Like everyone, Iono is Iono. I can't fault her. She's strange. Like, I also had Splatoon while I was, like, playing this, and every time I would, like, glance over to my wall of games, I would, like, just see Splatoon and be like, man, Iono kind of reminds me of the Squid Sisters a little bit.
Quick
So what
tangent.
you're saying, the Squid Sisters are YouTubers?
Maybe.
Quick tangent. Do you have Splatoon 3?
I do, yes.
I'm gonna message you later. All right, continue.
Okay, I haven't gotten to really play it, but hopefully, yes. Where was I? Oh yeah, and after that I went to fight Larry, the best lad. Just top lad. Larry is great. Love Larry to bits. And then I just kind of like went around and just kind of knocked everything out as I went. However, when I got to Rhyme, who I believe was my last one, I had a realization. Number one, Rhyme's whole shtick is wonderful. I thought it was going to be way more cringy, but it was actually kind of adorable in the way that it tried to do like a rap god kind of style. It was hilarious. But the thing that I realized was, man, I really wish that gyms would switch up their battle styles more often. Like, she is the only double battle in the entire fucking game, it feels like.
That
yeah.
bugged me too.
Moist Critical also made an appearance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah,
Moist
I'm glad
Critical.
that Moist Critical got to fight us.
But it's just like, I loved Rhyme's gym chat. It really became like at least my second, if not my first favorite gym in this entire thing. Specifically because it was a lovely aesthetic, her character design is wonderful, just the actual character herself is wonderful. And on top of all that, you get to do double battles, which were actually fun. It's like the first time I've seen a double battle in a long time where I'm like, yes, I definitively enjoyed doing this. So I wish that gyms would like do... I don't mind doubles. I'm more of a singles player usually, but this one was just so refreshing because I was like, oh, I didn't think they were in the game.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, no, I wish that gyms would switch it up more because that would just add another layer of challenge to stuff. But it really was just a nice treat. So, you know, standouts here and there. I really did like most of the Team Star bases just because it's just fun to fight the big boss monster at the end. The only one that honestly almost destroyed me was Fighter Girl. Fighter Girl almost wiped my team. I got out with one Pokemon remaining. That was the only time in my entire playthrough that my team had almost been wiped.
Oh, I did get wiped on the Poison Gym, or the Poison Star, remember? I forgot to mention that. It was like one of the very few, I think in the entire game, there were 3 major fights that I was on level for, and he was the only one that beat me.
Yeah, like, I was
Just-
above level for her, and she still, like, moxied her way the fuck through. I was like, God, that's scary.
Yeah, Moxie is a terrifying ability. The only reason I lost was because my team couldn't handle poison.
Yeah.
Like, my only answer was my Espathra, which was one shot.
Oh. But anyway, yeah, I don't think I have really a lot more to say other than that. I do care for, like, most of the gym leaders here. I really like the water gym leader. I think he's just fucking, he's fun.
He is wholesome.
He is very wholesome. He's just good. The Team Star members, all good. I would probably say my favorite is the Poison dude. He's just neat. What else? What else? As far as the Titans go, again, best part of the game, in my opinion, was just, like, finding these dudes. I thought that it would be a little bit samey, but it was fun just the whole way through. I really wish that they would take this concept and then, like, amplify it even more into, like, crazy puzzles or things that you can't get through until, like, the end game, but you can find in early game, so you can just, like, keep it in mind and go back to it when you're ready. I think that, like, this whole concept is just cool. So I had quite the blast just going through it, and admittedly, I did take my time and just, like, went to every area and looked through all of the Pokemon to see what I could find, and yeah, no, it was a fun time. It was a very, very fun time.
Before we move on to the next one, I had two quick things.
Hmm.
So I noticed, Curry, your last fight that you did was Giacomo, which was the second fight that I did. How did you feel that your last fight was in the level 20s?
Giacomo?
Giacomo?
Giacomo? Who's that?
The Dark Team Starbase.
The Dark Team Starbase. Which one is that?
Left side, he's got a Poniard and a second Starmobile.
Wait, the dude with the hat and the hair that flares off to the side?
Yeah.
And a laptop.
He was my third one. What are you talking about?
I'm looking at the picture right now and it says 18.
That is not my picture. My 18th was Rhyme.
Well, let me pull up the thing you sent me, unless I renamed it wrong.
Wait, have we had the wrong one pulled up this whole time? I can barely read it. Oh, wait, you might have mislabeled that. Oops.
So then
I'm
who's this
surprised
one?
you didn't. So you weren't reading off of the picture?
No, I opened my game and looked through it myself so I could just pull it up and, like, look through who it was.
Oh, okay.
I just went through this one.
I guess that one was mislabeled.
Okay, well, I'll just switch up the ones.
Okay,
later
yeah, I
on.
just looks like Arcs and yours were swapped.
Okay, so this one is Arcs, so this one should be the first one, then it's yours, and then it's mine. I'm going to make note of that. Hold on.
That's
So wait,
super easy
I
to
was
fix.
talking over the wrong one.
Yeah, but that's
Apparently.
easy to fix.
Yeah, we can just do, like...
Yeah, I know what happened. I had originally named them like your guys' names and then the word map. Then I realized I should change that so they're all next to each other in the folder. And I guess in doing that, that fucked it up. My
Okay.
bad.
No, it's okay. We can barely make it out on the screen. So I'll just switch them in post. That shouldn't cause any trouble. Well, let's make sure that these next ones are the correct people, though. But anyway, who should be next?
The next one should be Dosha, and I'll pull up to make sure that's the correct one.
Let me see.
Dosha's.
Dosha, was your second fight Cloth?
I don't know. Let me check.
Yes, I just checked, and that is the correct one.
Okay, so we have
Oh,
that
yeah,
one
this
pulled
one's
up.
super zoomed in, which means it's definitely my map.
Okay.
So that's
Then,
how
yeah.
I screenshotted it.
Take it away, mon sweet.
Sure thing. Well, let's see. I start catching Pokemon right
Oh,
from the
actually,
start,
wait, you're
and I don't
live.
stop. So I'm not going to talk about where I caught every Pokemon that I used on my team throughout the game. Let's see. But just in case, let me switch my box out here. So I'm going to look at the various Pokemon I caught. There's a couple I want to talk about.
Nah, that's fine.
Okay. So, first thing I did after I got out, I decided to go left because I remember there was an olive field over there, and I wanted a small olive very bad. So
Olive.
I fought the bug gym leader first right out the bat. Very uneventful. Rolling the olive is fun, but it's not much of a gym challenge.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Wasn't it like we were looking around for the Smoliv together, and that's also where like the video you got of my arm missing came from, is just when we were fucking around this area when the game first came out?
I don't know.
I think that's yeah, because we were looking around in the olive field. I remember this. This is neat.
And then I made my best attempt to go to the Alfornada, but that didn't quite pan out. Obviously, you can't go there at that point in the game.
Mhm.
So I gave up on going that way, and I went over to the east side of the map, and I fought Klauf. Following that, I fought the fire crew with Mela. And then I fought the artisan gym. And so I got all three of those knocked out of the way. I decided now I've got a little bit more ability to do stuff. I'm gonna and a few more levels on me, and I don't have to worry about the level cap preventing me from playing the game. So as much as I was, so I went over and I fought the Sky Titan, and I don't remember what that. I think that's swimming.
Yes, the Sky Titan is swimming.
And then Dark Crew, and then I went directly to Casa Fara Gym, which I think it was a little. Oh no, that was on level, right. Then I went to the desert to try to fight the Quaking Earth Titan. I failed really badly, so I decided I'll do that later. And instead, I went over to Medali and fought for the normal gym. Which it took me 2 tries, but I did do it because, to be honest, it was a little stronger than I mean, I'm going a little bit further than I needed to at this point. I should have probably gone back over here. Let's see, where's 9? What is 9?
Before you go to
is-
that one, I did a question for you, Dosha.
Yeah.
You said that you changed something around for one of them because of the level cap. What do you mean?
The level cap? Well, if you raise Pokemon above the level that your badge says you can, they'll disobey you whether they're traded or not.
Yep. I was basically forced to continue doing a gym challenge because I had raised my Pokemon too high.
That's a big part of why I kept swapping out Pokemon during my journey. Which
I
is why I
mean,
have so many.
It's a good mitigation, I suppose, but there's cleaner ways to do it, probably.
Well, it worked for me in the last game. It works for me in this one. Then Lurking Steel Titan. That one was a lot of fun. It's a pretty memorable fight, to be honest. Just because you have to go around chasing it first. I guess the fight's not memorable. It's just the...
Gotta play whack-a-mole with the giant worm.
Whack-a-worm. And then I went back to Valencia and I beat up Iono. And then after that, what did I do next? Oh, I felt confident, so I went back to the fighting the Earth Titan. Did I do anything in between that? Probably took some classes and stuff, because I did that from pretty early on. By the way, class progression is tied to your gym how far you are in the gym challenges. So there's 8 classes, and so you can't do all of them until you beat the gyms. But if you've only done 4 gyms, then you can only do the first 4 classes in the midterms, for example. What did I do after that? I think I went to the lake and I realized, wait a minute, everything here is way too strong. I'm going to run around some more, probably aimlessly. Probably tried to climb that again. Back to Mr. Poison Ninja Man. Oh yeah, the forest. That was in the preview. I remember that was I already had a Grafii by that point, but if I didn't, then that's what I would probably been looking for going over there. Let's see, and then after that, I decided, all right, we'll climb up the mountain. So there's a pass that you can get to from here that takes you up the mountain. And I think the order you're supposed to do it in is Montenerva and then Glaciado. But I don't know, I guess they're close enough in level. But I remember Glaciado being a little harder than Montevera. After that, what did I do? Did I beat, I think, Team Stars? I don't remember if I did the Fairy Crew first or... No, I think I did try to do Fighting Crew first. And then I failed. So then I went back to go do Fairy Crew. And then after I finished that, I think I grinded a little bit to go do Fairy Crew again, and then Dragon Titan at the very end. Let's see. That means I beat the gym challenge relatively early, but I didn't do the Elite Four or any of that stuff until after I finished all three. So I didn't go out of order for that. As far as the Pokemon go, let's see. The ones I actively use are going to be in my team and in my box for the most part. So I remember Beeg is actually one of the first Pokemon I caught, along with Choco Taco.
Eeg.
He originally was named Small, but he stopped being Small, so I changed his nickname.
Fair enough.
That might actually be one of my favorite nicknames you've ever done, and that's saying something. You do great nicknames.
When I caught my Noctli, I didn't realize it was Salt, so I didn't have a nickname. But after I realized that that's what it was, then I named it Mlum.
Taste. Honestly, I really do like Garganacl. Just all of Nactle's evolutions.
When I first saw Nactli in the overworld, I thought it was a pancake, and I was very happy. And when I saw it wasn't a pancake, I was upset.
Oh wait, I remember. You were like talking about it, but me and Dosha were rolling around, and you were just like, "Oh my god, I found a pancake!" And we were like, "What are you talking about?" I have such a memory of just like both me and Dosha being befuddled, and we were like, "Did he find a new one? What is he talking about?" I think weirdly enough, I was looking at a Nactle when you said that.
God. And yep, and then it turned out it was just a rock made a salt joke.
Whelm.
Pollock was also one of the first Pokemon I caught, too. I was surprised that No, I don't think I was surprised. What I was surprised about is that Grafii was an evolved form of a Pokemon, and that its early form is one of the first things you can catch in the game.
I thought it would be a standard form, just like a one of. But
there's Gilda. That was the small I went out of my way to catch. I didn't end up using it as long as I thought I would, but there he is. Let's see who else. Oh yeah, my starter Pepperbox. Probably the least original name, but I've always wanted a fire type named Pepperbox. And it just seemed like it worked best because it was literally a pepper.
Yep. It has a bird on its nose.
Bengals. I didn't have this little nickname for a really long time. I just wanted to see what it evolved into. But eventually it became Bengals.
Hello, Bengals.
He's happy.
Bangle bongo.
Do I need to explain this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he flaps and he zaps.
Oh, okay,
Man.
okay.
I would not have gotten it otherwise.
A tour de force
really
of the English language. UFO tofu.
Yeah, because it's a... What is it, an anagram? It reads the same forward and backwards.
Oh, it's a palindrome.
It's
a palindrome. Okay.
The rat in a sanitary suit.
UFO tofu. Draw, oh coward.
Let's see, what else? Persea is actually pretty late catch. But Persei is a character from Tales of Symphonia.
Smash.
Engi, also a pretty late catch, I think.
You explain that one.
Man, it looks so calm.
Then you got Kit. Let's see, I caught that around the time I bought the Sundering Steel Titan.
Oh, that's why you were asking what the name of the car on Knight Rider was.
Where did I catch this one? A lot of people think that Glimmer is a Pokemon you really only catch in the crater, but you can catch it a lot earlier on. I caught this in the first cave it's available in, I think, pretty much.
Yep. Same place I caught mine, I think.
Scaramouche, can you do the fandango?
I have a nickname Rubska. Let's see, Carolina.
Oh yeah, I still need to evolve
I
my
remember that
Scarab.
it was a little tiny pepper pod of some kind. And then when it evolved, I decided it was too hideous to use, so I boxed it forever.
Lamau.
Did you want to talk about the fact that because I know you talked about it multiple times, that it is a SCO villain, but it's using bell peppers.
Yeah, I've talked about that. The design is based off of bell peppers, but bell peppers are literally bred to have 0 capsaicin. They do not contain any heat whatsoever within them. So, I mean, the design looks better, I guess, with bell peppers as the face, but well,
you know, I do want to point out really quick with that Rebska or whatever it's called, the
Rabska,
Scarab,
yeah.
Rabska. If you don't mind looking, I have pulled up the shiny form of its pre-evolution. This one is actually one that is both incredibly noticeable and not. But the goal is he is rolling a golden nugget, and then when you evolve it into that, the Scarab is what becomes gold, which makes so much sense considering the inspiration from. But like,
there's a suggestion in Rabska's Pokedex that it is the ball that is the Pokemon, not the beetle.
Yeah.
What does the Pokedex say for it?
It vaguely hints that there is a being inside that ball that may or may not be what is actually the Pokemon.
Imagine rolling poo so much that it becomes sentient.
Well, it's not poop, that's the thing.
If you zoom into the model, there is a creature inside. There's another 3D model inside. Hang on.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's like towards the end of the Pokedex, isn't it?
Yeah, it's near to the end for some reason, despite the fact you can evolve it pretty early on. There it is, there it is.
Okay, so here's Relor.
Let me see if I can find
And it's this Pokemon creates a mud ball by mixing sand and dirt with psychic energy.
Mud ball.
Wait, I have an idea.
Ball.
What if inside that ball is a Solosis?
It's just a Solosis form.
It's just a Solosis. Oh, actually, yeah, wait a minute. It's, wait, go back to its, Pokedex thing, just the front cover of it.
I mean, because it rolls mud and dirt with psychic energy. But if that psychic energy is so much that it just it just condenses into a Solosis.
I can't get back to it quickly, so I'm not going to do that.
Wow, that's rude. But yeah, when it lights up, you can actually see the thing that's inside, I noticed. How rude.
I'll pull up my box again. Hold on.
Go fight that Slowpoke, you rude boy.
Not as Rita's
I remember
Solosis being able
seeing
to be
somebody
visible on
zooming
the outside.
into the model. Hang on.
There
So
we
the
go.
little ball inside supposedly has eyes. Hang on.
If it lights up, then you can see it, I think. Like when it attacks,
Like you can specifically see eyes in that little tiny model, and so I'm just trying to find if I'm not gaslighting myself. I'm trying to see.
It sounds like definitely questionable.
Oh, here it is.
Also
Found it.
believable.
Found it. Hang on. I'll just
Man, I bet it's gonna be one of
copy
those
it.
stories like how Gengar is just like a dead version
Shadow.
of Clefable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shadow. But yeah.
Shadow.
Hang on. Where are? There it is.
Or that Shuppet is
guess
just a
what you're doing.
Rotom with a piece of cloth over it.
It's fine. It's not a big deal. Here, let's move on from it before we linger too much. Okay.
I actually only nicknamed Excelsus relatively recently because I couldn't figure out a good name for a samurai king gambit that wasn't like really bad.
Excelsior.
Well, Excelsus is the name of Durandal's S rank suit.
Oh, is it?
Since you're-
Yes.
Oh,
Bright
okay.
Knight Excelsus.
That's funny. You named yours after Durandal, and I named my
I posted the
Cerulege after
picture in the
Durandal.
chat.
Okay, let me pull that up here. Could you pull out your Gambit and throw it out in the overworld? I want to show
Oh
off something.
my.
Oh.
Also, wow, yeah, there is just something
Wow,
inside that
what the
ball.
fuck?
huh?
That
Interesting.
Wait, that almost looks like either a Wormadam
like a
or the
larvae.
shell off of a Slowbro.
That looks like a cocoon, yeah.
I guess
Alright.
I'll go through this really quick. I'm almost done. So we have Butter Dog, dog with the butter on him, but that
Dog
wouldn't
with the
fit.
butt on him,
Just Butter Dog.
100%.
Quick question: has everyone gone over their 3 stories?
These stories?
Yeah,
I haven't said anything yet.
Yeah, we're going down the line, and Chris is the last one.
Yep.
Let's see. So chapulín is the name for the roasted grasshoppers that they eat in Mexico City. Originally, this was El Dorado, but then I decided to change it to Dorito later because I thought it was funnier. Actually, I think the first name I had for him was Cinnamon, so I changed his name 3 times.
Fair enough.
Choco Taco has been Choco Taco since the start. I considered naming this one Alphonse at first, but then I was like, wait, no, let's do Edward.
Fair enough.
That makes more sense. I talked about Big. Gazpacho. That one was kind of hard to nickname. This one's kind of obtuse. Gazpacho is a type of soup that can be served chilled. So you have to find a specific... I think it actually refers to like shrimp. So gazpacho itself is shrimp, but it's in the form that's usually used in soup that occasionally is served chilled. And so, it's an ice dragon. It's a bit of a stretch, but there we go. That's the name. Then Araja is a name of some character in
Oh, excuse me.
It's really, other than I guess Squeak Squad. That's a Kirby villain group. Oh, Smirnoff, right? Because tumbleweeds are one of the more common plants for a tumbleweed to come from is Russian thistle. Anyway, that's all of those Pokemon. What did you want me to do?
Yeah, could you get out your King Gambit and throw it out into the overworld in a part where there aren't Pokemon?
Oh,
I just wanted to talk about the fact that its running around animation is dumb.
No, it is the greatest. I don't know what you're talking about.
He leads such a commanding force, he no longer needs to walk.
Yeah.
Come on.
He is just the best. I don't know what you are talking about.
Here.
Tilts back like he's too heavy.
Yeah, his hat's heavy. I mean, look at that thing. It goes, woo! There he goes. He's actually pretty fast, to be honest, for walk speed. Whoop.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
What else?
so was that the end of yours?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty much done.
All right.
I took classes in between all of that. You don't want to hear about those, right?
We can talk about the classes later. Let's go through this now. Alright, Christian, you're up.
Alright. Did I close my window? Did I have... Okay, here it is. I did close it. Alright, so... Because I learned that the movement of Koraidon and Miraidon were locked behind the Titans early on in the game, I said, I want that dash you're doing. I want to do that. So I went for the Stone Titan first. Nothing a big remark happened here. Since I was playing a Nuzlocke, though, I explicitly remember getting a I wasn't thinking. I don't think I was paying attention much, but I had Charcadet out against a cloth I was trying to catch, and I think I was thinking, oh, I'm just gonna will-o-wisp it. Oh wait, I forgot. It's fire, and it has some of the weakest stats in the game, and it died immediately. I did catch it. I did catch the cloth though, and I just remembered throughout the entire game I wanted to get Armor Rouge, because I was gonna name it. I named it Blaze Woman because, you know, kind of like how it looks like a Mega Man character, and then it was a female, so I was like, yeah, I would call it Blaze Woman. So that was really unfortunate, but cloth was easy. Going to do the actual gym challenge, I started. See, I have the names up so I can actually call my name. Brassius first. Most of the designs of this game are cool. I like them. I like this little whip. His design actually kind of reminds me that of Gen 1. I can see him being designed like in a Gen 1 style and it fitting perfectly. Nothing a big note here. I pretty much just moved on after that, and then I realized I did this out of order and went to the bug gym next. Kathy, love Kathy's design. Baker aesthetic, everything's on point. Like the fact that her last Pokemon is a bugbear. Absolutely great. Then go back to my map. I apologize. After that point, oh wait, no, I went to bug gym next. Number 4. I think I moseyed on to. Oh yeah, I wanted to try out the Team Star bases, so I did Mela first. That was really annoying to deal with, mainly because all of the rubber rooms that are cars have like a special ability that's really annoying, and Blazing Torque. It didn't actually do a lot to my team. I lost because I luckily I did have Cloth. Cloth did bite the dust for that one, but it was okay. Number 5, that would be. I'm all over the place. There it goes. Oh yeah, Diona next. So I was surprised because the design didn't bother me. I thought that like her being very overly cute was gonna bug me, but no, it made perfect sense. The way that she's designed, she's a streamer, she's an influencer, and this is how they look nowadays. And on top of that, it made more sense for her to look like this than somebody like, oh, I don't know, Skyla, who looks nothing like a pilot. And I liked how her last Pokemon was something with Levitate. I remember this one specifically because I really didn't want to lose anybody on my team. I had a Grafai at the time, which is this is my favorite Pokemon this gen, and a Diglett. And what I did is after I poisoned it with Poison Fang, I just switched between those two. Every time it did Thunderbolt, I'd switch to Diglett. Every time it did Hex, I did Grafai, and I just stalled her out. Next up would be the Flying Titan, Bombardier. I kind of wish I caught it. It's neat, I guess, but it's also kind of unremarkable because it's just a stork. It has a nice gimmick where it has effectively a third stab, but
yeah, I actually really like Bombardier.
Yeah.
I just didn't I didn't think much of him. And then I moved on. Whew. Steel Titan, that's fine. I love Orthworm so much. He is a lovable goof.
Orthworm.
When you first run into him, he just kind of pops out and looks around with his tiny little beady eyes, and then he looks down. You're just staring at the camera, just going, hi. And then he just goes, yay, a friend! And then you fight. So that was fun.
God, I have been arguing with myself for like, ever since I saw Orthworm, if I like it or if I hate it. It's just, it's lovable, but it's also ugly as sin.
Yeah, I went for the side of I hate it. It's blue arms. Why does it have blue arms?
I understand. I don't disagree that I wish he didn't have his little arms, but I can overlook that. He's such a beautiful little boy. I'm a big boy. He's a big boy. That is when I went, all right, I guess I might as well just go after the next Titan because I want whatever ability I get there. And then I'm just, you know what? I'm level 35. This is gonna be fine. I'm gonna be okay. Nothing. It's ground.
Oh.
It's ground. What's it gonna do to me? I got a grass type. I got a flying type.
I'll be right back.
I also got a water type. I'm gonna be great. So, fun fact. Iron Shreds was spoiled to me before the game came out, but luckily I didn't really understand the context. I didn't know it was supposed to be, you know, a future Dolphin, but I thought it was like a completely new Pokemon. So luckily, later on, I got that realization. So it's kind of like I saw it again. So I faced it, and I realized it's called Iron Shreds, and I'm like, oh, hang on a second. I thought this was the ground. I thought this was the ground Titan.
Yep.
I already did steal. What are we doing here? What's going on? And then boy did I almost wipe the first time. Here. He did a nasty number to my team. And unfortunately on my second run through he took out Dolive. So Arborera was off the menu for having somebody in my team. But luckily Arvid Skullvillain did most of the work, so I was able to get by it. Eventually I started leveled up a little bit more. But at that point then I realized, you know what, I might as well just focus on the gym for a little bit. So I went to Kofu next. Probably one of my more favorite designs. I don't see a lot of like human characters with like designs showing that they, you know, cook or at least kill their Pokemon like as an occupation, because you know he has a fisher's what's the word I'm looking for? Not gown. It protects him from
They're wearing a fishmonger's outfit, basically.
Yeah. And he usually works with fish guts, and it protects him from that. I like his design. I like his stupid face. He's a good design in my book. Up to this point, I didn't really see any bad designs in here. But we'll get to that later. I went to the Dark one next. Found out that that's actually the first star base I should have visited because it was actually much lower. So I just wiped the floor with him and didn't even remember what he did outside of his stupid indie DJ gig he has going on. Actually, it's at this point that I realized, okay, Penny's the one pulling the strings behind all of this going on. Okay, gotcha. Thumbs up. Got it. Went to the poison one next. I think I had to steal Pokemon when I faced him. I don't remember it being too big of an issue, but dealing with the toxic spikes was a little annoying. But at that point, I had an answer to it. I'm not gonna rant too much about Larry. He's the best. He's great. I kind of wish I realized the little tiny details on him, plus his last Pokemon, for things that we'll talk about later. Because I don't notice these details usually. 13 would be... Hang on a second. I went all over the place. I'm trying to find where 13 was. What the heck? Oh, yeah, that's right. I had to travel all the way across the map, realizing the level layout that the Psychic Gym leader would be next. I mean, I guess she's... I guess she's supposed to be beautiful, okay? I mean, yeah, just cute, I guess. Also was on the boat that I thought she should have been a fairy gym leader. Espafra was a tiny bit annoying, but it wasn't a big deal. I don't think she was really a big of an issue either. So far at that point, the fire team star member... No, I need to go back. Kofu was a bit of a nuisance. So I have to do a quick tangent. I hate Veluza. Veluza is my most hated Pokemon in this generation. I hate that fish so fucking much. It's not even that fast into like stats. It's just super fast in Overworld.
Yeah.
I tried to do a outbreak with it. Worst decision I've ever made. I recorded a video of 30 solid seconds chain encountering of one Veluza after another, because the game would push you back, make you jump back and start a fight, and then after that fight ended, I started another fight, and then I run for that fight, and I started another fight, and that went on for, well, I recorded 30 seconds, but that went on for a minute. I wasn't happy at all. Let me see. After realizing, after taking her out, and well, I was over at a friend's house when I did that gym. I just pressed buttons for the EXP mini game, and I learned, oh wait, none of this matters. At least until you do it again later, which I had to do for the Landsat berry that's hidden behind it. That was dumb. 14 was the False Titan. I surprisingly did that underleveled. Well, I did the first part underleveled, realized that I was underleveled, and ran like a little bitch because I didn't feel like wiping. So that's when I climbed. That's when I decided. I faced it around 44, 43. The first time before you fight it the second time. I lost 2 Pokemon, and I luckily, since it has a little special defense, I had a lot of special attackers on my team at that time, so I was able to fend it off. I then decided to climb that mountain finally and fight the Ice Gym leader, which would be Grusha. And I just thought, okay, obviously the last gym leader must be the Rapping Grandma, because the way that this map's designed, when you go up the mountain, most players are going to go from an angle where they're going to run into Grusha first. That can't be the last one, because by design, people are going to run into that first. So I fought that first, and because it was ice, I wiped the floor with them. And to rhyme, probably my favorite gym leader, I realized this was out of order, but I ignored it because I got a great character design and I got double battles. But this is when I realized, just like with Piers back in the ye old days of Sword and Shield, this game needs voice acting. Not a lot, just some.
When you put in characters who have something to do with music, you kind of have to.
They kind of have to say something. Awkwardly having silence or maybe some background music as they just lip flap is not great. Yeah, sure, maybe it would have been a tiny bit cringy having them voice act her lines, but I would have very much more appreciated it. Like, I can like in my head I can imagine exactly how she would sound too.
Here's the thing, right?
Nerdcore is entertaining in its own way.
I need to just preface this by saying I really don't believe that Pokemon has to have voice acting. I never really like the opinion of people who are like, it has to have voice acting. I think that the best way for like a what is the word I'm looking for here? An agreement between the two camps is simply this. Play Persona 5 and you'll understand what I mean. It's like you go into cutscenes and like important text scenes and there's voice lines recorded. But otherwise, when you talk to people, it's just like a varied amount of like, you know, emotional tones and noises like oh or
oh no, I know what you're getting at. I get
or you know, like just things like that that add a little bit of tone to what they're saying, even though they're not reading out their lines as you read them. Like that's the kind of style I think would best benefit Pokemon. So I'm
glad you said that because that's exactly what I meant. If you noticed that very early when I started that rant, I said not a lot. Explicitly stating for moments like this needs important scenes and scenes like this need voice acting. Stop. We can't. It's so awkward and glaringly distracting. It ripped me out of the immersion immediately. I mean, there's not a lot of immersion to have here, but it's just frustrating. Now that it's my turn, I remembered, and I'm almost done. Luckily, I'm actually going to go back on a point that Carrot brought up earlier about level scaling, because I was soul searching for this answer for a minute because I was on the original camp that like, oh, this needs level scaling, but after hearing a lot of opinions about this, I changed something. For starters, the wild Pokemon should not be scaled. That there needs to be a definition between low level area and high level area. That needs to stay.
Absolutely.
But for sure.
With the gyms, because there's very clear path that they want you to take. There isn't a blaze your own trail. There isn't, because you can't take on Dice Gym first. It's impossible unless you do something super wacky, which I don't feel like thinking about right now. But if they, and I don't want exact 1-to-1 scaling either, because just a complete flat curve would be kind of bad. I think I thought of this a little while ago. Instead, whatever the first gym you face, it would be whatever the level bracket the first gym, let's say, okay, the bug gym, Kathy's gym, that level bracket between like 13 and 15. If you face Grisha first, that's gonna be 13 and 15, and then the next gym you face will be the next bracket up. That way you can still forge your own path, and there is a upward curve without it being flat.
It's like with the Pokemon Origin Special.
Yeah, we've known this for years, that trainers, gym leaders have high-level Pokemon, and they show it on here too when we talk about that later. It would be nice to be able to go to Iono's gym last and see her use some electric Pokemon, or go to Kathy's gym last and deal with a powerful Heracross last, and it would have been nice to do something like that. But with that said, going on to 17, what's her name? Eerie. So, I get why people don't like Eerie's design. It took me a minute to get used to her design too. I get.
Uh-oh.
About her
wait a minute. You cut out for a second.
Oh, where did I cut out at?
Just like 5 seconds ago.
When you started talking about Aries design, right at the
Okay.
start.
Alright, Eerie's design. I get why people don't like it, and it took me some time too. I wish there was also some scenes to show her without her face paint. But considering her character, it's fine, in my opinion. I should say, in my opinion, it's fine. She clearly was supposed to have that super tough girl, super brooding, super intimidating looking character that's actually nice, the big soft person.
Yeah.
So I was okay with it.
Is the word you're looking for?
Yeah, she's a gentle giant.
She's an iron giant.
A quick little story for her, because she's actually attributed to, and I need to go back real quick to one detail that I missed, because I'm trying to go through this quickly. When I faced her, I was doing pretty fine, and then that was when I learned that Annihilate existed for her, and I was like, okay, this is fantastic, because I always loved Primate. I like fighting Pokemon and water Pokemon more, of course. But Primate was always like super frail and almost unusable, but now it has Annihilate. I was like, this is great. But when her Rubber Room came out, at the time I had a Pokemon that had Bullet Seed, and I was playing around with the loaded dice item. I thought it was a cute little item, and I was like, all right, here's what I'm gonna do. No, I had Bramble Gas with me. That's right. I'm gonna go and hit him with a nice, cool 100 power grass move. It's gonna be great. Bullet Seed hits, defense rise. Bullet Seed hit, defense rise. Bullet Seed hits. I'm shitting my pants because it has stamina.
Yeah, that's.
And I didn't look things up, so I didn't know. And thanks to that setup, I caused my own wipe. I actually gave myself a tiny mulligan. No, I didn't give myself a mulligan. I decided not to in the end, actually. But it was still really frustrating. But it wasn't as frustrating as one encounter. I gotta go back to Larry for a quick second, because it happens here. When you it's Larry's gym when you meet the the top champion, Laprima, right? I'm trying to remember because that's so. Yeah, because I know that 2 times you will face Nemona as for like a pre-gym battle test, and when I faced her at Larry's gym, it was right after the battle where I lost some Pokemon, so I was forced to kind of like play around with my rules a bit because my Pokemon were technically revived, but like that's when I first ran into how good all the starters are, because Torch Song ran me over completely. I didn't have enough power at the time to deal with Skeledirge's bulk, so I would do some chip damage, sizable chip damage, get a kill, sizable chip damage, get a kill, sizable chip damage, get a kill, and I think she wiped me there. That was really annoying. Now this is a tiny bit petty, but but how she popped up without warning and you were forced to fight her, put a tiny bit of a small mark against her. And I know this mark doesn't really count. I've only marked her with her personality, but Pennywise, this made me hate her just a little bit more. All right, going back, I'm at 17. Yep, I'm at 17, and then finally thinking, oh, well, the fairy gym, but fairy team star base is at the top. That must be the last one. Once again, that's not it. It was the fighting one that was the last one, so I kind of ran him over too. And that was pretty much my adventure for all of the paths that I took. I generally had a lot of fun running into a good number of high-level Pokemon out in the wild. It was nice to just have that danger lurking. I hope this is more emphasized and more polished upon. As for level scaling, that one idea I brought up, sure, I guess we could do that, but in the end, I think there's also merit to having a set path that you can play around with and do things out of order, because it does create stories.
Yeah.
Like I just explained. I wouldn't have had that story if everything was going up in brackets as much as I had with it out. But it's definitely a discussion.
Okay, so for the next small bit, and then this will only take just a couple minutes. I'm gonna run through the rest of my notes, but before I do that, Curry, could you pull up the next picture?
The next picture.
Alright, so I'm gonna read this out, and I'll post it so you all can take a look closer. So, this is the intended route. You are supposed to go to the Bug Gym, level 15, the Rock Titan, level 16, the Grass Gym, level 17, let's see, the Flying Titan, level 19, the TF Dark Base, level 21, the Electric Gym, 24, the Fire Base, 27, where's 8? Oh, there it is. The Steel Titan 29. The Water Gym 30. The Poison Base 32. The Normal Gym 35. And the Normal Gym was the first one I actually tried fighting, if I remember correctly. And that's why I got fully fucking destroyed. 12 Ghost Gym 42. So you're supposed to go to the Ghost Gym, leave the mountain, and go all the way back to, let's see, 13. Where is 13? You have to go all the way back to the Ground Titan, but then all the way down to the Psychic Gym, back up to the Ice Gym. Like, Ghost is 42, the Ground Titan is 45, the Psychic Gym is 45, the Ice Gym is 47. Then you're supposed to do the Fairy Base at 50 and the False Dragon at 55, and finally wrapping it up with the Fighting Base at 56 as the last major fight. They really needed to just stick to, like, having a linear path if they weren't going to let you do a linear path, let you do an open world.
Yeah.
Tut.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I think the open world aspect was thought about last.
I think if it was me designing it and I had more time than they did to do it, I'd probably make all the gyms vary based off of your level. I know that requires designing 64 separate teams, but I would probably do that, and I'd do that probably for the... Well, actually, no. You know what? Something you could do, because Team Star blocks your ability to progress through the game. You could have it to where the Team Star levels are pretty much set, and the Titans are set, and then you could have the gyms vary within a certain amount based off of the progress you've made within that period. So it wouldn't be 64, it'd probably be more like 32 different gym teams for the 8 gyms.
I mean, for something like Pokemon, I think that putting forth the effort to design that many teams isn't, like, absurd.
I think the gym should have been variable. I don't think anything else should have been.
I could see an argument for that. I could also see an argument for, like, the Team Star bases also being level augmented, but maybe in a different way. What way that would be, I have no fucking idea.
Okay, so since we're done with the routes, I'm just gonna run through some of my notes that don't really fit in anywhere. Really quick, Curry, could you pull up the last video? There's one video left. It's the first video, I think.
The first vid.
Yeah, throw that up. So I found an area at the start of the game that I just decided, could you clip around this gate? The answer, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, I guess, is yes. And I just walked back there. I didn't gain access to anything interesting, but I did clip behind the gate.
I mean, interesting. They really shouldn't have that there. Do they not level test this?
No, they do. It's an open world game. To be honest, level testing on a scale like this, you're never going to catch every little thing like that.
I mean, yeah, but that seems like something you would check. Like, you would just make note of all the fences in the game and all
Yes.
the boundaries in the game.
Every fence in the game, of course.
There's not
Yeah,
that many.
there's a number. Which one did you clip through?
It's in the stream if you're looking.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that boundary skip I told you guys earlier, where you can pretty much get out of the tutorial area and explore the rest of the world. And it's not that hard to do. It's not some fancy trick you need to do. You just need to find a Pokemon that's near a ledge that's dividing you with that little cliff, and you can escape.
Yeah.
I'll agree. Like, I still criticize this game, regardless on how much work it takes to make a open world game, because I'm paying $60. But, yeah, it is hard to catch everything. Memory leaks, for example, are also really hard to patch, because they're hard to find.
I would think the
Yeah.
memory would be, well, harder to fix probably, but I imagine they probably knew there was a memory leak.
So
it's progressively worse the longer you play it. Then I think it's pretty clear it's a memory leak issue.
Well,
Yeah.
even though it's a memory leak issue, but you kind of know what's causing it.
Right.
So you can feel free to move the video back over to the regular viewing. So
We'll
I
go
did
to the stream for a
remember.
bit.
I did remember what the other glitch was that I wanted to bring up, the last one that I did forget to bring up earlier. So I'm going to preface, this was fixed, but at the start of the game and for the first couple weeks, if you went to go into competitive battling, and you went to go, say, for example, you were fighting someone that had a, what's it named, Chew Pen? If they, on the third move, use Sheer Cold, it would always, 100% of the time, kill. That's because all of the battles on the battle spot, whatever it's called, were using the exact same seed.
Yeah. That's one that's like an oversight that is near on insanity. Like, I can't even, like, try to, like, marry around that. That was just fucked up.
Yeah, like, it's just sad, honestly. I'll just run through some of my notes here. I like what they did with the TM system. It's unique. Yeah. It goes back to, like, I'm assuming they liked having it be single use, and this gives a best of both worlds.
It's a good idea, and it also gives value to going after specific and rare Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's a neat little
gives
system.
Value to catching Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't even have to catch them, just fight them and you get it.
Yeah,
but it's like
it's actually
good.
A really good design.
Mm.
It gives reason to explore.
Nothing else from this game, keep the TM system.
Yeah, the TM system is great. Like, look, there are so many improvements. Oh god, after we're done talking about this, I have one. Yeah, I was just about to say I wanted to bring up the new breeding system. It is so streamlined. Holy shit. It's almost streamlined to a scary degree.
Yeah, I have words
you find
about that.
Eggs in a basket.
In particular, okay, so there's two things I want to say about the new breeding system. Number one, making it so that you totally handle it through the picnic thing, and like you don't have to go to a specific area or anything like that. That's really nice. I love that idea. It centralizes it to you. It's really cool. The second improvement that I want to mention, which I don't think a lot of people actually knew about, or at least most people don't know about, is the new tutoring system that's in the game. So egg moves, although you can still breed them onto Pokemon, there is an entirely new way that you can put moves onto Pokemon. And basically it involves an item called a mirror herb. You get the mirror herb from the Delibird shop, and I think Costa Carafta. I'm not sure if that's correct or not.
Sometimes,
but like you get the mirror herb, you take a move away from the Pokemon that's going to hold the mirror herb, and if you picnic with that Pokemon and another Pokemon that knows a compatible move with it, the Pokemon will just learn that move. Like, you can teach, what was one that I did? You can teach Palmot, like, Palmot can learn Mach Punch, for example. Like, you can teach it Mach Punch just by putting it in with, I believe it's a Breloom, because Breloom is the only one that learns it currently. So you get a Breloom, you level it from a Shroomish because it learns Mach Punch upon level up. You give a Mirror Herb to a Palmot, or any of its line, with one blank move slot, and it will just learn that move. Like, this tutoring system, so good, so cool. I really, really love the innovation with it. It's just, it makes it so you don't have to redo a Pokemon if you really like the one you have. You just blank out a move and you teach it the new one. It's fantastic.
It is a very well, like, I agree, that is a really nice system for tutors. It sucks that the breeding system is awful.
What?
It's fine.
What's wrong with
I'll have to
the
disagree on that one.
Oh, I'll let Carrot first, and I guess I'll laugh.
Yeah,
Actually,
I assume me and Chris have the same thing to say. I'll just say
Oh,
the quick thing.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll take the 4. I'll take the 4. Breeding's boring now because now you have to just AFK and wait for eggs to pop up in the basket, and I can see where there's merit in that because before in the past you had to actively run back and forth to get eggs from the breeder. My issue is I definitely want to hear why you're laughing, but
Sorry.
no, you're fine. You're fine. My issue with it is that it eliminated the multitasking you can do because while you're looking for more eggs, you're hatching eggs. You can also run off and do something else too, which also allows you to get the breeder to pop up more eggs. Now you're just sitting there. You can't do anything really until eggs pop up in your box, which is another annoying thing because then you have to take time to arrange the boxes in a way. So, or have an empty box open, so you have to grab 5 eggs vertically and then put them into your party, which doing that mitigates that a little bit, but it feels so sluggish now because now everything's to a standstill until I get the eggs. Then I can do something.
You can still multitask.
Okay, hold on.
Like, you can do the eggs while just doing something else, like IRL.
Well, see, here's the thing.
My point is that I'm AFKing and not playing the game. Yes, I can literally do something else in real life, but now everything takes longer because I can't progress the game state. I have to wait till the game state is ready to be full.
You're also forgetting eggs are actually faster to hatch in general.
That's great. I wish getting the eggs in the basket was faster. Even with eating egg hatching too. Cause I do a ton of egg breeding, a lot of stuff. Like even doing all of that, you still have to wait. The wait time is my point. There wasn't really a wait time because something was happening whenever you were trying to get more eggs. Either eggs were hatching, which then you can check for shinies.
Question: did you actually ever time it, like the full long thing of getting a certain amount of eggs and then hatching them? And
no, somebody else
with other games.
No, somebody else did on YouTube.
It's about 30 minutes to get a box full of eggs, right?
I actually found well, I guess it depends on how you feel. I alternate between just getting 5 eggs because since mass releasing was a feature in Arceus that they removed, which is another detriment to the system, which is now locked behind Pokemon Home. I will get 5 eggs, hatch them, and if I'm not finding, for example, doing a shiny hunt, then I would reset. Now, obviously, if you're just like getting a couple of eggs for breeding purposes to give to friends, yeah, sure, it's quick. But since you don't really have to worry about breeding anymore because that's obsolete, because you don't have the EV train anymore. That the only thing you're gonna really be using breeding for is shiny hunting, which is my point.
So
Which
real
that's
quick,
obsolete anyways too.
really quick. So
Some Pokemon. Well, I'll answer that question in a second. What were you about to say?
in regards to your point about like it's boring now, that's my secret, Cap. It's always been boring.
It's true.
Like, look, I have been breeding since, like, before X and Y. I bred competitive shiny Pokemon for a long period of time. I went really ham into it. I had, like, a dime underneath my fucking DS joysticks, or my 3DS joystick. You know, like, I legitimately know, I know my shit with this stuff. It is hilarious how much easier it is, but it has never, ever been enthralling or entertaining. At any rate, I would take Arc Sign on this, because honestly, it was the same deal with, like, in the past when you just were waiting for eggs to hatch or something, you were just watching a video in the background anywhere where you just, like, went left, then right, waiting for them to spawn. You would get them, take them to an area, put a dime underneath the thing, then continue to watch something until they all hatch, and you just absentmindedly hit A, and then you check when they're all hatched and redo it over again. This just makes it easier to get to the point where you can just absently-minded hatch everything. Which is, like, I think that that's a very big plus, because if breeding is going to be this kind of, like, boring, tedious thing that not everyone likes to do, at the very least making it quicker is a nice thing, and not having to involve an NPC or restrict you to a certain area, way better way to go about it. So I can't agree with you on that. What's up?
Oh, I didn't say. Well, actually, I'm gonna cut off because I think his point, Ark's point is that. Let me try to see if I can word this. I think maybe using a word that is boring now is probably a little too not the right word. I don't mind breeding as long as I'm not as long as the RG isn't hurting me too much. And I like that engagement of being able to immediately go to, like, I get my I get my 5 eggs, I put it in, and I immediately go into the next next set of eggs. I don't like the fact that when I AFK, I can forget. No, I get it. I can put in a timer. I think that stuff should be in the game if that's the case. I can see that to you guys is insequential. I personally think it's stupid. I
see what you're saying. I just can't agree personally. That was my point.
That's fine, and that's fine. I think the new system is it kind of makes me forget about the game actually even more. And I eventually go, okay, why is this one?
Curry, just bring up my pictures in the icy region, all those.
The what region?
The pictures I have that were of the icy region.
Pictures of the icy region. Oh, right. Hold on. Let me grab yours really quick. I will make
only the icy region, because those are the only ones that apply here.
Let me see. There is multiples. I am so sorry. Give me a brief moment while I make all of these.
If we take a quick pause to get these.
Yeah, I was so busy looking for everything that I forgot to get all of yours.
This is a good chance for me to talk about a couple of small things I missed, because I forgot to talk about gym challenges, right? Let's see.
That's no problem.
Give me a moment.
It's just in general, gym challenges have just become less over time, at least since Gen 3, to me. Like, they've become less puzzles and more like spectacle pieces, and then they stop being that even just at some point, it feels like.
And I missed that too.
Yeah. So, you know, comparing it to recent games, it's like, I don't know which rotten apple do I like the most. But some of them, at least on the spectacle front, is fine. I like the olive roll for that reason. I kind of thought the Simon Says game was kind of entertaining. It's more entertaining when you do it on the hard mode, though. But you can't do that during the gym fight. Let's see. And then, what was the other one? The sliding down Glacideo Mountain? That was kind of fun. I kind of wish there was more to it, though. Just like a straight line. I don't remember the other ones that well. Let's see, what was it? There's Finding the Sunflora, there's... what was the fish one? You do the bidding. I guess that's not really much of a challenge, though, since that's just part
The
of the game.
double battle ones for the dark one. Or
There's the
ghost.
Oh yeah,
The double
Ghost
battle
was,
ones.
The Ghost was just doing battles, which, I mean, it's fine, I guess, but... And, you know, like they said, they're the only double battles in the whole game. Oh yeah, that was disappointing to me in general. Just the general trainer fights are exceedingly disappointing in the game.
What trainer fights?
All of
I
them.
only did like 5 to 10 in the beginning, and I didn't need to do any other trainer battles.
I feel like
Yeah, same.
having all trainer fights optional is a problem for the game. I think it would
No,
benefit a lot from
it's
having
not
some
necessarily a
required ones.
problem.
For game design, I think it is. They could probably make a. I think the game would function better if there were some required fights in some areas, especially during the gym challenges. They don't have any required fights during the gym challenges except in that one, I think, right? To my memory, anyway. Oh, well, I guess you have to beat up the trainers to get the clues in the
And in the bug one, you can fight trainers to get shortcuts.
Yeah, but that's optional. You have to talk to them, and you lose time for talking to them, don't you? So it's not even worth it. That's my understanding of what that was. I did battle them, but I ended up going a long way around anyway. There's no way to see if there were any more.
I mean, considering the EXP curve of the game, I mean, they weren't necessary.
No, I don't think that they were necessary, but I think having some forced fights, having more forced fights than there were, would be better.
I'm gonna admit one thing that might contradict my some thought process, because usually trainer battles can sometimes be annoying because they can slow down the pacing, but the fact that I didn't really need to battle 93% of them, why were they in the game?
Yeah, it kind of feels like they don't give you anything other than a little bit of money.
Now, granted, they have those little challenges where if you defeat a certain amount of gems, trainers, you get a little reward, and some important rewards are locked behind them. I would say though they could just move that to something else.
Most of the things you get rewarded for that you can buy in a Delibird shop anyway.
Can you get the amulet coin from anywhere?
I don't know.
I think that's one of the items that are like you can't get anywhere, so they locked behind there.
I mean, I got a free close combat.
I could believe
which is nice. It's nice to get some little extra cute little goodies if you actually do decide to engage the trainers. And it's a nice incentive if people want to. Just there, and I can just ignore them entirely.
Yeah, it's very interesting that even if you do accidentally run into a trainer, you can just say, I want to run away from the trainer, and they say, okay, bye.
That's a great feature.
I think they should
especially
probably...
when you can do things out of order. Like, that's a really good feature to have.
I'm thinking, because I don't mind the ability to run away either. I think that's an okay feature. But out of
order in Gen 1, but and that I think is a positive for it. But something feels different between the way they do it there and the way they do it here.
Well, because it was a puzzle to avoid. You actually had to put in an effort to avoid them. And it was a little bit of a reward where, yeah, sure, maybe you skip on EXP, but you can save some time and move on to challenges that you know that would be more engaging to do. That's why you have trainers that rotate around or walk around and will notice you if you try to run by instead of just walk by. Not in Gen 1, of course, you're running them, but still. I like that. I didn't like that aspect secretly, where like I would have to sneak by gym trainers, and then if I get caught, then it's like, okay, now I have to do this fight. And the worst part is I'm gonna get EXP.
There are some things about the classes that I really liked and really didn't like. First of all, the characters. All the teachers are great. I like all of them.
Super agree.
They are very nice characters.
They're great characters, and they all have their own little arcs that they go on as you go through the classes, and you help them outside of class. It's a lot of fun doing that. They've got great designs. Classes themselves vary wildly in quality of what they do, and the fact that some of the stuff that they tell you is locked behind this optional thing that probably most kids are gonna avoid as much as possible.
Yes.
It's
No kid
hilarious.
wants to play a game to go to school.
It's
Exactly.
hilarious.
I mean, I thought it was neat, but being like, oh hey, so this is what sandwiches do, and this is how you. Something else that was really important. They talk about how to get eggs, and they talk about. Oh gosh, what was it? I'm trying to remember. It was something they taught you in the.
Ark might be having computer issues.
I don't remember.
Oh no.
But like, there's some important information that I kind of wish was in like a tutorial menu instead of or a help menu rather than locked behind a class like that. I thought it was kind of neat that the tests were actually tests, though. You actually had to remember things that were told to you.
Yeah, like that was
What
a
happens if
really
you fail the
tripped up
test?
thing. You just have to retake it, I believe.
Is it just so just retake it? Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
I never failed the test, so I wouldn't know.
I haven't failed
There
either.
was one. So I didn't do
never
all
failed
of
a test in
the
real life
classes.
either.
I only did like 2 classes, if that. And one of the questions at the class, I don't remember who it was. It was a really stupid trick question.
Oh yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
How much are the Pokeballs, or how many Pokeballs, or whatever? What
Yeah.
was it?
Yeah.
No,
They
it's so
talked
smart.
about that one during the class specifically, and they mentioned it's a trick question.
It's really hilarious how like down pat they actually got like listening in class as a feature in this game. Because if you don't listen, you don't get it right.
It's Persona.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
Oh, this is
There
perfect
are
that
a
we
lot
brought
of
up
Persona
classes.
clips.
This is perfect we brought up the classes because I brought this up with a friend, a couple friends. I thought the classes were really neat. I like how they actually even teach some of the mechanics of the game. Note that I said some, because I feel this was a really big missed opportunity to use the classes as a way to actually properly prepare players, mainly kids, on how to play online. Because that's where penultimate the game really kind of funnels you to the multiplayer aspect. They kind of, and when I say kind, I mean they barely touch on that. Yes, there's cute. Thank you for saying things, because some people are like, oh, they did do it some, and it's like, no, not really. You can't let somebody play for the game and play for the class segments and then go, okay, now make a competitive team online. Like this kind of also goes into the fact that I really wish they get rid of IVs entirely and just make EVs into a stat, kind of like how in any other JRPG, as you level, you just raise your stats, and then up to level 50, you've acquired 252, technically 510 EVs. So players
kind of
could raise their. Yeah, but I like where they were going with that, but definitely can be improved upon. I do think that this system needs to be changed. Yeah, it works. Yeah, it's better than what it's been over the years. Great. but it's still pretty unintuitive. Like even a lot of adults that actively game, like they have to look up a bunch of stuff before they can even start like really engaging in it and understanding it. And I don't get me wrong, I loved how they have the training system and concept, but it doesn't really feel like you're training your Pokemon. Really, it just kind of feels like you're either getting a whole bunch of random EVs, or if you're specifically EV training the old-fashioned way, you're just defeating a bunch of one Pokemon well after you've already beaten the game. And it doesn't really feel like in a JRPG, your characters and your avatar, you feel like they're growing alongside you in the adventure, because you can raise their stats and pick their stats or whatever, or in certain games you put on gear and stuff. I just think it needs to be changed.
I mean, IVs were never really intended to be able to, like, control. And the fact that you can control them kind of does get rid of their purpose, except just to pad out people's time.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think, because if you're playing through the game normally, IVs don't matter that much, but they matter enough that it gives Pokemon some uniqueness during your regular.
The only times IVs
they don't matter during the
playthrough is if it's a ROM hack where they make it like for adults.
Yeah, they make it matter. Oh no, my intention is absolutely not towards your playthrough. That's why I specifically said that I wish they used the schools as a way to actually teach you the full-on game mechanics so you can play online.
Yeah, they should probably
that's
have a class that talks about bottle caps, but they didn't.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I am now prepared with that slideshow. I do apologize. I completely forgot I had to go back and like fix all of them so they would fix or fit on screen. So whenever we are ready to go back to that, I have the ice ones pulled up, starting with
I'll
this
forgive
one.
You once.
To pull up your stream again on our end.
Yes. Now that I'm done, we have screen one.
There
All
we
right.
go.
So.
Oh shit. Whoops.
So
Don't mind Da Vinci opening in the background.
The whole egg thing. Mr. Kuhn, you said that you can't really multitask.
Okay. Stop right there real quick.
No.
Because I figured
This is a
no, I'm gonna let you.
Ho!
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you speak.
No, just
Don't
let
worry.
it happen.
I'm gonna let you speak.
Just,
hang on. I'm gonna let you speak. I just wanted to say one thing. I figured this was gonna try to disprove my point. I understand where you're probably coming from. I'm still probably not gonna agree, but I want to hear it anyway. You might change my mind. No.
Okay, so this isn't multitasking with getting the eggs. I agree. Not doing anything while getting the eggs, sure, not your cup of tea. But hatching the eggs, just going up and down the mountain, I happen to found these little beauties.
Okay, I wasn't talking about hatching the eggs at all. So just letting you know.
Yeah, but that multitasking is just put elsewhere. They took it from, instead of multitasking while hatching the eggs, or instead of while breeding the eggs, you get the multitasking while hatching them.
Yep, I already covered that. I said explicitly that you don't do anything while you're getting the eggs. You can do something after you get the eggs. That's why I said the game state stops until it's ready when it gives you the eggs. I already covered that.
Yeah, but just going on, what's scrolling through is all these lovely, lovely discolored Pokemon that just found randomly with no boosted shiny chances.
That's impressive.
Hey, look at this boy.
Yeah.
I really want like half of the stuff on this list. Actually.
I think I saw you mentioning that you found a lot
of
full odd shiny Pokemon when we were playing. I remember you like popping in and stating how you found a lot.
How many full odd shinies did you find in total?
Probably like 9 or 10. 8 just from hatching eggs. And that is the one that he is currently.
I'm fixing it up. I realize
hovering in on.
Anyway, let me add that to the slideshow.
Which was my Quaxley, was what I was trying to hatch, and I caught a shiny Sneasel, Avalugg. I caught 2 Grievards.
No, I love shiny Greavard.
Okay.
Yeah, he does look pretty nice.
Little boy.
He is a boy.
There we go. Okay, I have fixed it this time. There is the lad.
Yes, my blue toe.
Blue toe. He actually does like this is how you do a a shiny right for being kind of subtle. Like it's just subtle enough for you to notice the difference, but when you compare it side by side, like assuming you could find these in the overworld, which you can, it's really nice. So really good.
Score Buddy kind of has that too, where it's like, it's definitely much more orange than it normally is, but if you put next to another one, you would, it's like, okay, no, this is definitely,
Yeah.
I love, Quaxley is nice with his nice little gloss.
But here, would you like me to just go through the list of stuff and you can talk about it real quick?
Which list of stuff?
Arc.
Are talking Arc?
Arc, do you want me to just go through your list so you can show off everything else? Because there was a lot of good shit here.
I would like to see, for sure.
Well, I mean, the other ones have stuff from the crater.
That's fine. We're probably getting into the area where we can talk about it, so we'll just, like, shuffle through.
Alright,
we can use your thing as a way to bounce into that.
So, Charcadet number 1, I assume?
Yes. So, I got 2 Charcadets off of 1 sandwich. I only meant to get 1 for Cerulege.
Nice.
But then since I got the other one, I was like, I'll get Armourouge too. And
Yeah,
like those were annoying to hunt just because I had to get like off of my riding Pokemon to get close enough to look. Because until I found the first one, I wasn't for sure how much it was gonna stick out.
Yeah.
Because they are tiny.
It's really subtle. But then, we've already seen buttons.
Yeah. Snover, Avalugg, Sneasel, Mudbray, technically also hatching.
I really like I had to go through and like crop these so they would fit better, but I really liked how this one cropped in so it's just like you just see the sword.
Yeah.
Like
it's just going for the horse.
Disaster.
Going for it. Oh my god, it's unreal. This one
Rock
did
Ruff-
not
Ooh,
this one did
special.
not really survive the edit, I apologize.
Look, this one's special. Hold on to it for a second.
Okay.
So there's something special about this Rockruff. So, and in order for a Rockruff to evolve into its dusk form, it has to have a special ability called Oblivious, which you cannot get via Ability Patch or even the Ability Capsule. And so this I had to find in the wild on happen chance. I got a shiny Rockruff, full odds, that just also happened to have its special ability to turn into its dusk form.
Nice.
Absolutely.
One of the rarest sharings you can get.
That's insane, bro. That's really good. God damn. Alright, so next up is...
And I barely missed it. But this Hawlucha also has a special story, which...
Yeah.
I guess I will let Carrot take the floor on this one as he was directly involved in this.
Sure. So earlier, when I showed off my shiny Hawlucha, I said I had a story to share. So we'll explain a little bit more when we show off the crater. But in the crater, there's this nice huge area with some cool Pokemon we can all see. So we've kind of briefly touched on the fact that there's co-op. In co-op, we can all be in the same world and we can run around each other. Cool. Well, the crater doesn't look like it was actually made for co-op because when you're in the crater, it doesn't actually show your ally.
Yeah, it's weird.
So, for example, I could be standing in one area, and then Ark could run past me, spawn some of his area-exclusive Pokemon, and when he runs away, those Pokemon will despawn. So, trying to determine where we are at any given time is pretty difficult. So, earlier that day, Ark had told me about an interesting thing that was found. If a shiny is found, in multiplayer, both players or any number of players can get them, as long as they save and the host, or as long as they save and the host closes the lobby or something like that. How is it again?
So basically, as long as the host saves in front of the shiny Pokemon, this is probably only going to work for... Well, this can work multiple times. No, it can only work once because only one person can get it. So one person in multiplayer can get it plus the host. So the person that's not the host will come and catch it. The host will then turn off the game, turn it back on, saved in front of the shiny Pokemon, because shiny Pokemon don't despawn when you turn off the game.
Nope. So
Yeah.
another quality of life that I'm glad they added.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you pull up my shiny Howlucha, both mine and his are the exact same picture, kind of. So
I
that
think it's over
uh,
here.
no, that is his actually. That I guess he has two shiny Howlucha. Here, let me pull up my folder here.
There is a Howlucha.
While trying to get another shiny Pokemon.
Found another one.
In the same day, actually.
God fucking bless.
That shiny Hawlucha was not full odds, though. I don't think.
Interesting.
2, 3,
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8,
Oh yeah.
9, 10, 11, 12. The 12th picture on my thing. So this is actually something I wanted to talk about. This is the main reason that I didn't want to do co-op, like ever, because this Howlucha doesn't feel legit to me. It feels almost cheated. So I didn't want that to happen again. So I didn't want to do co-op ever again.
Well, so here's the
That's
thing about
unfortunate.
that. Technically, yours is the legit one. Mine
Yeah,
is
mine
the
is
copy.
the legit one. That's true because I was the host.
No, I was the
But
host.
I didn't want to encounter anything like that again.
Yeah. Actually, for the next one, this is actually quite a special one for me personally, because this is my Christmas present. This
Oh
is
yeah.
my boy. I very, very much love this lad.
Yeah, so I also caught 2 of this one because for Christmas, since shiny hunting was so easy, I decided to give some shinies to friends. And this one was originally gonna go to Carrot, but Carrot's like, I don't need it, just give what you're gonna give me and give it to him. And I was like, well, I had no idea. So I asked Carrot, what is Curry's favorite his favorite Pokemon? And he was like, go for the Volcarona. And I was like, bet.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I love Valcorona. This thing's cool as heck. Honestly, out of all of the past Pokemon, I would have chosen either this one or oh god, what is that? What was the other one? Either that or
Roaring Moon.
I mean, Roaring Moon's cool, but no, I'm trying to think of it. Oh, Shady Shocks. I really like Shady
Sandy
Shocks.
Shocks.
Sandy Shocks?
Sandy Shocks. I don't know why I like him so much. I always liked Magneton, but just seeing Oonga Booga Caveman Magneton just makes me laugh. So yeah, you
Just
made a good
moving
choice.
and moving, right on the ground.
Oonga Boonga, Oonga Boonga.
Yeah, trying to get the Slitherwing is what got me my second shiny Hawlucha.
Oh my goodness. And then we have this adorable little sucker. I really like Palmont Shiny. Palmont Shiny looks
it's
really nice.
Really beautiful shade of red.
Yeah.
I technically got 3 shiny Palmots.
3?
Wow.
One didn't save. I didn't save.
Okay.
But so technically, I caught one of every version of its line.
I
Did you
see.
not have autosave turned on?
No, I was going for a specific Pokemon, and that just wasn't it, Chief.
Ah, fair enough.
And I also gave that one. I also gave my second one away too, as I guess a Christmas present to a friend of a friend.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I'll let
Caught,
you.
technically, I caught 3 of them.
Moving on. Okay, this picture I had a question about.
Oh,
Because
yeah, this one's lovely.
This one is like almost a found footage thing for how much I like squeezed my face onto the screen when I saw it. There are 2 shiny Fluttermanes in the same frame on this fucking picture.
Yes. So
How
this
the
takes
fuck did you do
isolating
this?
encounters to a whole nother level. So what happens here is ghost Pokemon don't spawn during the day, not even in the crater. But here's the special thing about that. It doesn't prevent the spawning of Fluttermane. It will constantly spawn Fluttermanes, but they will just instantly disappear because it is daytime. And it happens so fast you don't see them. But the special thing about that is, if it is destined to be shiny, it will force the spawn no matter what.
Oh,
So
and the
you're
shinies
constantly-
can't vanish.
Yes. So you're constantly
Oh.
just running around an empty spot, constantly spawning in. But there's something special about this too, because this actually leads into a glitch to where when you encounter the Pokemon and you just let the battle timer go on, you might make an attack or two to, maybe go RNG. But that makes the next shiny Pokemon spawn even faster.
Well,
Unfortunately, I didn't catch the second one because it despawned on me.
Like,
Oh.
that's a little weird.
And
There we go.
This is the Great Tusk with its shiny, which was technically the second one I shiny hunted, which was also done using the isolated encounter method,
Like,
but just the regular version.
it's really crazy to me. Also, its shiny looks really nice. Like, all of these look real
Oh
good.
yeah.
But the last one, whoo baby.
First one I shiny hunted.
Picture.
That is such a good picture. I really do love it. But like,
Yes.
man, I am
First
really
one I shiny hunted, not isolated encounter method because there are other dark and other dragon type Pokemon in that area. But I also gave this one away as a Christmas present to a friend who is also a streamer. But I gave it away just because at first I was like, Roaring Moon is the best shiny.
do you
But
want
then
to
as time went on, to what?
Do you want to shout out your streamer friend?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
plug him.
If you
Jack him into the
didn't-
wall.
Well, I mean, considering this, I didn't want to, but I will. So, Regental Ash on Twitter, or not Twitter, Twitch, and I think maybe YouTube. He does variety streams. He mostly does old school RuneScape though. It's like his
Nice.
passion game, and he
Nice.
got the maxed out cape.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
but yeah. As time went on, I was like, you know what? I like Slitherwing better. So I just hunted a second Slitherwing, and I was like, you know what? I can be away with Roaring Moon. And I gave it to my friend because he was
Nice.
like, because I asked him what his favorite because he got Violet. So I was like, what is your favorite Scarlet, version exclusives? He was like Roaring Moon. So I was like, bet I got something for you.
Man, this is actually really interesting to just hear how quickly you did this, because honestly, I have been considering just shiny hunting all of the future Pokemon. Because, like, I definitely at least want a shiny Iron Valiant. Because I think that the full Chrome treatment works the best on either Iron Valiant or on, God damn it, I keep forgetting their names.
Iron Bundle.
No, it's the,
Iron Thorns.
the Tyranitar. Yeah, Thorns, that's it.
Iron Thorns.
Yeah, Thorns it
Iron
looks
Ball.
really cool on, just because it's just a it's just a Chrome T-Tar. But yeah, I'm just sitting
This
here
is
like
gonna
this is
actually
neat.
lead to a rant that I have about the whole rating system. Because unlike Sword and Shield, the 5-star difficulty is quite a bit harder, and that is the minimum you need to get like your basic materials just for like training up your Pokemon
Yeah.
for competitive and things like that. And it's just, I'd say, too difficult for why they're streamlining the whole process. And it's the only way to get the Herba Mystica to make shiny sandwiches.
Yeah.
And not every Pokemon can drop Herba Mystica, and it's not even 100% drop chance.
It's interesting.
It's not even a 50% chance.
I don't really mind it being more difficult to get, but it just makes an easier thing easier. Like, really, I want to take on raids for the challenge of it. Like, I need to train a lot before I'm able to do anything, because I'm currently getting my ass kicked by a swords dancing Lucario.
I mean, that's why there's 6 and 7-star raids.
Yeah.
5-star raids, since it is the bare minimum to make competitive teams, it should be not necessarily the like no-braining easiest thing to do. But if the best way to beat 5-star raids is just using legendary Pokemon or sub-legendary Pokemon, there's an issue for 5-star raids.
Well, the thing, I'm not defending it. I think the grind in here is stupid, and I unfortunately have an advantage because I have a turbo controller. And the way they have the Ace tournament set up, you basically have infinite money if you can have a turbo controller, especially if it can press the button itself. You don't. You either use. I guess you could use legendaries, but honestly, if you have a strong general level 100 Pokemon that's EV trained, that works too.
No, not for 5-star raids.
Not for 5-star raids. I that's why I said I agree with what you're saying.
Oh, you're talking about for the Ace tournament, just a general level 100
Actually,
Pokemon.
I'm talking about. Actually, I was talking about the raids. Because I like that the raids are harder this time around. I don't like that the requirements to really participate are a lot higher too. Because sure, the raid Pokemon's level 75 at base at 5 stars, but they cheat because they're raid Pokemon. So if you bring a level 75 Pokemon, especially if it's not EV trained, you're throwing basically.
See, I would usually argue with this, but considering I was throwing a level 75 Pokemon into a thing and I'm losing it's like 75% of the time, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, basically when I found about the Ace tournament exploit, I guess you can call it an exploit technically, because you do need something to actually make it work. I had a level 100 Sylveon, and I used that same Sylveon that I used for the Ace tournament to kickstart raid battling. And since I had effectively infinite money, I didn't have to worry about a lot of things. And that's bad design. Because that actually kind of goes back to the whole thing where I think IVs are stupid, and I think they should overhaul the EV system so you don't have to grind to participate properly in online, because you're not bringing an untrained Pokemon online. You're not. You're not. So.
Yeah. And sometimes the best way to raid is solo, just because the NPC Pokemon doesn't decrease the time when they die.
Nope, they don't.
Yep.
That's actually I got a shit ton of candies because of that too. Because during work I would just clear out all of my raids for the day, and most of the time I could solo the 6-star. If it was really good or really hard, like this one Toxapex raid that just kept spamming liquidation, so a strong stab water move that would sometimes lower my defense, I couldn't solo that, so I had to bring in a friend. But
And honestly, any raid Pokemon that has like just general like setup moves, you just can't win because they get rid of your positive effects and their negative effects.
Okay, I won't say you can't win. That's where you depending on if it's 5-star, basically, if you're of appropriate level, you need a team. If you have a level 100 and they're 5-star, then you're fine. It's when you're and they're 6 stars. No. Like I said, if you're playing at level, then you're screwed, because the level 75 Pokemon that you're fighting is way harder than it actually is. It might as well be like a level 85 or 90, because again, it can cheat. What I'm saying is that if a Pokemon has set of moves, that's not an automatic loss. But the way that they have it,
even for like just 5-star raids,
it is for people that are fighting it at level.
No,
especially if they're not using.
I have fought with level 100 legendary Pokemon, super effective fighting type stab with the Terra, and just the setup moves just stopped us from winning.
I had a different experience. I did not lose maybe 70% of the time. Depends on a Pokemon. If the Pokemon's good and it has a setup move, then like if it's using a good setup move and that attack stat that it uses is getting increased, then yeah, it's a loss. Like
well, I mean, you also gotta consider the ones you find online, like just the people you find online, they're either also using like Miraidon and Koraidon, or they're using low stat Pokemon, and the setup move just happens to be the one that is good against your physical Koraidon or your special Miraidon. You're done, because your hardest hitting Pokemon can't hit anything, and all the low stat Pokemon are just getting knocked out every turn.
I don't disagree. Fighting online is a lot harder, but what you're saying with it being generally sweeping, I'm gonna say it's a you problem, because I did not have that
I'm
experience.
not the one dying. It is everyone else that is dying.
Okay, see, I needed that context, because you're just saying full stop. If the Pokemon has a setup move, you lose, and then with no other context, I doesn't have an experience. That's why I was disagreeing. But if you're saying that you're running with bad randos, I completely agree with you. You're gonna lose no matter
They're all
what.
bad randos. Because here's the thing: the good ones have the legendaries like Koraidon, the setup moves. Because it's
keep saying
usually
Koraidon and Miraidon. I don't see that. I ran into everybody using.
He's right. Koraidon in particular is insanely invaluable for so many raids. Like, it automatically sets up Sun for no fucking reason. It's just generally really defensively good. It's just a fucking good Pokemon.
It is. I don't see a lot of that online from my experience. Now, I don't distrust that you guys see a lot of that. I haven't. I run into a lot of Iron Hands. I run into a lot of
So the reason why that happens is because that was the 6-star meta. Is Iron Hands and Goldingo was supposed to be like the
Steel Cat.
solo.
I see that I saw that in 5 stars too online.
Yeah. See, because the information came out that was the best way to solo 5 and 6-star raids, but people took them also into non-solo raids thinking they're going to get the same result.
Oh yeah.
But you don't, because it's not as controlled.
My whole point of piping up is that you're saying, now granted, I need one more piece of context, and this will change my answer. Are you saying just with randos, or do you mean in general that if the Pokemon has a setup move, you lose?
So, like I said, it does depend on the setup move, because it is specifically setup moves that raises their attacking stat and defensive stat of the same nature. Because the defensive stat stops like the Koraidon or Miraidon from doing their massive damage, and then their attacking stat knocks out every other Pokemon.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, are you saying that everybody is going to lose against a set of Pokemon, or just people in random online lobbies?
I have seen both.
Okay, because my experience that only occurs way more often in randoms. When I'm with my friends and we coordinate, we might require a few tries, but we will inevitably beat it. And it's not really that we won't it'll take 10 tries. The most we had against a really tough Pokemon was 3 sets.
Like, my 5-star raids have to be very specific in order to get a decent win ratio. Just because of the randoms that either don't bring good enough Pokemon, they bring the legendary Pokemon that is bad with their setup move, or the fact that the Terra typing, they somehow always have the coverage moves to beat your Pokemon despite their normal typing or their Terra typing.
No, see, here's the thing, right? Like, up until my Switch lost battery about an hour ago, I was basically just going through and fighting Lucarios, right? Because that's what's in here now. It's like Lucario fighting Steel and Water, I think is the most common for the 5 stars. So it has so much coverage because it has Meteor Mash, it has Earthquake, it has Vacuum Wave for some fucking reason, and it also has... I forget what its 4th move is, but it just has such strong coverage.
Close combat?
Yeah, it just has such strong coverage that it's going to be able to basically knock out whatever. Because especially if you're going after the Steel type one, which offensively might actually be the best Terra type to get. Maybe fighting's better for it, but I don't know. And I don't know why the fuck there's water there. Water is just randomly there. But it's just really, really strong for no reason.
Like 6-7 star raids, go not like maybe not so much 6-star raids, make it a bit harder. But 7-star raids go nuts. It's supposed to be very difficult, but 5-star raids is the bare minimum to get into competitive Pokemon, which they've been trying to make as accessible as possible, and this just lowers that drastically.
Oh yeah, I do apologize for my quick tangent. I wasn't trying to disprove
Okay, I'm back.
that point.
Yeah.
Most definitely not. I wholly agree. This game. That's why I was mentioning the whole overhaul, but how they missed the opportunity, helping players actually get into online battling with the schools, because as easy as it was comparatively to the last games, it's still unintuitive. It's not great.
I mean, competitive, as much as they want to make it as accessible as possible, they always just do something that makes it not accessible.
Yeah, exactly. It's annoying. I don't know why their main legitimate way of. I don't know why VGC is double battles, but the games never promote double battles.
Yeah.
It's very strange, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know why it's double battles, but it seems like for the games, they just want single battles to make the teams they make more simpler to make, because double battles require actual thought to go into team making.
Oh yeah, I've been getting into double battles this generation. I love them actually. They're I think since Gen 8 I've been watching a lot of people on YouTube do double battles, because singles are just kind of boring now for me.
Honestly, I might be going that direction too.
Do it. I have a friend, because we tried to do this back in Gen 8, but I could not get into Gen 8 after I finished the game. I just dropped off. But basically, we're playing multi battle, where you play 2v2, 2 players versus 2, in double battles, and it's really fun coordinating 2 teams together to do that, because you bring 6 Pokemon out of the 12 you bring, and you go at it. I remember we ticked off a group of people we played against, because we found out Tatsugiri and Dondozo, their little combo with Commander does not work in multi battles, because both of those Pokemon have to be on the same side.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's weird.
So we after we found that out, we went, oh wait, what if we just bring them anyway and psych people out, because they probably don't know this. So we did that, and we brought a completely different team, and I brought an Appleton that my enemy team couldn't get over. They brought a whole bunch of grass Pokemon, two spore Pokemon. They were ready to take down that Dozozo Tatsugiri, and it just wasn't there. And then the fight went to a complete halt for them, because they just couldn't get over my Appleton, because grass Pokemon can't kill grass Pokemon anymore for the most part.
Appleton.
I guess I'll say this part now, because I also didn't mention this earlier.
Of course.
But my thoughts on the actual just aspects of terrestrializing. Stupid name, stupid hats, interesting idea.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
That's just silly and goofy.
Well.
And they really cater to offense more than defense.
Theodosha, how's that sandwich looking?
So
did he
I'm
step
trying
away?
to find a way to get both get 2 effects for steel.
Oh, fair enough.
What 2 effects?
So
Okay, I want to get encounter power and what's the other one? Catching power.
Encounter power and catching power still. What are you? Oh, are you doing a magneton thing? Is that what you were doing before?
Yeah, I just found one a while ago,
nice.
so I thought I might try to eat that.
All right.
Okay,
Garrett,
so
go ahead.
yeah, to continue running through my notes, next thing, so I like the Pokédex UI, we've already talked about that. However, with the Pokédex UI that opens up the map and the Pokédex, and I think there's a third one as well, I know me and Dosha talked about this on the side. Did anyone else keep pressing the wrong button to open the wrong thing?
Oh, all
Yep.
the time. All the fucking time.
Up to now, where I'm speaking now, I still don't remember which button to press.
Yeah, same.
Yep.
It's so strange. I don't know why that's an issue. It's pretty well laid out, honestly, when you look at it. But for some reason, it's still unintuitive. I don't understand how it's possible.
And that does remind me, I'm curious if anyone else had this issue. So, I was so confused about the map at the start. For like a couple hours of playing the game, I was very confused. I just couldn't wrap my head around where I was. I was lost for a long time. Then I realized it's because the map is rotating, and I kept getting lost that way. And then I found out you can lock the map. Why is it not locked on default?
Well, I mean, doesn't
No
really
clue.
Same reason why they took out set.
Same reason why they always have to have one annoying mechanic in the game that the majority of people that are hardcore Pokemon fans hate.
Fair enough, fair enough. So let me pull up my notes again here. Alright, so I'm very curious because I don't really pay attention to the general Pokemon community as a whole. How does the general Pokemon community as a whole, and also all of you as well, feel about the basic battle UI? Because I think it's awful.
I think that they definitely could have added more to it. I mean, it works. It's just not really... It doesn't look well designed. Like, it's just the most minimalist design possible, which, frankly, I think if they wanted to make it a little bit better, what they could have done was for wild Pokemon, since you can encounter them like a dime a dozen all the time, they could have used that for like wild Pokemon. But for like trainers and legendary Pokemon, they could have had like a different one, and then that would have been a bit of a compromise, because something tells me it's to save on like computing power and screen area. Like, I don't know why they did this exactly, but I have a feeling there's a reason for it.
If we're gonna talk about modern UI, I liked. That's one thing I actually did kind of like about Sword and Shield is their battle UI was nice. It wasn't crazy, but it popped. I honestly keep forgetting they had a UI design in this game, while staring at the UI.
Yeah.
It was just, oh, I mean, I guess I'll click on the attack option, I guess. Sure. It's there. It's not really saying much. It's just a little quiet in the corner. But yeah, no, yeah, this UI is very meh.
After that, so when I got my Finizen, it was actually kind of awkward to get because I didn't have the surfing mechanic yet. So I had to just stand there at the edge of the water, throw my Pokemon out like 30 times until it got close enough, which was great. Right afterwards, I did the same thing with a wild Dragonair that had a like what do they call it in the overworld with the Terra? Just I thought isn't there a word for them? Whatever. The overworld Pokemon that already have a different Terra type. Well, I found a level 54 Dragonair that was Terra type Electric. My team was level 20. It got off a Thunder, killed Finizen, and then let me free.
Nice.
So I briefly mentioned it, but Palafin's evolution method is actually kind of interesting. It's just trait evolutions with extra steps. I don't know if I like it or not.
I mean, you just have to visit a friend's world and then level it up.
Yeah,
correct.
I think that I mean, at some point it will actually cause the game to lock, but honestly, they'll probably add something in that instance to allow you to continue to do it. That's not uncalled for.
I mean, they haven't done that for any of the past trait evolutions. I don't see why they do that for this.
Well, the trait evolutions are different because you can just... It doesn't matter what gen you're in, you can evolve them in the current gen. But with Palafin, it requires not only does the game have another Palafin, but you have to be able to join the world. So what they could do is they could just streamline it in the future and be like, oh, okay, it's just a trait evolution. Or you have to, like, battle with someone else who has a Palafin, and then it evolves, or something like that.
Well, I mean, for all of those, you'd still have to have the servers up.
Well, no, like an NPC who has the Palafin that you.
Oh, an NPC. Okay. Outside of that, all of the very small Pokemon, especially the ones named Nimble, were very annoying. I kept running into them on accident. With my annoyance with the shinies, I really wanted to just take my motorcycle dragon and fly across the plains, but I really felt like I couldn't because the Pokemon were spawning below me and I had to go check if they were shiny, and that just didn't feel good. Okay, so I left this in my notes because I realized I didn't actually say, when I was talking about that Glimmet Inferno story that took me multiple hours, the thing that it reminded me of, we did show the picture, but that is from Rayman 2: The Great Escape. Did anyone else see the very weird lighting glitches in combat?
There were a few times where it happened, because, like, especially in, like, the shadow of something, I noticed a lot of glitches.
Yeah.
Like, when you were in the shadow of, like, a mountain in the desert is when I remember that.
Yep, exactly. Whenever you go to select a move, the mountain in the desert, the shadow from that would just, like, flicker. It was very weird. Speaking of weird, the Pokemon on the overworld map, they don't make sense. The reason that Glimmet showed up and I didn't find it for 2 hours is because the map just says what could show up, not what already has.
Yes.
I understand that annoyance, but I'm just like, I kind of get why they did it like that. It's just like, it seems unintuitive when you look at it on its face, though, just specifically because, man, why would you tell somebody, hey, this thing you've never seen is right here?
Yeah. As a move, I really like the idea of Terra Blast.
Terra Blast is a good idea, yeah.
Yep.
It
was really interesting them bringing back Hidden Power. It was really nice.
Yeah, it's legitimately just Hidden Power, isn't it?
Yeah, it was great because before it evolved into Golden Go, it actually gave my Reset a move to attack with. Because before it evolves, it only has Astonish, I think.
And Tackle.
Oh, and I think I gave it Nightshade because that's OP as fuck, right? Anyway. Do I have any other notes before we get to the Elite Four? Let me see here. Yeah, before we get to the Elite Four, I have one last note. The catching animation and the music for the raid dens is beautiful. And that's it.
Alright.
Anyone have anything else before we get to the Elite Four?
That was some of the best music
but it's gonna take me a minute.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm just gonna say mine's gonna take a minute.
Okay.
I was just gonna say that I love the Raiden music. It's my favorite track in the entire.
Yeah, the Raiden music is great.
It sounds anime as fuck. It took me a minute to figure out how to describe it. And that's like the best way.
Yeah, that is pretty anime as fuck. That's a good way to describe it.
It sounds like you're saving the world. So yeah.
There was one track that I can't remember. I think it was like the ending one at the end of Area Zero, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Oh yeah, there is one other thing I wanted to bring up. A lot of the items that they added into this game are wicked cool, aren't they? Like,
yeah.
There's one that just gives you like clear body, but with an item. It's super strange.
Still waiting for that Trick Room setting item.
Yeah, like, it's such a neat, it's like so many of these are neat, like there's a glove that gives you power for a punching move. The herb that you use for egg tutoring actually also has a really cool in-battle effect, wherein if your opponent uses a stat up, then you also copy that stat up.
Yeah, I
yeah.
definitely use
Mirror
that.
herb.
Mirror herb. But really...
Loaded Dice is funny, too.
Yeah, Loaded Dice is great. But,
boots.
New meta.
That was the last game, though. That's not a new item.
New meta. But, really... oh god, what was that one item that I just couldn't get over fact that it exists. Oh no, sorry, it's not an item. It's a complete change to the way items work. In that single-use items are single-use for battle only, and then they regenerate after battle with the exception of berries.
I wish I wish I knew that during my playthrough. I found it out at the
would have
very
been
end.
so nice to know.
Yeah, it is so big, because, like, okay, so later on you get an item called Booster Energy, which can activate, you know, the Crater Pokemon's effects. But it's a single-use item, but you use it over and over again, you can only just use it once per battle. And it's the same thing with any, like, consumable item, aside from, I believe, berries.
Yeah, when they showed off the ability, when I saw the ability and I saw the item, I was wondering, what the fuck? What's the point?
Yeah.
And I never used it. That's so frustrating.
Just strict quality of life improvement, honestly. I really do believe that it is just, all intents and purposes, that is a great change. It makes it so much less annoying. That potato salad looks amazing.
It's just a giant glob in the middle.
And then,
That's so bad.
Curry,
Yes.
my thing is ready for you to do your thing.
Which thing would that be?
Go to the chat.
Also, I have 18 days left on my bank account. I need to actually up it again.
You need to... Oh, Pokemon Bank. I thought that you were... I thought you were... Wait, what do you mean you have to re-up your bank? What? The fuck does that mean? Okay, let's see.
Well, you won't be able to re-up bank right now.
I can.
You have to put funds in on your Switch, and then you can...
I don't think they allow that anymore.
No, they do.
They do. They don't allow it on March 27th, 2020.
Yeah, we have 1 month. That's the only way that you can add stuff now. Okay.
My understanding is they stopped allowing that part of allowing to add new funds via the Switch.
I did check it like last week. They did say that will go off on March 27th, the same day that you can't buy anything anymore.
Yeah,
all right,
it is. That is the only way you can add it, because as long as your account is conjoined, that's it.
Oh, actually, I can't top it up yet. Okay, I'll just set a reminder.
I guess we're waiting on that. I do have a story to tell about the shiny Greavars, because I also caught 2 of them.
Nice.
I named the shiny Greavars after the dogs I had growing up.
Nice.
Nice.
Baby and Angel.
Aww. That's very
Baby-
sweet.
Baby was a golden retriever mixed with something, and was the first one. So when I got Angel as for good grades, I decided, well, what naturally comes after Baby? So I thought, well, life comes death. So I thought Angel.
Nice. Very sweet.
Dogs.
Okay, I think that we are ready. It might glitch out a little bit, but I think we're good.
All right.
So we'll start up in 30 seconds.
Oh wait, we're
Well, actually, no. Let's go for right now. Right now is fine. I'll just find it as long as I have a note that when it says when it starts. Okay, so now I have that actually ready. There we go. Oh, look at this little bastard.
all right. So yeah. So since shiny hunting was so easy, I decided to one up literally everyone and made my entire team shiny.
So what's this little one's name?
Let me actually. Yeah, so Tikatun I named Tiny Tina because it reminded me of from the Borderlands series Tiny Tina.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Next up we have Mr. King Gambit.
Yes, we have the Blue King himself because he is a king and he is blue.
The Blue Beat.
The Blue King. And then we
Is that a reference to
have
something, or is it just literally that he's blue and he's a king?
blue and he's a king.
I'm
Oh, okay.
Blue Abu Di Abu Dai. Tax the presence Obadiu.
Yes, he is blue and he is a king. Because
Oh, God.
everything is a king.
But yeah, next
then-
up is this moth.
Yes, I named it Nightmare because people can be scared of bugs. So
I mean,
Nightmare.
if you saw that thing that was like with a
Right in front
6-foot
of you.
wingspan going straight up, crawling at you, would you not run the fuck away?
Especially since it's a fighting type.
Yeah, just fucking get out.
That learns close combat.
This one's a little zoomed out, but the image was also quite small.
Alright, so yeah. While they didn't exist at the same time throughout my team, I did shiny hunt the Char Cadet that ended up being 2. So we got the Armor Rouge, which happens to be female, which I named Mega Woman, because it looks like Mega Man, but is female.
Okay, fair.
Wouldn't that be roll, though?
The what?
Mega Woman.
Wouldn't that be roll?
Well, I mean, doesn't have to.
Nah.
Yeah,
Roll
it
doesn't look like Mega Man.
Oh, I mean, I guess. It depends on the version. I don't know. I grew up with NT, so.
And then
She
for
looked a lot more like
Cerulege,
Mega Man in that one.
I named it the Edge Lord himself, Kirito.
Oh,
Fantastic.
Makes sense.
I mean, it works. And last up, we have this absolutely stunning shiny, honestly. I love this
The shiny Quaquaval, which is named Bluto after the side character from, or not side character, but the antagonist to Popeye, which, after hearing it from a PokeTuber, I should have nicknamed him Mirror-B. Because of all of his dancing and his moxie.
Because he moxes. Oh
And
my
he
God.
has the ability moxie.
Do you
Because
know?
I got an ability patch for doing a 6-star raid.
That's pretty foot. Oh my
Actually,
God.
no.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
got it
something
from
else. The ability patches are probably the best addition to the game.
Oh,
very
yeah.
much.
It's very lovely.
Were they
Like,
in
again,
Were they in Gen 8 but just rare?
I think you could
Nope, I
buy
don't
like
think so. Let me
you
look
can
it
buy
up. Hold on.
capsules in Gen 8. I think that was a
I know the
big thing.
capsules were introduced in.
I think
Ability patches
patches were
introduced
new.
this generation.
Yeah, that's it. See, like what I was saying,
Okay.
just all these new items, so good.
Wait, I thought ability patch was in Gen 8.
Nope.
Whoops. I
That's the
overdid it.
capsule. Seeing all the new items actually kind of got me a
Oh
little bit
wait, no,
excited
it
for the
is.
game.
Oh,
Because it is in Gen 8.
it was added in the DLC.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So they had a trailer where they basically showed off the some competitive stuff, like some competitive items, and they showed off Shed Tail, which was really silly and fun. And like seeing all these items was like, holy crap, this Game Freak's kind of answering the competitive scene, at least for singles, I guess. No, the items are very exciting.
Oh yeah. One of the ones I actually like is the Clear Amulet. Because it prevents Intimidate.
That is interesting.
Well, I guess I shouldn't say prevents Intimidate because that makes it seem like it turns it off. But all it does is it prevents your attack from being dropped.
Yeah, and it's Clear Body. It's a very handy item. Covert Cloak is also a really good one
Oh yeah.
because it prevents Fake Out on top of the other secondary effects.
It was also used in the Charizard raid with Fluttermane to prevent confusion from Hurricane.
Yeah, I used the Fluttermane myself, but I don't think I used Covert Cloak. I think I did. I can't remember.
I used my shiny Fluttermane to destroy the Charizard raid.
I used a regular one to destroy it, which is not as impressive, but still.
No, it's impressive because in order to destroy it, you still need a full up Fluttermane. It's not just grab any Fluttermane. You actually have to build it up.
Well, yeah, but like I said before, like all I had to do was just buy the vitamins and then just give it some candies, which luckily I had a massive ton of because for like I think a week straight I would just clear all of my raid solo each and every day. And I just amassed a ton of candies to just kind of have. Now granted, since I haven't done it in a long while, because I haven't played this game in a while, if I make new Pokemon, that stash is dwindling. Because I definitely made a whole bunch of like raid, like level 100 fully EV'd raid Pokemon just to kind of just amass a small little army just to do all the raids before I even made my first like competitive team. Probably wasn't the smartest idea, but I did it. Oops. But I haven't
Yeah.
really dug super deep
That
into this.
Charizard raid was surprisingly the easiest thing to do,
Yep.
just because you had its counter.
Yeah.
Fluttermane just happened to have the perfect things it needs to be the counter to a Dragon-type Charizard.
Yep, it had all the stats it needed in the right places.
And the moves. Because it had Moonblast and Draining Kiss and Calm Mind.
Yep. Not to mention, now, Cinderace, while a little bit harder at first. So, yeah, everybody figured out to use a specific Slowbro set, but my god, Dash Bun is so great. I love Dash Bun so much. It's the perfect support Pokemon for Cinderace. It was immune to one stab and it resisted the other. It had great defenses thanks to, you know, it getting hit by fire. I haven't tried Greninja yet though.
I mean, I haven't even gotten the chance to go to a 7-star raid, so I've already missed out quite a bit.
Before the game came out, like it was mentioned that 7-star raids were supposed to be unsoloable.
Haha.
Well, I don't believe that anytime a game says that.
Yeah.
Fair.
Nope.
Like,
But
look,
they did.
okay, here's an example,
Give that
right?
as a challenge. They're gonna say, "Oh, really?"
In Destiny, right? When you raid, it's normally like 6 players on a team. And there are a lot of encounters in it that require a minimum amount of characters. Like, for example, there's usually a minimum requirement of like 3 players to like get through the puzzles or whatever. People annually solo those. Somehow. Like, we don't know. I don't know off the top of my head a good example of it. All I know is it just happens every time. So it's like, don't tell people they can't do shit because they'll probably be able to do shit.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Shall
like
we
at
get to-
speedrunners.
Yeah, that too, yeah. Should we get to the Elite Four?
Yeah, we should probably like cap it off.
Okay, yeah.
Probably work towards that. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Alright.
Move along.
I wish
Alright, so
I wish to
I guess
open this up.
Okay, what?
So the Elite Four, right? God damn, this is the best fake out I've ever seen in any Pokemon game. When
Yes!
you walk into the Elite Four, right? You're confident. We'll go back to the start, but I have to say this. Holy fuck, Larry legitimately had me with my head in my hands like, oh my god, he's working 2 jobs.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to talk about how you failed the interview.
No, it's fine.
Oh, I failed the interview.
No, it was just hilarious. I was so happy to see my boy, and then he's just like, "Oh, I'm here, and I'm doing a different type now for my second job," and I'm just, you need a vacation,
When I first
bro.
saw him, I said, okay, great. Best character. Here he is. All right, I'm going to bring on Annihilate. Everything's going to be great. And, by the way, I'm using a different team. Huh?
Yeah, it was such a good fake out, man.
It's a Tropus. It's grass, I guess. That's weird. We already had a grass. No. And, yeah.
Yep. I also have a little bit of thing for that one. So
Yeah, his tie has clouds on it. That was your tell.
Well, yeah, there was a couple of things. His gray hairs kind of act like feathers too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but it was just so nice to see him. Okay, anyway, please continue from the start.
Yeah, this is relevant to that. So at the start of the Elite Four, when you walk into the league, there's just someone sitting there and saying, "Hey, oh yeah, I need you to take this test right fucking now, like now." And you say, "Okay," and you take this test. And in that test, he says, or she says, a simple question: who was the hardest gym leader? Well, I thought about it, and none of the gym leaders themselves were difficult, so I answered Larry because his gym puzzle was the one that stumped me the most because I got lost. So when I saw Larry as the Elite Four member, I thought, oh, that's cool. The one who answers the hardest is the Elite Four member.
Yeah.
I burst his bubble.
He did. I was sad.
Well,
Because Carrot was like, so who did you have for that Elite Four? And I was like, Larry. And then he was like, oh, so you answered Larry as the hardest? I was like, no, I
No.
answered the grass gym.
That would have been hilarious if they did that, but I think the fact that Larry is just there, steadfastly there, is just perfect.
Yeah, I repped Larry too. I was like, I want to make this guy look. I want to make my man look good.
I
Oh my
thought the
God.
Elite Four inherently was just boring.
Yeah, that's my other point. The
It was
champion,
kind of a curb
especially.
stomp.
Like,
Yeah, so we'll get to the champion.
Oh,
is there
yeah.
anything anyone else wants to say? Because I have very
Yes.
strong words to say about Gita.
Yes,
Are we
and
talking
we all
about
have strong words to say about
the
Gita.
whole champion, or we're just moving on to the champion right now?
No.
Well, I have a few things left to say about
Yeah,
the
the Elite
in
Four
general.
we're still on.
I personally don't have anything to say about the Elite Four themselves. They were fine, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I like
I-
Drag Teacher, man. He cried.
He did
he
cry a
went
lot.
bah ha ha ha, and then you had. So I adopted this from another YouTuber. It's silly, but I like calling the steel stupid baby. It's like it's just this little girl. It's just a literal toddler, just in the Elite Four.
Is she gonna whoop your ass? No. Honestly,
I
I had
did
the
not.
most difficulty with her. It was so
I had-
fucked up.
I had most difficulty with the ground one, the one I wanted to beat up the most, because he's all
Mhm.
like, all right, we're going to do this interview, and okay, please tell me everybody else also answered I'm just doing this for fun, just to see what it says. Please tell me I'm not
Yes.
the only one here. Okay,
I did.
because that was annoying when they said, oh yeah, you failed.
I did not.
That's
And
so
yeah, well, you failed.
stupid.
Yeah, it is, because it's like, what? I am doing this for fun. I love Pokemon. I think this is fun.
It's like, you actually think I'm doing this to prove I'm strong? I don't need to
I'm
prove
just a
I'm
guy
strong.
who
I literally
loves
kicked
adventure.
everyone's butt.
I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh yeah, but like I hate the fact that you answer that, you come back and then you answer everything right. He's like, why did you mess it up the first time? And it's like, I just want to beat the brakes off you, ma'am.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. What was the fucking point in the quiz?
The interview.
Because you're part of a school. That was your final exam.
Oh yeah. Fun fact. If you actually try to, because there's a way to get there without having any gym badges. If you try to do, like, you will take a quiz, but they treat you like you're a child in that quiz, and you just can't fight the Elite Four. Because they're just like, oh, come back when you have the badges. Because they're like, what's your
mean-
favorite color? I think was one of the questions.
Oh wait, really? Oh,
Oh,
that's
well.
adorable.
I
I
think
Yeah,
didn't know
that's
that the
one
Elite
of the
Four
checks.
area was there before. Before I got 8 gym badges. So man, if I'd known that, I would have tried.
it's
Yeah, I
possible.
definitely would love to have seen that. So the other things that I had for the Elite Four. So the person who does that that assessment and also the first Elite Four member, I didn't realize until after beating the game and I saw a post online. That's a girl.
Oh, you didn't realize?
you
Oh yeah,
didn't
that's
know
another
that?
that's
Yeah,
another
that's another
ungendered
I
fake
didn't
character.
out.
realize
Pretty
that was a girl
androgynous.
until Carrot told me.
I mean, okay, so brushes, sure, I guess took me a couple seconds to realize that's a guy, but like, see, I kind of figured that was a girl immediately because that's just an androgynous look. So I didn't get tripped up by that one.
The first time you
fortunately.
get introduced to her, they do say she, but I don't blame
Yeah.
people for missing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna like say, oh well, you guys are idiots. No.
I mean, they are.
Yes, I am, but
That's aside the point, okay?
Yeah, that's aside the point. Anyway, Poppy, like that's already been mentioned, dumb baby, but it is funny that the dumb baby is the Steel Elite Four member. I liked the idea of the Elite Four members as characters. It's just I curb stomped them all because of the way the scaling of the game worked.
Yeah.
Like I didn't do
Yeah.
any grinding at all. I didn't fight any trainers outside of like the first area, and I was still over leveled. So it wasn't a fun Elite Four, and it got even worse when we got to take it. You can take it, Curry.
Ita.
okay. So, are we finally on Gita now? Sorry, I blanked.
We are
out for a moment.
finally on to Gita. and we all got thoughts on Gita.
Okay, look, I'm gonna start off with a compliment. I actually do kind of like her character design. It's not
I
the
love her
best,
character
I
design.
think her
but
character
it's
design
like
is awful.
it is.
Oh my God.
It is. She looks fine aesthetically, but holy fuck, she is the most disappointing champion of any Pokemon game I have ever played in my life.
Yep,
Holy fuck, she is piss easy. Her team is misarranged. Like, when I fought her again at the Ace tournament that I went to, her team was slightly changed. Like, she had moved one Pokemon back a little bit, but the fucking toxic spike producing monstrosity is still her last Pokemon. And that's not to say anything else about just the team composition, because most of her team just sucks.
In the Elite Four.
Like, most of her team is just fucking terrible. Like, seriously, Avalugg? Why in the fuck does the champion... Why does the champion of this region have, like... How much...
She has a Go-Go.
Yeah, she has a fucking Go-Go. Like, there's so many things that this could have been. Why is her team this shit? Like, all other champions up till this point have been difficult. They're champions. They're supposed to be.
Well, I don't know. A lot of people, previously, the easiest champion has long been considered to be Diantha.
I think that Diantha... The only reason Diantha is a little bit easy is because she's a
I don't remember
champion.
their team.
Oh, right. She's one type.
They have a bunch of fully evolved, very relatively rare Pokemon.
Yeah. Like, her entire team is... Even when you compare it to Diantha, it's, like, just bad.
Yeah, her team with Gita, I believe I didn't use anyone other than Chapuin, my low kicks, because it turns out that the entire team is weak to bug fighting and dark.
It just looks like, seriously, this is my overall impression.
Yeah.
I am confident that every one of my Pokemon can solar her entire team. That is how fucking easy she is. Like, she is easily, like, below F tier when, like, Diantha is a C. Okay, that's how much of a differential I'm talking here. Her team is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
And she was also supposed to be the champion of champions.
Yeah,
The
what
The
the
lucky
fuck?
thing is that you do have to fight Nimona afterwards, and that's
Yeah.
a much better champion fight.
Like,
Yeah,
Nemona's
that is a
so
much
much
better
better. Like, fuck.
So, if I can interject real quick, since we're talking about her now. So, again, same friend, we had a debate about her character alongside with Nimona. Like, okay, sure, Gita has a good, important role in the story. Okay. And I love her design.
Yeah.
Yes, she's also one of the weakest champions we've ever gotten.
No, she is the weakest, not one of the weakest, period, full stop.
I think the one from Gen 6 is slightly weaker, just slightly, like very. This might be an opinion. I think she is. Like, I'm not saying that it's like, oh wow, there's a decent like difference between the two. No. It's just
Here.
anyway. The point is that she's very bad, game design wise. Like in terms of like her being a champion, the top champion. Sorry, and what I was trying to get at is that really easy fix for her.
Mm-hmm.
Just switch Glamora to the front.
Yeah.
And make King Gambit her last Pokemon.
Yeah, that's
okay,
it.
people will cry, oh, but Glamora's her ace because it looks like her. Okay, I get it. Gita's weave is a Pokemon.
ability.
Who cares?
Yeah,
but
it doesn't matter, because, like, you can't... Jesus Christ. I'm just thinking about it, like, the more I'm looking at this... Because I pulled up Diantha's list on my phone really quick, because I was looking at this. Just her Mega Gardevoir. Her Mega Gardevoir.
I guess I'm glad that's the one I did remember.
Well, that's the one everyone remembers. That's why I'm not mentioning anything else. But, like, just that is, like, enough of a threat that could probably be a challenge.
Yeah, I believe I swept
Yeah,
most of her team, but then
I swept
didn't
her
have a
team
immediate
cleanly
counterpart
on my
that
first
cost me
try with no effort, and that was
What
because
Oh.
replay?
her,
Oh,
her entire
wait,
team.
shit, we got that on recording. That was an active error. We
That's
actually got a crash live on stream.
PogChamp.
Pog. Top
Do you
quality
have the autosave
Pog.
turned on?
I hope I have autosave turned on.
Pog, man, just Pog.
Nice.
We sacrifice for the views.
I mean,
Sure,
literally
sure.
the fact we do Gita's job for her after we beat her
Yeah.
to test the gym leaders says something.
Okay, to be fair, I actually really do like that. I love the fact that we were charged with going and refighting all the gyms, because that's actually
it's
fun. But, God, Gita is just... What is that
Like, we're
line?
a 10-year-old that does her job better than her.
What is that? She's getting outdone by a fucking teenager. She's getting outdone by Goku. So, like, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Goku is pretty strong.
I mean, you would expect the other trainers who passed her test to be better than she is. That's kind of the point, right?
I mean,
but that's
maybe...
not necessarily true. Like, if in this situation, you would think that Gita, as the Elite Four champion, still wouldn't be going all out if that was the case.
What? No, I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, because she talks about how she... Okay, this line is dumb, but she does say it. She says, I literally cannot hold back when I battle. Period.
That bothered me
Yeah.
the most because it was so
It's
immersion
just-
breaking when
Yeah.
you realize how easy she is.
I can't hold back.
She's setting up... The Go-Goat is honestly the most insulting thing. Because here's the thing, right? You know what the most fucked up thing is about her whole team that bothers the shit out of me? This bothers me... It bothers me more than the fact that her team is mismanaged. It bothers me more than the fact that her team is just bad. There is actively a better normal grass type that is new in this gen. Why does she have a fucking Go-Goat?
It's because this is the first time Go-Goat is back since X and Y.
Okay, I'm gonna stop interrupting people, but I feel very passionate about this shit. I'm just like, why?
I mean,
but
here's
it's not a rare Pokemon. It's not a Pokemon nobody else has. Something that would have been a better pick for that slot would have been, what is it, Oliveira?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
That is the normal grass type. Like, why does she have a Go-Goat when there is Oliveira in this
Go-Goat
gen?
is mono grass, not normal grass.
Is it not? Oh, I thought it was normal grass. Did I get that wrong?
No, I make that mistake all the time.
I mean,
and that's
it's
why
still a grass type.
Okay,
so...
well, still, it would have been way better through Len regardless. But okay, that's just... What is with this? I feel like this isn't the first time that I've made this mistake, where I think that Go-Goat is normal grass for some fucking reason.
Probably all the time, yes.
Why do I have this conception
Isn't
about
that because is the pre-evolution normal grass? Is that why?
I don't remember. No,
also
it's just... I guess it's just this fucking weird...
It just looks like a normal type. And Gen 6 is around the time when they started pairing normal with stuff. Other than flying.
Here's the other thing about Gita. She's supposed to be the champion of champions. So in a world where there's more than one champion, if she's the champion of champions, theoretically no one should surpass her.
I don't think
But yet there is other champions, which means all of them had to have surpassed her.
Well, yeah. I think, that's just the way the world's set up, right? She's supposed to be this highly competent elite trainer who, in order to become a champion ranked trainer, you have to be.
Yeah.
But she can't be the champion of champions if they all beat her.
Well,
So there's one thing I will say about that title, and I understand why they did it, but it's still dumb. And that is, she's top champion because she's the CEO. Like, she's a champion of the Elite Four, but not the champion of the region.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It sucks though because she makes herself up to be this incredibly strong force, and it's just
literally her Elite Four underlings could beat her.
Yeah. Again, all they gotta do is just switch Glamora to the front because it's a great lead, and then just have I don't think it's a hard challenge to have King Gambit have 5 stacks of his ability.
Yeah,
Like, I think that's a
not at
great
all.
challenge to teach players, hey, this is a strong ability. You should watch out for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
because
it could
King
be
Gambit's
super easy.
ability doesn't affect the actual. It affects the base stats inherently, not the like stages.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking bad. Honestly, the rest of the Elite Four was fine. It's not the most
Game Freak
memorable
is just
Elite
scared
Four,
to have its
but it's
players
like,
struggle with anything. That's all.
yeah, no, exactly. I am 100% on board with what you just said.
So I was looking into the Go-Go thing because I was curious, because it is common for people to think it's grass normal.
Mhm.
However, while I was digging into that, I found the most fascinating thing.
Hmm.
This might explain why she has a Go-Go. Did you know? X and Y is the only game Go-Go is in. Period.
Well, yeah, that's what
Yeah,
what Rick said a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what
I guess I
mentioned.
missed that.
This is the first time Skidoo and Go-Go has been back since X and Y.
That's
I don't know how I missed
strange.
it. I guess
It's
I
neither a
was
rare
reading something about
Pokemon nor a particularly strong one.
It's just, I mean, look, design-wise, it's fine. I have no problem with Go-Go,
It's
but
got
like,
relatively low base stats, and it's just not. It's not an impressive.
I mean,
Like,
and again,
I like Go-Go.
there are better grass types in this region that she could have
Yeah,
had.
there really are.
there are so many better grass types they could have just chosen in general. Like, I don't understand why they were not Go-Go. Like, hell, hold on. I will actually look up a list of all of the grass types really quick, because I'm just curious.
I mean, hell, they could have literally just given her Hisuian and Lilligant
Yeah.
and have that tie into the game.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I don't think they could do that.
Okay, so here we go, right? We have the Sprigatito line, we have the Smoliv line, we have the Bramblin line, Toadschool line, Capsicid and Scovillain, Brute Bonnet, and Wo-Chien. So she couldn't have Wo-Chien, and I guess it wouldn't make any sense for her to have a Brute Bonnet. But that's
Well,
still...
here's the thing about that, actually. She could maybe have had Brute Bonnet. The fact that she has Limora as part of tying into the other hints that she's been to the crater.
Yeah.
But if Brute Bonnet would only work for one of the games. What would she have for the other one?
I'm just looking at this, like, it would make
I mean,
sense.
she still could have had the Brute Bonnet, because version exclusive doesn't stop the trainers or like major battles of having those game specific Pokemon.
In this game it would though,
Like,
because
yeah.
which ones are available are tied directly into the story.
I mean, in this case, yeah, she could have had a Brute Bonnet or whatever the Brute Bonnet equivalent is for Violet.
I don't think there is one.
huh, you know, I'm just looking at this. Has anyone looked at Toadschool and Toadscruel's ability?
Yep,
yeah,
it's
Mycelium
effectively a
might.
way to nerf it because it's a fast Pokemon with Spore.
Yeah. Yeah. But, like, anyway, point stands,
Well,
honestly, if she had
It
had...
gets around abilities that prevent sleep and stuff, which is kind of neat, but it's very niche.
I legitimately think that she could have had any grass type from this generation. Any grass type, period. From this generation. Like, she could have had a Scovillain, a Toadscruel, a Brambleghast, or an Arboliva. All of them would have been at least twice as powerful and versatile than Go-Go. Like, that's the one that bothers me the most. It's strange.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, honestly, it would have been no stress to say you literally could have given her like Iron Jigulus or Iron Valiant.
These things are all out of order. But what the fuck? Hang on, that's confusing me. Hang on, there's every of the Paradox. Here we go. So Brute Bonnet would be Iron Hands and Violet. So she'd have Iron Hands. Like, but if we're talking about just like purely grass Pokemon,
Yeah, that feels
purely
a bit-
grass Pokemon,
I mean, you could have just given her Armarouge or Cerulege.
Yeah. Give her Armor
Yeah,
Rouge. That would have been great.
that has those,
Honestly, I would have just given her Goldingo.
Like we
It's
could,
a
like, good lord.
That
It's
would've
a
been
powerful
good, yeah.
Pokemon with a fantastic ability. Players would have
I
to deal with the fact it couldn't status it, and it could have nasty plot.
I could
Yeah,
workshop a
Goldingo.
team
Maybe
that would be
doubling up
better
on
in
skill makes sense
5
to do that.
minutes.
And it's
Which
like,
is
and it's
sad.
like, and I don't think that's like too, like metagamey. It's just like she just doesn't have Pokemon that like the Esparta is probably the only one I would say that can stay, because Esparta is fast on its own, and Lumina Crash can be threatening. If,
Well,
what?
Oh, I was gonna say, Sparta could have stayed. Remora could have stayed if it was
Definitely, I think
Yeah.
it should have been a
Gambit
lead.
could have stayed if it was the rear guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, if it's really just like her team is almost good, but it's arranged in such a way that it sucks. And
Yeah.
3 of the Pokemon have no business being on her team, so realistically she's fighting you with 3 Pokemon. It doesn't matter how scary Esperanza is, like, she's not going to use it correctly.
No. I'm not saying that she'll use it not use it correctly. It's just that there's other grass Pokemon, like Bramblegas would have been a good option. She didn't have a ghost Pokemon on her team, right?
Yeah, Bramblegas would have been great. Honestly, I'm more and more just kind of loving the idea of just Arboliva, just because
Arguably
it's
would have
so
been another
great.
good one.
It's
Yeah,
like it's
it would've been-
legitimately strong. Like, this shit has 125 base special attack.
It has Sap Sipper, not Sap Sipper.
Harvest.
Strength Sap. Strength Sap is the move I was thinking of.
Yeah,
not
They
yeah.
Pseudo.
could have had Baxcalibur.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where was the pseudo legendary?
She could have had, like, Palafin and, like, set it up so it was, like...
Palafin could be
there's a lot of
anywhere
good
in the
choices
middle,
to
and it would have been a
choose
good threat.
She could have even, like,
Well-
led with it and then switched into her ace, if that mattered.
Maybe not.
You know, if we care
Palafin.
about her color scheme, then maybe we should have given her like a Hydreigon or something.
Yeah. I mean, Hydreigon
I-
is someone's ace, though, already, I think, right?
I think she should have had a Palafin,
Yes.
just
Yeah.
for the fact that it would have given her team more bite, and like
Well, no.
you don't. Oh, hang on. Well, why no? Why the immediate no?
Because the way AIs typically work, Palafin wouldn't necessarily work because it would have to switch out first, which would
Yeah,
mean
flip turn.
she would have to have a special AI for that specific Pokemon to just
Oh.
use flip turn 1.
Why didn't she just
Okay.
give her a
Good. Do that.
A Goldengo.
Pokemon Company wouldn't do that. They have their different levels of AI and they stick with it.
Oh, that's what's happening. I see.
It's just so strange. Like, I'm just
It's-
looking at this like, man.
Oh no, I get what you're saying. I just think that's dumb because
Yeah.
again, we can throw Palafin to the side. I disagree with that. I think Palafin should have been on the team. I think they could have just given her AI that like checks that if it's still its base form, use flip turn, and then when it comes back out, it can be used normally. But
Again, that would be a good idea, but that would require the Game Freak or the Pokemon Company to allow them to make a special AI just for her, because a lot of her Pokemon need more technical to use rather than just a simple AI.
Yeah.
I agree. I think they should have given her a special AI. I think they should have given her a special AI. That's
Yeah. That would have been.
Yeah.
That would have fixed a lot of things, honestly.
It's just
Honestly-
so bad.
it's frustrating to say the least because her role in the story is nice. I do like the fact we get to meet a CEO of the Pokemon League. That's
Hmm.
Yeah, that's cool, but like her team, really, realistically, I only have a problem with Geeta from a gameplay perspective. Everything else is either fine or great. Like, her as a character, perfectly good. Her design, perfectly fine. Like, everything is fine, but her team and the AI behind the mechanics of it, all of it just sucks, and it's
I'm
astounding.
convinced Richie could beat her.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, so we've probably spent way too long on.
we've dumped enough on Geeta.
Yeah.
I think.
No, Geeta deserves more death.
So shall we move on to actually probably one of the coolest inclusions in the game, full stop?
Okay, so once you beat the Elite Four and champion, Nimona wants to have a fight with you. You go back to Mesagoza to do that. And then after that ends, presuming that you finish all the other lines too, you get to go into the end game area, the Great Crater of Paldea. This is something that's been built up over time. One of the first things that happens when you meet Arven, you're handed your ride Pokemon, and that is something that came from the Great Crater and that you've never seen before. Later, you run into the desert Pokemon, the ground Titan. They are told that's from there and that it needs to be dispatched as soon as possible by the professor, who's talking to you directly. There's a bunch of strange things going around the professor, how they haven't left the area in years, and their connection directly to Arven, what that means to, why haven't they left? What's going on there?
Yeah.
If you've ever spent time reading the Scarlet or Violet book, you'll know that there's like an incredible amount of danger there. Also happens with the history class that you take, if you take that beforehand.
Yeah.
So this place has been built up quite a bit.
Honestly, it doesn't disappoint. This area, my god.
The atmosphere is top notch.
Yeah, I love it.
At the end of the Titan line, when you beat Arven, you go into his mother's study in order to retrieve something.
Mother or father, depending on your...
Mother or father, yeah. What they reveal to you is that they are not actually the parent figure. They're a robot.
No, that's in the very end. They don't say
that.
They don't reveal that.
That's very later.
Okay.
Yeah,
They say that they need your help in order to get out of the wild area. You need to go there and rescue them. That's what it was. Now I remember.
No, it's not to rescue them. It's that they need your help with something urgent immediately.
And they're the deepest part, and you have to get there.
Yeah. And then...
I'm pretty sure that they did say that they were trapped.
You gather up your ragtag band of people. You get Nimona, you get Penny, and you get Arven. Then you go into this, what basically amounts as a drop into death, where everyone just piles onto Miraidon in one of the funniest fucking cutscenes in the whole game. Or Koraidon, yeah. And you more or less crash land into this beautifully, serene area with, honestly, my favorite piece of music in the game. Fuck, I love the music in the crater.
Also, you have no map, and you cannot ride your Pokemon.
Yep. It's just
following you around and chatting.
You're basically, and I think that that's a really cool implementation because it does build up tension. You're
feels like you're playing Xenoblade or something.
Yeah,
it's really weird
exploring an unknown place.
Yeah,
feels like
it's really
RPG for once in Pokemon's goddamn life.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really weird that they added Maiden Abyss into this game.
Yeah, I was going to say it is exactly Maiden Abyss.
Well, it's a little less harsh.
It's less harsh, but same thing.
I'm sorry.
There's no duh.
Minus the extreme cruelty and the curse of ascension and all that.
Well,
but
I mean, I went up and I got lost
here.
For 4
Actually,
hours, so there's still a curse of ascension.
Hey, Dosha, favor. Can you just rump around Area 0 while we're talking about it? You're on right now.
Oh, you want me to go there right now?
Yeah,
I thought you were just gonna use the footage I had, but all right.
No, let's go. Sure. You're on live.
Why not? I mean, I recorded the recording I sent you has the conversations and everything in it.
Would you prefer that I use that?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I can do either. I can find the part in the footage right now.
At this point, it's literally just faster that he travels there.
It might well be. Just to show off what it's like, I think it's cool. And then you can show everyone the debug Pokeballs.
Oh, real quick though, I just want to say the fact that Miraidon loves your mother's sandwiches so much that he goes into his fighting form when he's weak.
Yeah.
He's such a good boy.
But anyway, it's like, so you're in this area, you're just wandering around with your ragtag group of friends, and it's really, really cool and atmospheric and creepy when you come across, like, the first one that I came across in my game. I'm not sure which one it is in Scarlet, but we came across Iron Bundle. Yeah, so you have this, like, oh, hello moment, and then your team is like, wait, that's a Delibird. No, there's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
Or a
Okay.
screen
So
tail.
Or that's a Jigglypuff. Oh, there's something wrong with that.
Isn't Jigglypuff cute? And then it yells at you.
And then
Yeah.
it literally goes, ah! And then the fight starts.
And then you go,
It's
"Ah!"
so cool, man. I love
And
it.
they have pseudo legendary
Aw,
stats.
isn't it cute?
Yeah, look at it.
yeah. So now that we are finally here, I can talk
It's
about
huge,
the
by
last
the way.
thing in
Yeah,
the entire
look at
game
this
that I
fucking
had a
thing.
problem with.
Hmm?
The fucking future Pokemon were so uninspired and boring.
I disagree for half of them exactly.
agree.
I liked half of them. I liked Iron Hands, I liked
Why are
Iron
they
Valiant,
all robots?
and I
So,
that's
liked...
the issue. They're all
I get to talk
robots.
about Iron Valiant, or otherwise Metal Sonic, because it's just Metal. It's Metal Sonic.
It's
just
not
Metal
Metal
Sonic.
Sonic.
It's Metal
Gardevoir
Sonic.
It's not
delayed
Metal Sonic.
fusion.
It's
It is a
absolutely Metal Sonic,
Gardevoir
and you're
Gallade
wrong.
Fusion. Oh, anyway.
No, I got that, but it's Metal Sonic, and it's literally you're objectively.
I
Also-
cannot see
Which one is Metal Sonic?
Just type in
Iron
Metal
Valiant.
Sonic. You're just
No,
saying that
which
because of
character?
the eyes, aren't you?
Look,
Yeah, and that's all I need. So
Metal Sonic
again,
is the one that's a robot.
Yeah, you are free to be
look,
wrong.
Can we
I
just
mean,
all
you're
agree
free to be
that-
wronger, but it's okay.
Can we
Anyway,
just all
Okay,
agree that
I
for
just wasn't
Iron
that-
Jugulus, it is no Robo?
yeah, Iron Jugulus is like the worst
Actually-
one. Honestly, I really don't like it.
I
It's
guess
actually
we don't
no,
get the
it's more
joke.
than an eyes, but regardless, we can move on.
But anyway, so like, yeah, you just start encountering, depending on if you are in one game, the future or the past Pokemon. And as you descend further and further down, you go into various laboratories that, once you get to the third one, has entered a severe state of, like, degradation, with, like, crystals retaking it and everything. And on the way, you can read journals of that the professor left behind to give you really, like, atmospheric cues about the whole thing. I love this whole area, by the way, if I haven't said that enough already. Area 0 is my favorite, or one of my favorite spots in any Pokemon game, frankly.
You
It's
could
so
say it
good.
10 more times.
It's good. It's just fucking cool.
By the
And
way, something that was pointed out to me, and that I think is worth pointing out, is that the light here is always bright
yes.
all the time because of all
Yes.
the crystals in the air. And because of that, every moth Pokemon in the game is here.
It's
Well, that's
really
actually a
funny.
cute touch. I didn't really think about that.
That's a great
Yeah.
point, yeah.
Yeah, and this is another Maiden Abyss thing. Anyway,
Yep. Don't fight Orby. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, and then finally, at long last, you get down to the bottom of the whole thing. You go from lush green, like really just open area, down into deep caves, and then finally the crystal covered bottom, where you at last finally meet the professor of the game for the first time. Except it's not a professor, it is a
A
robot.
robot.
We're skipping another part.
Oh, are we?
Yes, because you first encounter the aggressive version of your legendary.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
get
yeah.
ambushed.
You get ambushed by it, and then it tries to ambush you in the lab proper, and the robot's like, no, back in your ball.
Oh yeah, and you also have to fight a horde of Pokemon that were trapped inside.
I do want to bring up the fact that, Jesus Christ, what kind of mad stacks of funds did they get to, like, just have all of these Master Balls?
well, okay. What I think happened was they can just go into the future or the past. Why don't they just get them there?
I have no
I
idea.
mean, I'm pretty sure you can't get them in the past. My
Oh, they
headcanon.
would figure it out.
They would not.
My,
Well, I
They
mean, to
would
be fair, we
absolutely
don't
not,
know
but-
how Scarlet and Violet plays out in
they're-
the big Pokemon timeline.
Hmm.
They
So
aren't
if it
That's true,
comes,
going
too.
to the past/future. They're just sending a Pokeball there to catch
Yeah.
a Pokemon.
my headcanon is that the reason why they're using Master Balls is because these far distant ancient Pokemon, these far future Pokemon are so powerful. Master Ball to them is just a regular Pokeball, basically.
I just assumed it was because they're scientists who are doing it for science and they have the
Yes.
budget for it.
Yeah, I
That's true,
assumed
too.
that it was because in order to guarantee a successful catch, you had to use a Master Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So otherwise, it would be not cost effective.
And also, they have pseudo legendary stats.
Yeah. So
yeah.
like,
Also, right before we get into fighting the professor,
yeah.
I did want to say for all of the paradox Pokemon, regardless of if I like the design or hate the design, why did they not even try for the Dex engines?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't.
the Dex entries are uninspired. I agree with that.
Except
Yeah,
Iron Jugulus.
Yeah, his is especially dumb because not only is it actually different, it's stupid. It is. It's.
Yeah, the Dex entries
It is
are
possible
not
that
very good.
Iron
I'll be
Jugulus-
honest. So
But
It resembles
Iron
a certain
Jugulus
Pokemon
is
introduced in a
just
paranormal magazine, described as the offspring of a Hydreigon that fell in love with a robot.
So here's a question that I have for the both of you guys, or for everyone here. Would you all say that the final confrontation in the bottom of the crater is just one of, if not the coolest final confrontation in any Pokemon story? Like,
Oh yeah,
I-
no, hands down.
it is so
it was
fucking cool.
as shit.
Like,
I
I
loved that
it.
fight.
I fucking
the only
loved
thing I
it so
don't
much, man.
like is when the two legendary Pokemon fight. That's the part I don't
Yeah,
like.
yeah.
It
I
gets
really
a
didn't like
little bit mix
It's
smashed
so
on it.
scripted that I can't
I
even
mean-
use a super effective move, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, why? Let me
I
just
mean,
kill
game
it.
design wise, it's effectively a glorified cutscene as a victory lap, and I get why they did it. It didn't bother me because it's like, oh, okay, this
Yeah.
is just a victory
Well,
lap.
it's not
Yeah,
even
yeah,
a
yeah,
victory
yeah.
lap. It's just the first fight, isn't it?
No, well, it's supposed to be. No, it's the last fight because
Yeah,
you
it's the
send out
very
the
last
entire
fight.
team, and then he's like, or no, then the system is like, no, I refuse, and you have to fight the alpha cold Koraidon or Miraidon
Right,
with
it's important to
yours.
mention
Yeah, but you
That is
can't
our-
lose. So
the AI is a direct copy of.
Oh
the
yeah, yeah.
scientist, but it has certain protocols that it has to do because the person involved was so obsessed with it, with their task, that they refused to allow anything to get in the way of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even when the robot had their touching moment with Arvin, it still had to be like,
Cut short, yeah.
it still had to be like, I need you to destroy me. It's going to stop you. I cannot stop myself.
It's a really good moment. Like, honestly, the entire ending, except for maybe the kind of staged fight between the legends, which honestly, it could have been handled worse. I'm fine with it. Everything else about it, though, just the area, the fucking characters, just all of that shit.
The music.
So, the music, just
I was
all
trying
of it.
to-
I was
so
trying to wait for a moment to
fucking
mention-
good.
I mean,
This is-
really,
this
the
has the
stage in
second
which
best
you
track.
battle.
Second best. That's interesting.
well,
I'll
because like
take that.
I
I'm fine
personally,
with that.
I personally think the Terra raid battle it sounds the best to
Oh
me.
yeah, that is a pretty good pick too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both really really good. Is what I'm saying.
Oh man, but like, it's all good. Here, I will go
Yeah.
ahead and cut that.
Probably some of the most important part of the game is that you actually get time to talk to the various characters that go down here with you.
Yeah, like
So-
you have conversations with.
Uh-huh.
It's
Mhm.
just,
I think that's part of what makes it the best part of the game for sure.
oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you have actual characters who have their own motivations and fears while they're going with you.
It's just, it's this mixed with a whole bunch of like, what the fuck is that? Because I remember seeing Iron Valiant for the first time, and I set my game down. I was like, oh my god, what did they do?
Yeah.
You know,
I was very excited to see all of the past Pokemon when me and Ark did a multiplayer thing. Like all the past Pokemon look really nice. I didn't like
Mm.
any of the future Pokemon except
Oh.
for maybe
I think
no.
Iron Hands looks really nice.
Iron
I
Hands,
didn't
Iron
like them
Valiant.
because they all have iron in the name. They're robots, and only one of them is Steel type.
Yeah,
All
I
of
get
the
it.
shinies are chrome.
Yeah,
I love the shiny motif.
I do too. I was like,
It's too much
They're-
chrome.
It's fine.
yeah, it's the far future. We watch SpongeBob. We know
Like-
we know what happens.
Iron Hands, Iron Hands,
Yeah.
Iron Moth, Iron Thorns, Iron Valiant. The only ones I really
Iron
didn't
Moth
like.
is a
Oh,
good
and
one,
Iron
too.
Treads. The only one I really didn't like was like I didn't care for Iron Bundle, and I despise Iron Jugulus. Iron Jugulus sucks.
Yeah.
The only one I
there's-
like is Iron Moth.
Like, look at that. That just looks threatening and alien.
Iron Treads
and
is also
deep.
a little low on my list too.
Well, I like that it
Again,
can, like roll up and turn into
Yeah.
I like that they go to sleep mode when they sleep. I
It's
like
a
that.
sphere tank. It's neat.
You know what would have made like the last part even better is if like Nimona first tried fighting the Koraidon
Oh,
Yeah.
that'd be
before
cool.
like all the Pokeballs were sealed, where she just had like that very awe-inspired look on her face, like this is a worthy battle,
Yep.
and then just promptly gets knocked the fuck down.
Yeah, that would be cool. I like that idea. Since we're at this point in the game, I only have 2 more notes written down. Okay, so we touched upon it, the fact that both of our legendaries are either a motorcycle dragon or a motorcycle dragon with a wheel that doesn't work, and we
Yeah.
get to the point at the end of the game when they say that's because this is a past and future version of Cyclizar.
Yes.
I hated that.
No,
You
I
hated
saw that coming from like a mile away.
Yeah, thanks to the fact that I did watch some of the trailers and they showed Cyclizar, I was like, this thing
Yeah.
looks like
I think
those
it's pretty
things.
obvious that they were related somehow. So this
Yeah.
Yeah,
It didn't
Like,
surprise me.
even
but
when
one
the
bit.
game
I
came
understand
out-
for you, since you didn't watch the trailers, this was you watched it at the appropriate time, which makes sense, and that's fair.
Okay,
Well-
I don't think everyone is understanding why I hate it. This is why Koraidon has a wheel. That's why I hate it.
I just hate that Koraidon has a wheel. You
Yes,
know,
and this is the reasoning for it. That's why I
does
hate it so
Koraidon
much.
need to have wheels? Like, you
I
could have
think-
easily just had, like,
Just
the
way they're
front
cool.
chest puffed up and the tail out back. That's all you had to do, and it would have been perfectly fine.
I think
Because
remove.
I think the
re-
vehicle motif could have been dropped for just a more aesthetic antique
Yeah.
of just like a brute kind of creature that you can ride on.
Yeah, like,
Like they could have
Yeah, I was
used
gonna.
the mammoth
Oh, sorry.
instead.
Well, I was gonna say that Koraidon just remove the wheel aspect, because the idea
Yeah.
would be that it's just a lizard, and then as it evolves over the millions of years, it develops wheels because it's trying to become a
Yeah.
vehicle, and then in the future, it completes that process.
it just it would make so much sense and it would look so much better. I don't understand it. Like, this was a
Yeah.
powerful enough thing to make me choose another version of the game based on that and
Yeah.
that alone. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
I mean, literally. Because
in hindsight, I like-
moved, and it wouldn't have detracted anything.
I don't. I think. Sorry, I didn't mean to say I don't. I actually wholly agree with you. I think the wheels could have just spun too.
I
Either
will
that,
say,
yeah.
because this was brought up earlier, but I'm one of the few people that I think like the design for Koraidon.
I was gonna say,
More
yeah. In
than-
hindsight,
right on actually.
Okay,
in hindsight, I do like the Winged King better than the Iron Serpent.
I
In
like
hindsight.
Koraidon better when it's standing up than I do Miraidon.
Yeah.
But the second you
Yes.
include the
Yeah.
wheels, it is fucking no question.
Honestly, as I was playing with Koraidon, like the wheel thing stopped bothering me as much, and I just liked it better all around.
Koraidon looks better standing up, and Miraidon looks better when it's in its vehicle
Well,
form.
here's the thing:
my
there's
opinion.
an in-between form where the wheels are not puffed up, and it looks just fine when it's walking.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Is that
That's a
I
roaring
don't.
moon.
I don't really. I like them both design-wise equally. If neither of them had
It's a really
wheels.
small growing
Like,
moon.
I want to use a mount that runs without wheels. That's all I'm asking for. There's
Yeah,
so much to
no,
ask for,
I
Game Freak.
agree. I agree. It should not have had a wheel. There's no fucking reason. But anyway, yeah. So, whole thing, really fucking cool, really neat, really just best part of the game. For me, at least. I try not to speak for everyone, but I think we basically agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that last bit with the legendary fight, which is kind of scripted.
So-
yeah.
Yeah.
We all agree that the future one names are kind of uninspired, but
Yes.
as the general naming scheme of them being more like titles than they are Pokemon names, what do you think about that?
Really tried to think about that, and honestly, I get it. I just don't like it that much. I'm not like I don't hate it. I don't like dislike it. I guess I'm more neutral on it. I guess neutral leaning negative.
I am
Despite the
fine with it.
Despite the fact that I picked Violet, I like the Scarlet names more than the Violet ones.
Yeah,
I would
I like
Okay.
prefer
Tail
if they
really
just did
a lot.
Paradox Jigglypuff or Paradox Among Us
I
instead of.
I like
Amogus.
Scream. I am not gonna lie. I like Screamtail better.
Screamtail
I
sounds
like
good.
Yeah, like all the past ones sound great. Great Tusk, Brute Bonnet, Slitherwing.
Okay, I think
like
Brute Bonnet's kind of a dumb name, but
Groupon's fine. Well, it's a dumb Pokemon, but
I mean, here's the thing that kind of gets me about it is, so the base stat total for all of them is 570,
570.
except
Yep.
for Iron Valiant and Roaring Moon, which is 590.
Yep.
But that brings to the point, a Jigglypuff is 570, but the evolved Hariyama is also 570. Does that mean a Cleffa and a Clefable from the past would have also been 570? Which means when they evolve, they don't gain stats.
that's an interesting question.
And also,
Yeah.
it makes me wish I could just see the Clefable more than just like the Jigglypuff.
mhm.
Or
And it's
the
interesting that-
Magnezone instead of the Magneton.
Yeah, like why can't the? I get that they didn't want to add like too many more Pokemon extra on top. Why can't they evolve though? Like or like, I get why they can't
God.
breed. I get that.
You
But
know-
these are future Pokemon.
You know what I really want for...
But
I
Iron
think
Jigglypuff
that,
was made by breeding.
Okay, anyway, the thing that I really, really do
Things
want
that
them
are
to do
They don't have to breed themselves after all.
with follow-up
You know,
games,
like a mule or a liger.
basically
saying, Craig?
just take the past and present and then swap them so that there's like a past version of Gardevoir Gallade and a future version of Salamence for like for whatever you want to do, and then just add a few more into it that are in both of them, and then boom, that is an easy thing to do to switch up for sequel games. I really want to see them do that, honestly, because that would be really weird seeing like a future version of like Amogus or
Also-
like Gardevoir Gallade or past version of Gardevoir Gallade or etc.
The past version of Amogus is actually worse than its current version of Amogus.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also don't like the fact that it's actually still a Pokeball aesthetic instead of just straight up like a
Yeah.
black and white mix.
Well, so one of the Pokedex entries for Amogus says that, or suggests that the person who created Pokeballs was just a big fan of Amogus.
I still think that that's dumb. I don't
Specifically
like
for
that.
this. They really
Well,
liked
I mean,
Amogus, so
because
they
to us as the players, the Pokeball came first.
Yeah. That's a silly retcon.
Yeah, it's silly.
I don't think it's a retcon if it happens in Gen 5.
But
Well,
yeah.
the designs of Pokeballs happened in Gen 1, and then in Gen
Oh, that's
5,
right.
they had to. Yeah, then they have to figure out, oh, how do we make Amogus make sense? People are gonna go, wait, what's this evolution trait for? Then they're gonna say, oh no, actually Amogus came first, and Fungus.
I mean, that's believable.
It's believable, but it's
It's
the
just
veil
so silly.
is slightly pulled up just a little bit, and I saw a string.
It's not.
I mean, it
I
would
get
have
it.
been more believable if they did like if they did the Mimikyu treatment where, like, because it saw like the Pokeballs being popular, like it mimicked Pokeballs, so it could snare people into its trap or whatever.
That would make sense, but then people would go, well, then that must have been a recent evolution trait, and then it's like, well, evolution should take this,
And
that,
you
and
know what?
it'll cause discourse that's unnecessary because it's Pokemon.
Well, no,
They
because then
literally
that would have
evolve.
opened up a better design for Brute Bonnet.
It would have. I'm not. I don't know why. I think there's would have been a better decision. I'm not entirely sure what it could have been. But.
It's a matter of whatever. I think Great Tusk.
I mean,
Great Tusk is just fucking great.
Hindsight is 2020 after all.
Boonk.
It is.
But yeah, but just the whole thing about the crater, even if some of the Pokemon are a little bit of a mess, honestly, just great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Do more shit like this in the
environment
future.
was great.
Oh my god, you gotta freeze.
Honestly, they also missed a great opportunity to have a future in a past form for Pikachu.
That's a good point.
You know, honestly, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Like, I can just see them now, like in the anime, having like a Ash Pikachu. Never mind.
I mean, literally, instead of Pawmot, they could have had the past and future form of Pikachu.
I have no idea. Like, it's all just neat, and it's a cool design space that I really wish that they would extend upon. Like, what they did with, I'm not going to say anything, like, distinct, but there are a couple of new versions of Pokemon in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon that weren't in Sun and Moon. I want them to do that exact same treatment for this game. And if they do that, I will be quite happy with this. Which, honestly, I think is inevitable.
Game Freak has been known to do things that are against what the players are expecting.
Yeah.
Because people were expecting Pokemon Gray, but they got Black and White 2 instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish they did more sequels where they expanded the story instead of just.
God! You know what would be really wicked?
There's a story to expand, right?
It would be.
I don't think having Pokemon Gun version would be that much. Would add that much.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I would, besides of doing something like Pokemon Gun, do what Black and White 2 did and just make a sequel, not like a third version.
But at any rate,
I still inherently call the sequel a third version because it is still an enhanced version of that region.
Actually,
be fourth versions.
This is a question. So right in front of you, Dosha, that plate. Has anyone figured out what the hell this is?
Well, it's a secret.
Like, I looked at that and I was like, that's...
All we know
neat.
Wait.
Is that it is there, and that it can't be broken.
Oh wait, hold on. Can you get a closer look at that? Because I think that looks... Isn't that... Am I crazy, or is that the thing that we sent into space?
What?
Okay, in like the 40s or the 50s, we made this disc with a bunch of tiny pictures on it as a way to communicate with aliens.
The golden record.
Yeah, isn't that the golden record?
Is that what that is? Hold on.
Well, they talk about how it's a material that cannot be scratched.
So it's
Violet book.
So it's vibranium.
It's made of some unbreakable material.
So it's vibranium.
It is. I get the comparison. It is not quite that. Though that's a good guess. That's a good guess, honestly. That's the best guess I've heard so far. But okay.
I mean, vibranium goes by many names depending on where it's actually originated from. Because, like, there's orichalcum, vibranium.
All right, it is getting quite late. Shall we move on to the Ace Trainer tournament?
Oh, is there actually anything to say?
Is it cool? Is it fun?
So, yeah, there is one other thing to say, although it involves a theory that seems pretty credible and may relate to future content. Okay, if nobody has a problem with me talking about it.
Sure.
So, at the end of the game, or at the end of this part of the game, you go and you fight the AI, and in order to shut down the time machine in a turn, eventually you do manage to actually do that, and it's completely shut down. And you're left with a couple of questions. One, if all of the Great Crater was populated with Pokemon via this time machine, which can only catch them in Master Balls, then how come they're wild? Two, and this one's lampshaded directly, if all of these Pokemon, wait, what was it exactly?
How could they be there and proceed?
Are created by this time machine, then how come we have a book describing these exact Pokemon 70 years earlier?
Yeah.
That would be the other.
It's clear that there was something else in play.
Yeah, well, obviously there is. There's a Pokemon that relates to this area as well that we haven't seen yet. It's described in the book as a Pokemon that is sort of a spherical shape of overlapping hexagons. And oh, hey, there's one. And there's a suggestion that's been put forward about what this Pokemon is, and that it's a Pokemon that grants wishes. That's what the treasure of the Great Crater really was. Not the crystals or whatever else you think it is. It's that Pokemon that grants wishes of sorts. Right.
Yeah.
But so the idea is not that it can't. It's not like Jirachi where it can literally grant wishes. It has to create them somehow using the terrestrial power. The theory is that the Pokemon from the past and the Pokemon from the future are not actually from the past and future. Rather, they're fabrications of what people thought was going to be found in the past and future.
Oh, that's quite a cool theory, actually. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Though it's more like all of this was predicated on a lie, basically, and it's just like, these are all fictitious, which would explain the Pokedex entries.
100% fictitious. It's supported by the opposite version's Pokedex entry.
So this is like, this theory is more or less saying the entire premise of this is even crazier than was previously stated, when the current theory is time travel.
So,
yes.
Well, I mean, there's also things that leads to theories that would probably both lead to this and counteract this at the same time in my head. Because when we first saw the professors, they were in front of in front of a whiteboard or whatever, and the different formulas on those whiteboards are things with like quantum time and quantum time crystals, which could be what like these terrestrials is about, like quantum time crystals that could lead to the time travel. But then on the actual hats themselves, there's a pair of eyes that we think could be the third legendary, or like the wish granting Pokemon that Dosha was talking about.
Mm.
So what if they're intertwined, in which the big like dome, or however he described it, is a giant quantum time crystal?
I mean, it would make sense. I mean, these crystals do everything from like allow an AI to exist that otherwise couldn't exist, to literally like either fabricating Pokemon into reality or ripping them from a different place in time. Like, there's a lot of things that this could be, and all of them are quite wacky. I'm here for any of them, frankly. I love this kind of exploration into this sort of territory because it gives leeway to like so much freedom. It's another reason why I like loved the Ultra Beast, because the Ultra Beasts were so fucking weird. It was Pokemon's take on aliens. It was cool.
Also, they left other snippets in books in the library in the class, which showed pictures of a what looks to be a past and future form of some legendary Pokemon.
Yeah. Like, I can't wait for the DLC because I hope it extends into this more. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and people think this DLC is where we'll find out about the third legendary Pokemon.
Wouldn't surprise me.
So there's 2 other theoretical legendary Pokemon that may or may not be in future content. They are entirely a fabrication of an artist of what might be in the creator, and I only have the Scarlet book, so I don't have the other version. But they're a fusion of some of the trio Pokemon.
Yeah.
So let me see here. It's under this one, an imagined Pokemon.
I think we were just talking about the same one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Here's
look
the
at that.
picture of it.
I
So
would
this one's a
fucking
fusion of Entei,
kill
Raikou,
for that.
and,
Like, that's a past form of them.
Yeah, just give me all of that. I will eat it the
He's
fuck
here.
out.
And in
like-
Scarlet or in Violet, there's the same thing, but with Virizion.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
That is cool as
Virizion,
shit.
Cobalion, Terrakion.
yeah. Super.
I don't think Keldeo's included in that though.
I mean,
Probably
it's
not,
fine.
because Keldeo, even in the lore of Pokemon, is a recent addition to their trio, quadro.
It's technically outside of the trio, but it's like a related.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, there. It's in a book. I didn't realize that.
You didn't realize that?
We came across a buried. I must have missed this one. But determining the nature of the metal seems beyond modern science. For all we know, why the inscriptions, let alone how. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's like another civilization's gold record.
Something to point out though is that I noticed while we were in the cave, I don't know if it shows up here. Oh yeah, that part's actually covered up. But if you go down to the one in the cave, the part that's covered up by the boulders here in the picture actually has a map of Paldea on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Wait,
what.
So
It's
in
got some
ancient
dots on it. I
times,
don't
they
know what
made
that
a
has to do
map.
with anything.
Interesting.
The other thing is they also mention. Oh, which one is it? It's there's like there's a part in here that talks about that cave with the lines on the ground.
God, every time I look at that, I'm just like, the director loved Made in Abyss. There's no way in hell. Like,
Here it
it's
is. Yeah.
just there.
So-
yeah.
This area with the lines on the ground. Well, somebody realized that if you overlay this on a map of Paldea, it points to the shrines for the 4 or the sealed shrines.
Oh.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's
So,
neat.
that one's probably not as old as the other things, but yeah, there's that.
Neato Frito. But yeah,
Yeah,
like,
no. Miss Rayford wants to steal my legendary Pokemon. I'm not
She-
gonna let her have them.
she does indeed.
You can't have them. Those are my legendaries.
They're gonna sit in my box forever, and you can't have
Same.
them. No.
Like, they're
Okay,
neat,
so-
but
The only other thing I have left in my notes is, other than the professor being an AI, the story was really easy to predict.
Yeah, the end had a really cool fucking twist that was definitely way fresh. But you also have to remember this is a Pokemon game. This is designed for ages, like, what, 6 to 99, basically?
Mm.
Yeah.
again, the
They
story
can't
was
make it
more
too advanced.
catered to. The story was more catered to Arvin than any of the other characters.
Well, he is important.
Yeah, Pokemon mommy and Pokemon daddy issues.
But honestly, that whole stage
old
for that
Pokemon
final
parents.
battle is just really cool.
Yeah.
Like how they just casually toss the Master Ball down from atop their cliff, bringing out all these very ancient or very futuristic Pokemon with pseudo-legendary
Super good.
stats as they descend into computer madness as you keep beating them.
Yeah. I also love the ending where they're like, No, I'm going to go and fulfill my wish. I don't care if I can't come back. And then they just they leave with some sorry words. Like, whole ending is just sweet. Like, my god.
And then those sweet words to Arvin or I guess he, I don't know what he actually says in Violet, but it's just like, Arvin, I know I haven't been a mother to you.
Yeah.
But I definitely should have.
It's just, it's interesting. Oh. Well, because it is kind of suggested that in the other games, the other person is still alive because they left.
Right, yeah.
So, like, in Violet, when you talk to the Professor Turo, they left.
Go find Arvin.
Yeah. They just left and just abandoned their child.
Yep.
Which is even worse when you think about it.
At least one of them has an excuse.
Yeah, one of them... well, one of them's dead. The other one just said, nah. It's really fucked up when you think about it. But... okay, so, it is almost midnight. Let's try to wrap this up.
Yeah, does anyone have anything else?
Oh, I got one more thing to say. Just for the ending. I wish I did this with mine, but I did it with my friends because I watched my friend beat the game. When the ending credit music started rolling, I literally muted the TV and blasted Pokemon World, the second dub opening to Johto.
Yeah, I'm into it. That sounds nice. Yeah,
holy shit, it fits so perfectly, and it feels like a good cap in. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. Oh god, this game had a lot of problems, but I would be lying if I didn't say I had a blast.
This is the first time I can say in confidence the Pokemon franchise. It feels like it has problems for nice, decent actual quality. Yeah, we know it's gonna sell, blah 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 blah. But I actually have faith in the series again.
Yeah, like weirdly enough, even through all the bad stuff with this game, I'm like, they probably will take that and learn from it at this point, because like this was big. Everyone was excited about this, and people still enjoyed it even without the bugs. Like hell, if they go and they release like Gen 10.
Oh. Well, there goes Arc.
We lost Arc. Well, that's a shame. It's just like, it's a very, it's a good game. It's a good game even through all of its flaws for me, and I genuinely enjoyed it. I am glad to have played it. I am excited for the DLC, and future's looking good. Ah yes, the most breedable Pokemon.
Key back.
Yep.
Welcome back.
All right. So.
Wait, hold on. Arc. What?
Discord does some weird things. First, the whole screen just went black and wouldn't go back, and I was still talking, and everyone was still talking. But then, as Chris Kuhn was talking, and then just all stopped, and I couldn't.
Yeah, that happened to me earlier too.
That's weird.
It just crashed.
I mean, I've been having some weird shit go on, but I assumed it was OBS. Maybe it was Discord.
Oh no, it's Discord.
That's worrying.
Because this time my computer didn't freeze.
Well, anyway, closing thoughts, gentlemen. Let's wrap this up because I am quite tired.
Let's run down the line real quick.
So at the end, the first time you go through, the route is fixed, but every time you go through, it feels like they listen to criticism for what happened for the Elite Four and Sword and Shield. How it's a tournament structure, but it's set who you battle every time.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, it's different every time. So there's a pool of people you can fight for battles 1 and 2, and then there's a separate pool of people you can fight for battle 3.
Yeah.
Or was it 1, 2, 3, and then 4?
It's something like that.
I don't remember.
But what
1,
are
2, 3 is all of the teachers plus Penny and Arvin, and then the final battle is going to be between you and either Gita,
Nemona,
not Clyde, Director Clavel. Sorry, they have similar names, and
yeah.
the last one is your art teacher.
Yeah. Oh, right. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I do have something to bring up really quick that I almost completely forgot to bring up. I'll wait until it's my turn, but that'll be my last thought on the game. Ugh. Anyway, who would like to go next?
You're next in line.
Oh, am I? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. That works then. So, the first art class that you take at school. Honestly, look, I minored in art. I went to a lot of art classes. I met with a lot of people who were like really eye-opening and genuinely cared about their craft, were genuinely good teachers. It is frightening to me exactly how much that first art class nails what it is like to start teaching people art. It's all about like questioning of form and what is art anyway, what does art mean to you, and like what is subjectivity. It's really fucking cool. Like I was just blown away by that. Goddamn. And then the rest of it's just kind of like it basically just explains game mechanics. But that first class, man, that first class was wicked cool. Best art teacher.
Class.
Best art teacher. And the game was great. Anyway, I'm done.
Surrendering, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Alright. I've already given my major opinions in the game. I don't really like it as a whole. I think at this point, even if they fix the glitches, I still don't think I would like this game. Easily the worst Pokemon game I played. I still think at the very least bottom 5 games. I still have to really think about it.
So, just for comparison, you said before this game came out that Arceus was the worst Pokemon game?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Fair
that would
enough.
just follow then.
It's going to be interesting actually heading to Arceus. But Ark, I believe you are up.
All right, so I'm going to start with something that was never brought up during this whole thing, and I felt like should have been brought up more. But the actual Let's Go mechanic of like the auto battling was never really brought up.
No, it was. We talked about it at the start.
We didn't talk about it in any detail at all.
Yeah, not in detail, but we talked about like Info brought it up when he was still here.
It was
well,
neat.
I'd like to add that it is really cool.
Oh yeah.
For the fact that auto battling helps with like outbreaks to get the numbers up to get shinies.
Yep.
And auto battles do not kill shinies.
It's really nice.
But I didn't.
It's a good implementation.
Well, no, here's the thing. It even doesn't kill shiny like Ditto or Zorua when they're transformed into a non-shiny Pokemon.
Okay, that is one thing I did want to bring up really quick. Yeah,
no.
In case no one noticed, or because anyone who's in this call, every single person who is in this call, I have already ranted to them about this.
Yeah.
If you find a wild Pokemon, let's say you're looking at a wild Palmot right here. That is a normal Palmot. You run into it, bam, it's a shiny Ditto. You would have a 0 chance of knowing that was shiny. And that just layers on top of it. There is no chance in hell that this game could have fixed the shiny issues.
I think I saw somebody find a shiny Pokemon, then they ran into it, and it was a normal Ditto.
Yeah, I saw that clip too. There are some just inexcusable things in this game, I'll be honest. Oh my god. But anyway, what else you got?
Again, I'm gonna say, like, in terms of like gameplay and just general of it all, I think it is one of the best games, especially for shiny hunting, outside of its clear misfortunes. But it is like the fastest way to get shiny Pokemon in any of the games. And for every Pokemon that appears in this game that can be caught in the wild, like the value of that shiny Pokemon is probably going to go down, but they're going to be so easy to get.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I loved how I actually bothered with shiny hunting this time.
Again, it is still brought down by the fact that 5-star raids are too difficult for being the bare minimum, because you have to get them.
I would think that the value would be brought down, but then you also have to consider the fact that before this game, I mean, anybody, at least in competitive, but I'm sure certainly a lot of people outside of it, they would just cheat in Pokemon that they wanted in shiny.
Yeah.
So it's not like that
Wait, Dosha. Oh
Yes,
no.
it-
Oh no, are you siding with he who shall not be named?
Oh no.
Wait,
Oh wait.
context?
Are you
I'm not
are you
sure that you shouldn't do it, or that it's like
Do
You
I
don't have to name any
hear-
names.
Do
The
I
furry man
hear
himself.
of
Furry man with the
Elicify?
Oh god, he said
Oh.
the name.
Solidify
He
on
said
this.
the name.
You said the name. Okay.
I'm not siding with them. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh my
at all.
god. Okay.
Man, it'd be really interesting to watch a parallel universe Felicify argue with current universe Okay, anyway.
No, look, on that subject, he already argues with himself because he literally says he says this is like the best Pokemon game, but also says this is the worst Pokemon game.
I mean,
Sounds
in a
like he
lot
just
of
wants
ways that's
content.
pretty poetic, but I'm not gonna like.
Anyway.
Well, what else? What else? Come on.
Chris, you're the next one.
Hold on,
Oh wait. Arc wasn't done.
Oh yeah. Let Ark finish.
I only said the positive thoughts.
Yeah.
For the negatives, definitely
There's
performance
fancy
issues,
Mhm.
glaring ones, but also again just like those raids. Like the balance needs to be fixed on those raids, man.
Raid? Wait, are we sponsored?
Fun
Raid
fact:
Shadow
Yeah.
Lich. No.
Raid Shadow Lich.
Bottom means is a reference to how she's a relic from a previous time.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, this could have been like the Pokemon game that would have showed people that they can still make good Pokemon games. But
Oh,
no,
fuck.
it
It was
had to be rushed. They had to have brought it out at its worst moments, like pre-alpha.
Well, I don't know if I'd go so far to say pre-alpha. It's
No,
definitely
no.
Semantics. It's just semantics. Don't worry about it.
I get your meaning, but yeah. Anyway, so is that all for you?
Yes.
Okay. And last up, Kurisukun.
So, I am going to simply repeat what I said near the beginning of the video. Most fun I've had in years. Horribly unpolished.
Yeah.
But I will add some caveats. I'm hopeful for this franchise, even if it's just a little bit. I'm still on the front that I think I'm not gonna let my guard down. There was one thing I was gonna say too. Now I forgot what it was. I had it in my mind for like a good 2
Hey,
minutes.
Sigwaro.
But yeah, no, I think that kind of sums it up. If I don't remember before the end, maybe it wasn't that important.
Well, alright. Well, unless anyone else has anything to say, I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. I guess we can talk briefly about future content.
Well,
Unless
remember,
it's
we have to do
particular-
the battles.
Yeah,
So we're not done.
Well, yeah.
10 hours in and we're not fucking
Before we
done.
do the